On the final frontier, crimes against the fandom are considered particularly heinous. They're investigated by the dedicated reviewers of Saving Star Trek. These are their stories. Hey everybody, it's your buddy Admiral Teag. How you doing? Welcome to Sci-Fi CSI, the show so brave it won't say its own name. Welcome to a show about, well, a Star Trek-like product. This is like, you know what, cheese food, like they're not allowed to call it cheese. And hi everybody, here we are, cooking device down. Ta-da! Welcome to our non-Star Trek show. Welcome to Saving Something. I don't know. Hey, what's up? Yeah. You know what?
Saving your time, folks.
Yeah.
Saving your time.
First thing I'm going to say is most of the time, like, I monetize the streams that aren't the Star Trek streams. And the thing is, this is a non-Star Trek stream, and I haven't monetized it. So this is why. Fuck this goddamn piece of shit. It's a piece of shit. Fuck everybody involved with it, and fuck the people who wrote it. Fuck the people who came up with this idea. This is the stupidest single thing I've seen in my entire fucking life. That's why we don't need any fucking monetization. And I want to thank the generosity of the crowdfunding already out there. I want to thank Mr. House Party 6. They should have sent a poet. Teag means poet. They sent a poet. For aspirin to offset the headaches this will cause you, says Radioactive. Mr. House Party 6. Radioactive. I want to say, Saving Star Trek and Star Trek reviews where we wade into this mess and try to make some sense out of it are brought to you by Gene Roddenberry. The power generated by Gene Roddenberry turning over in his grave. The dedication of this panel and the financial generosity of viewers like you, including a generous grant from the Mr. House Party 6 Foundation and Radioactive. It's the future. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. You're the best. You are totally the coolest. And you know what? I knew that this could never be a monetized stream. I'm going to just hand this over to my pundits. My God, we have been through hell. The group chat today, what was that shit like? One person would watch the movie. The next person would get to the movie. And it was the same stuff over and over. No one was happy.
I haven't had an experience like this since I was at the very first local showing of The Last Jedi. And you walk out of that theater in rage, disbelief, shock, basically, all your grieving stages. And the people that haven't seen the movie yet or heard anything about it are like super excited in line, and you can just see the joy in life draining away from them as they look at everybody leaving the theater from that show. Like
I walked out smug as fuck because I knew that was going to happen. I was telling people.
This is like, get some joy out of this. It's going to be to ruin it for everyone else.
This is like that.
You can't ruin this. That's like saying this is going to be the worst swirly of your life. How do you make it worse?
Oh my gosh, this is so hard to just put in a nice one paragraph bow about how this makes you feel on a level of you can just say, hey, this isn't Star Trek. Fine, let's just see what kind of movie this is. My goodness, it is legitimately a terrible movie. I don't know any non-Star Trek fan that would like this movie.
No.
Alan Ang, I love you, and you are a great reviewer. And Chris Gore, we love you too. And you said it in a way that I had to give you credit for. I couldn't come up with anything more appropriate than his saying that Michelle Yeoh was like your grandmother, dresses up like a hooker and talks like a hooker, and it's not that funny. And I added in, she messes up her medication. It seems like everyone's messing around on Halloween. Grandma messed up her medications. Her costume was to be like, I don't know, a Victorian lady, and now she thinks she's a hooker. And she's talking and acting like a hooker. Grandma thinks she's a hooker. Oh my God.
And to be clear, the one that we're supposed to be cheering for, Michelle Yeoh, who probably had half the budget, is her salary for this thing.
$12 million is the rumor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this is the one that we're supposed to be paying attention to.
She's incomprehensible.
Well, I don't know how much I want to give away. She opens up being a mass deletionist.
Oh yeah, they give us the same
with patricide and siblicide.
And recanonization of Star Trek Discovery. It was a nice 4 days. Everybody who believed that bullshit, I told you it wasn't true. I told you it wasn't true.
They decanonized the entire mirror universe in the first 2 minutes.
Yes.
But then they recanonized like everything, because where does this character fucking come from if not Star Trek Discovery? And Tilly is coming back with Star Trek Academy. So I mean, come on, this was a validation that was. They said in their Lower Deck show that the other show didn't exist in canon anymore, so that they could be free from canon for Section 31 and get clicks for Section 31. Does anyone not think the publicity for this was them selling the only thing they had left to sell, which is, hey, they're fired, hey, they're gone, hey, this is the end?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, come on.
I think the only reason this was saved was they were looking at, well, we lost our shirt the last 3 years in a row, and we can't claim this as a loss, but we can put it off another year. And they're like, oh, okay, we can't put it off anymore. Let's shove this out the door in 25 so we can claim the loss on that tax year.
Yeah, maybe. Well, they should have just shoved the thing. Like, they should have just Batgirled it.
Yeah,
This was made while the adults were out of the room. There were no adults in the room. People are saying, and I'm going to tell you that like in 25 years, we're going to read a book. We used to have this thing called investigative journalism, and now you got us. All right? We can't go track this shit down. Although after some of the investigative stuff I've seen from JT and a couple of other people who are affiliated with this show, now I wonder if anything we can find out basically anything. Pictures of Doomcock coming up after the break. No, seriously. We can find out. I think we can find out anything.
Codes. At 11.
We have Harvey Cthulhu's DNA. We're going to make a new Harvey Cthulhu.
Admiral,
he doesn't have to have children. Go ahead.
If I may, I just want to say this to the chat, because if none of you in the chat have seen this yet, please forgive us, because we didn't plan this show, so we're going to be all over the place. Not only because we
there's no script,
but because we're the four of us. I'm assuming
we're angry,
but we are so pissed off and so.
Jerem's fine. He didn't watch this garbage. He's going to watch it now.
The movie. Sean, the movie is fucking all over the place. Okay?
Yeah, so exactly. But I told the chat forgives us, because we're gonna rant, we're gonna scream, we're gonna interrupt each other, we're gonna be raising our voices. Please bear with us. But this is legit how nothing compared to what we felt watching this crap.
Hey, Dave. Yeah, this was
our
group messages are hilarious.
I may ask you to stop this movie at multiple points so I can have an unhinged rant.
I had a second thought.
That's the level that this is so bad. It's so bad. Sorry, you had a thought that wasn't pure rage.
Pure rage will be there. First of all, guys, the review did great, and everybody on the show watched this in real time. How many views does it get? 135. It's at 160 views now. How many did it get in the first hour, guys? We saw this happen. 120 it got 2 views a minute for an hour. That to YouTube, and 20 likes. That to YouTube means stop showing it to people. I showed you guys. I guess I could show you the engagement. They will not show it to anyone. A view every 2 minutes. Yeah, but basically now I release a video and I'm like, when are they going to shoot it down? They'll let Enterprise fly a little longer. All the views on the video that I got, by the way, were generated by a surge of views from, I'll thank Critically Thinking and Drinking. He got us a surge of views. That reminds me, I have to turn on my other device. Talk about yourselves.
And if you, right now, look up Section 31 on the YouTube, you will get an algorithm result that makes Ask Jeeves look like, the next coming of the search engine. There is some hanky-panky going on where like the honest reviews and the actual reviews of this thing just don't even make it into the top results. You start getting after the 10th result, you start getting stuff that's like 6, 7, 8 years old.
It's not going to work because they can't suppress Critical Drinker, who slammed it. They can't suppress the
Thank you, Critical Drinker.
Yeah, and they just can't. They can't suppress those, and those are going to cause people to search out other reviews. Just like with The Last Jedi, I hated it so much. I was seeking other videos
this as much as Last Jedi.
To hear other people hated it as much as I did.
This was tied with Star Trek Into Darkness for hateful experiences for me.
Oh,
With Star Trek Into Darkness, the back of that theater seat, the person in front of me was coming, stop hitting my fucking seat. It's like, fuck you, I'll hit you. I was out of my mind in Star Trek Into Darkness. But thank you, Radioactive, for the generous $5 super chat. It says,
wow, nice.
But Section 31 Flavors is worse than Rebel Grown. You mean Rebel Moon? I didn't watch Rebel Moon, but I think
it makes Rebel Moon look good.
they watched Rebel Moon. There's a couple of
I
Rebel
watched
Moon
it.
scenes in it.
It was awful.
there's
awful.
like every scene in this movie is a ripoff of some other movie.
something.
And we will
We
go
came
through
up
the
with
list.
We came up with them. By the way, guys, I have some special video here. A very special guest for you guys. Someone here to tell us whether or not we're right to think that this person is fucking fun qualified. Let's give the stage up to the great Alex Kurtzman, the man who's the reason we're all here tonight. Oh, come on, don't hate.
Entirely qualified to be the one to do it. So, I'm sure a bunch of you have heard that we are expanding the Star Trek universe. But I actually don't feel entirely qualified to be the one to do it.
You shouldn't feel the least bit fucking qualified to do it, you goddamn idiot! You're an idiot! You are the worst fucking... J.J. Abrams is like, I'm fucking bailed out.
Mr. House
House
Party.
Party.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Let's just say this. Alex Kurtzman's father... It's true. Alex Kurtzman's father owned like a film and production house, so that explains a lot. Also, like, this is the worst thing Sam Raimi ever did to us. Thanks a lot. This guy peaked as a director of Xena Warrior Princess. What can I tell you? Alex Kurtzman. Sean, let's talk a little film nitty-gritty for 1 minute. Let's talk about one thing that Alex Kurtzman doesn't know how to use because we've never seen it in any Alex Kurtzman production. What do we know about Alex Kurtzman's use of extras?
Oh,
Background actors, Sean. Never.
Oh.
This is like the 7th or 8th time in a row with no. Only people who speak show up on set. In back, there's a shadowy figure.
They couldn't afford the craft service. I think
They couldn't.
Yeah.
There were less than 25 named people in this cast, and less than 25 cast. I bet you there's 25
almost
producers.
as many producers. I counted.
Are we up to? You counted how many we got?
Should we do that at the end if we make
No,
it?
so I don't want to. I want to know now.
15.
So, sad music plays as Admiral Teag says we have failed to unlock the 20+ producer achievement.
Yeah, I was really hoping, and when it got like onto the 7th page.
Well, that's why it's so bad. How do you expect
I
only
was
15 people to make a 90-minute TV show? Oh my God!
I was getting that going on in my head. Because I was like, how many producers are we going to get? Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum.
Yeah, just Alex Kurtzman, executive producer. Admiral, can you put up that picture of him again?
I want to thank Nerdrotic for this picture. Thank you, Nerdrotic. This is courtesy of Nerdrotic.
Boo.
So, I'm sure a bunch of you have heard that we are expanding the Star Trek universe. But I actually don't feel entirely qualified to be the one to do it. So, Star Trek universe. But I actually don't feel entirely qualified. I actually don't feel... I actually don't feel entirely qualified to...
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, you fucking fuck!
99% unqualified, not entirely unqualified.
Completely unqualified. The cherry coke that I'm drinking while I try to endure this man's work is more qualified. Guys, you might think we're dragging this out. No, we're going to go for our usual like 25 to 30 minutes and then we'll show you this. And then you'll wish that we were still talking. You're going to wish we're still talking. This is going to be the show with the least amount of people going into the theater to watch the show. You're going to be coming out to... This is like that movie where you run outside to start smoking cigarettes, and if you don't smoke, you walk across the street to buy cigarettes just to have an excuse to keep leaving the movie. And you're like, but that's going to mess you up for life. It's like, so's this fucking movie. This movie is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
if they threw this in the theater, Teague, this would make Ride of the Rohirrim look like a box office just smashing success.
It's so bad it might get like cult status to people who go to watch it just to laugh at parts of it. And before we go further, I want to say that Dexter is quite happy right now.
Very nice.
There he is. Dexter. Yeah, see, he doesn't.
Oh, there he is. At least one of us is happy, right? Yeah, it's like he looked at it and there's just like funny lights on the magic box again.
I feel sorry for a couple of the actors and actresses, and I feel sorry for the people that worked, at the end of the credits on this film as grips, as makeup artists.
Oh, they make their money.
We're getting an echo.
It's me, actually. I'm trying to turn on X, and then every once in a while the volume goes on. And it's like, wow, the X signal is near immediate.
There we go. Much better. So, Sean, if you wanted to, on the rare event that your dog is a bad doggo, then you don't even have to say it. You can just play 10 seconds of this, and he's going to go sit in the doghouse for the rest of the day.
I just got to say Philippa, and he goes, oh, he just reacted.
Now, for the prominent people, how dare they do this? But for all the people, we're not slamming, dunking on them. The guy that had to set up the lighting on the set, this wasn't his fault. He made some money for the day.
You know what? Yeah. He was, that Canadian did very well. No Americans got paid for that. But you know what? You will be Americans soon enough. Don't worry. Believe you me. And then Greenland, you're going to have to watch this too. Why should only Americans be forced to watch this? You know what? One of the things I resent the most is Alex Kurtzman saying that, well, we're not going to put this show on in Russia. It's like, everyone, like, now I want to move there. Now I want to move there. Edward Snowden, do you need a roommate? Yeah, it's...
I don't care.
Not too far.
How dare you?
How dare you? Gotta bring out...
How dare you?
Is that Greta Thunberg?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yep.
It is.
I think my favorite question was one of us who's not here was in the group chat, and we were all talking. It's like, why does she always come off like she's special needs? And it's like, you didn't know.
She is.
yeah, you didn't know. Like, that was kind of the cachet that made her so, like, this girl with all these problems cares so much about the Earth.
On her private sailboat and then jet back. Yeah, anyway. So, Mr. Germ, I submit right now an apology to you from the Star Trek Section 31 people. You may wish to change your avatar after watching this film.
I'm sure I'm going to be green, and I have the vomit bowl right at him.
Yeah.
You know what?
Thanks to a certain primate, I'm sure this isn't going to be the worst thing I watched this week.
Oh, wow. No, that's probably not true.
Movie. Well, I saw Daniel Craig giving head in a very bad movie.
What?
How could that be a good movie?
It's not, but I doubt they could do worse than that.
Wow.
Well, we shall see.
Crazy stuff. We'll find out. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the pregame session of this. Basically, I mean, we come here to entertain you. We try to entertain all to the point in which that I have a second device that I keep looking over at so we don't miss any X chats. So if you're out there, say hello. I'm sorry if I didn't catch earlier ones. It's just the way that works. It's just we'll figure it out one day. But this movie,
you can't even show this crap in Gitmo.
I need to warn.
That's right. That was actually was that in the group chat where I said this should only be shown on group Camp X-Ray? Or did I put that out in the main? I was the first thing I did with Sean was like, Sean typed it when I woke up. Sean had already seen it. He stayed up and saw it because it dropped at midnight his time, I guess. Right? It was like at midnight
like 3
I checked.
in the morning, I stayed up and watched.
It was midnight my time and I checked. Right? So like. I don't have the ability to do like I don't have the time travel ability like some people. But like so what I did was I was just like I looked at it was midnight and I'm like fuck it. But I ended up waking up at like 5 a.m. and like because I guess it's a holiday and like there was some sort of like services going on at like one of these houses of worship that's not far away. And oh boy, let me tell you, I wish people had like silent worship, but whatever. Or at least just did it one day a week, every day for like hours. But whatever. That woke me up and.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. Look, it's cool. It's just like if it was it doesn't matter what religion it was. It's like every day in the morning. Oh God! But you know what? So I woke up at like dawn, and like I look and like I turn on my X because that's what I do. I doom scroll all day, and then I looked at my X, and there's like a message from Sean from like 20 minutes ago, and I'm like, what the fuck? And like there's like 12 of them in a row, and it's just like I read them, and like I now know.
Did you notice that JT like basically did the same thing I did? Like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, I had to get it out. I had to let it out.
I had to get it out too. Like we all have the same. Like it's about 12 messages per member. It took like the message timestamps are all like 98 minutes because at some point everyone stopped and broke something in their apartment. Like. JT, you can let your kids out on this over the weekend, man. They weren't that bad. You're just angry.
Yeah. I really should have had my blood pressure cuff every 5 minutes of this film.
Yes.
Just to track. I probably would have had to go to the emergency room. It would have gotten that high, but hey.
And this
I gotta tell people though, real quick, if you're gonna do the watch party, if you are the type of person who needs liquor to keep calm, get out your stuff now. If you're the kind of person that liquor amplifies anger, you may want to
don't do it. Yeah, don't do it.
Just
whatever. Go to your calm blue ocean place. If you do yoga.
Yeah.
But and you know what?
State, go to the dispensary right now.
I'm going to the safe injection site after this fucking movie. And what's funny about that is there's no such thing. So how will I find it? But hey, Tim. The Feast of Our Lady Peace. It's Feast of Our Lady. It's Feast of Our. You know what? It's Feast of Our Grandma on like the wrong meds. Like she took the wrong. Grandma took the wrong freaking meds. I don't know what's going on. Alex Kurtzman is younger than like some of us. He's about like 52 years old, 53 years old. I looked. His birthday just passed or something like that. Like I looked at his IMDb.
Alex Kurtzman.
Yeah, nice. You know what? I got a birthday present for you. I have an offer. I have an offer to Alex Kurtzman. Why is my bubble not popping? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Alex Kurtzman, there are many worthy charities out there. The Los Angeles Hills just burned. With a responsible referee and official and a doctor present, I propose that you and I box at the gym of your choosing. Loser pays the ring fee, and that all the proceeds go to rebuild Palisades Park, California. I will meet you at any gym in New York. What do you say? You made so much goddamn money on this movie. It's so successful. You've had all this success. You just broke your own record for lowest rated thing on IMDb ever. Get in the ring. Get in the ring.
You know what he's going to say to the media after you win?
That was the worst 5 seconds of my life?
No. What's he going to say about the Admiral? I lost because...
Oh, I know it. He snuck in that right hook with his...
had a mechanical arm.
There you go.
There we go. I hadn't thought of that one. Guys, you know what? It would be a very worthy thing for charity. Charity boxing matches happen all the time. Headgear, of course, would be critical for Mr. Kurtzman. Well, maybe not. But you know what? He probably should wear it anyway. I'm not saying you shouldn't. And you know what? Like, don't look for me to be goddamn slipping on any fucking sweat. I'm going to be coming at you with everything I have in this hypothetical charity boxing match. It would be so much fun. What do people think of charity boxing matches? Hey, Miss Katonic. And by the way, we're going to throw this one out for you. I saw Highlander 2 in theaters. Thankfully, things happened in the car afterwards that made it like the least bad cinematic journey that could have been. But yeah, like everything, like
I put this worse than The Last Jedi.
this is a bit. No, Highlander 3 is a really good. 2 is a really good example because you know what. Highlander 1, you're coming from someplace. So, I mean, it was different. It was only 4 or 5 years. This is like, and the internet would have kept Highlander 2 from happening because that movie existed in Europe for years before it came out in America. It was so stupid. They said they should just go for a different style movie because the first one was so perfect. And they really, the prequel didn't exist yet. They didn't think to prequel themselves and stay in the past. Whatever. The guy had one brilliant idea, but Highlander 2 was about that's about the level we're talking here. It's nothing like the original. It's completely unfamiliar. If anything, it reminds you of everything that the original had that this one doesn't. Like, for instance, did anyone miss the music of Star Trek? The music of Star Trek.
In this?
It was mutilated at the very, very end.
That was what I got out of my mind angry!
Yeah, they tried to throw in the theme. Oh my god.
In a mocking way, I felt trolled by that.
Oh, you were.
Yeah, because everything before that was like a crap ripoff of Flash Gordon.
Oh, it was totally out of place. It was totally out of place. So when I was like 3/4 of the way and I had totally forgotten what was even going on screen because it was just that bad, I was like, well, the music isn't horrible. It's completely unoriginal, and it has nothing to do with what's going on screen.
Yeah.
But, somebody wrote notes on a page, and they were played, and they were in tune.
That was the most interesting thing about this was at the end of the end of the end of the end, they probably licensed it, but there's like one song on this is how bad this was. There's what, and the music's really backmixed because they think they're brilliant with their dialogue, right? And this, by the way, like you're gonna miss the sound, the music, and the colors of Star Trek. This is like a bad send up of the Matrix. I don't know why Alex Kurtzman, who's like 50, 52 years old, like he is stuck in 1991, which would be like his senior year of high school, freshman year of college.
I was going to say this has the color tone from like 1998 through about 2005, the orange and blue.
During his metrosexual stage where he started dressing a little better and he picked up those color palettes, yes. But then he became a heteroflexible and stopped learning about anything but being a terrible writer. Alex Kurtzman is stuck in like 2 periods in his life. He's stuck in around 1990, 1989. Because a lot of hot colors from that too, and a lot of weird art and a lot of weird music from that too. And his tiles look very 90s. And like you said, like again, like during his midlife crisis, whatever you want to say, in his 30s, when like his boyfriend left him or whatever happened, whatever Mr. Kurtzman's thing is, because I just don't think that his father, who owned that film house that helped him out so much, is going to get grandchildren from Alex. Call me crazy. I think that most women are safe from him. But you know what? Just call me crazy. I don't know. And then, not that there's anything wrong with that, but holy fuck, this is not Star Trek.
Another way it's not Star Trek is you're going to hear all kinds of present dayism, present day talk, present day social themes. If you see tagged under my avatar name a pretzel butt for real Trek, that's because you're going to hear phrases like, she's a pretzel butt. She's a bad bitch. I'm sitting here going, correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone on the panel, did Spock ever say bad bitch? Or pretzel butt?
And
which Spock? Strange new Spock.
Yeah, and neither did Rachel Garrett ever say whatevs.
Whatever.
Yeah, but by the way, that's our villain character, by the way. Rachel Garrett is kind of our stick-in-the-mud villain. She's the one who's just not cool. The only good news...
No. Are there any villains?
The villains are all of them. Yeah, the villains are us for watching this, and the villains are but you know what? I'm the villain. Look at me now. I'm the villain. We're going to actually do a little like lottery, and one of you will get to be a Star Trek writer too, and you can write an episode of Star Trek. That's where we seem to be at. But before we start this, we had a special proposition for tomorrow, and that's this: do you guys want to watch Enterprise, or do you want to watch yesterday's Enterprise? And that's the real question. And I'll put that up as soon as we start this movie, which I guess oh, God, a second time. We're the only people in the world who are going to watch this movie twice. That's how much we love you guys. But, this is kind of like looking at an eclipse. You might want to not look directly at it for too long. So, if you feel like popping back and hanging out with us, feel free to do it. But, whoa. And you know what, everybody? I don't know what to tell you about this one, except it's a movie. All right.
Is it?
Real quick, Admiral Teag, I need to share something, and please forgive me because it's something that's been bugging the crap out of me. This when I show this, you're not going to be able to unsee it. I want you to see. I'm going to show a comparison here. I want you guys, especially in the chat, to tell me if you think if there's a resemblance here.
That's why I told him to come to New York.
The smirk is the same fucking smirk.
Will the real Alex Kurtzman please stand up?
Right? It's the same fucking guy.
All those people who said he survived, you know what? Like Alex Kurtzman, like maybe they got Alex Kurtzman. Like they were like, hey, Alex, we're doing one more episode of Xena Warrior Princess. We need your brilliant mind down there to direct it.
These are the same person.
That's okay. We can get on the phone with SEAL Team 6 and they can go correct their mistakes.
Yeah, I know. We need to get.
I say we send SEAL Teams 1 through 6. And look, here he is again. He won't leave us alone. It's Kurtzman Zombie up in the corner. He's looking over Sean's shoulder. He saw what you did. He doesn't like us anymore. Gene, great Roddenberry's ghost, protect us. Protect us, Gene. Protect us. Let's get Gene out of here so he doesn't have to see this. Gene, we're sorry, Gene.
We're sorry your name was thrown in the credits. Most of all.
Yeah. Before we do, they barely threw it in the credits, so they did everything they could to stay away from it.
No, it's not based on shit.
You should have said inspired by a Wikipedia stub and a half a YouTube video on Star Trek.
So
dicks. Pinned post, everybody. Pinned post on X.
If we ask you to pause this midstream, will you permit it?
I'll try.
Because I will end up just talking over the whole thing with every problem. The problems come too fast.
Just know that's like asking your dentist to leave the room for a few minutes for tooth extraction.
JT is right. Honestly, for the first one, we didn't even have video the first time we did it. And I'm just going to end the poll right now. Everyone seems to think this is peak horrible. But we're going to give everybody a choice for tomorrow's show. And one of the characters in here is in yesterday's Enterprise. And we want to, I think that after we saw it, I think we need to make sure that history never forgets the name Enterprise. And so it's
that
Enterprise.
That beeping you're hearing, folks, by the way, is
outside my house.
A truck full of just it's a whole dump truck full of shit.
It's atomic kaboom boom, I hope, to blow me out.
So it's the freighter that they were flying at the end of the movie.
Oh, God. Nothing looks like Star Trek. They're in a garbage ship version of the Nostromo. And by the way, Sean has seen this.
Oh, I apologize. I meant to say this movie should be hauled away as garbage.
Oh, this is... You know what? You're going to long for the wonderful days of Threshold and the days where...
I'd rather watch that Troy episode where she says, "Where are you?"
Oh, God.
Yeah. One moon circles.
2 moons.
That's no moon. That's Marina Sirtis's big, huge ass. Did you see how freaking big she is now? Oh, my God. Everybody in Texas, snuggle up to Marina Sirtis. She'll keep 12 of you warm. Oh, my God. Ugh, you got your repayment. Oh, she has her own gravity well. So listen, tomorrow's episode of Enterprise is dead stop. It's not all that great. It's not all that great. It's not terrible. And compared to this, it's Shakespeare in the fucking park. But we're going to give you a choice. Enterprise or yesterday's Enterprise from TNG. It's one that we watched before the panel was formed and before we moved to 9 o'clock. So we would get different perspectives on it. And that's the thing. This show, we can watch an episode more than once. We don't have a hard limit on it. And, I after my daily viewing of Patterns of Force, I like to put on, sometimes an episode a second time. What? Am I the only one?
No comment.
Oh wow! Hey, RNTNZ. Don't worry. No, unfortunately, you didn't. You showed up. Yeah, you did show up late. You missed our preparatory humor, but unfortunately, you didn't miss any of the movie. Oh, thank you, Sean. I turned up too late to watch the show itself. What a shame! I missed out on another Kurtzman masterpiece. Oh wait a moment. Never mind. Yeah, sorry. You know what? But look at the vote we have now for you. Tomorrow we have a chance. I suggest yesterday's Enterprise. Let's go with this one, guys. The choice is yours, but Enterprise or yesterday's Enterprise? Here's the thing. Oh wow, yesterday's Enterprise busting out to an early lead. Yesterday's Enterprise, guys. If we watch that one, we'll get to redeem one of these characters. And by the way, she is just the plainest, most unattractive woman 2 different ways. I'm not saying 50-year-old Catherine Garrett from yesterday's Enterprise was my thing to die for, but that actress gave a great performance, and it wasn't about her being attractive. It truly wasn't about her looks. She wore the same uniform as the male captain would have worn. Everything was the same. She just did it, and she did it better than this woman does it. This woman is she has 2 outfits. She has a trampy ball gown when we find out she has the body of a 10-year-old boy, right? Right?
Yeah.
And then she has her Fallout outfit. She doesn't have a Star Trek outfit. No one has a Star Trek uniform.
Of course.
I think we lost Admiral Teag.
We might.
No, I muted because I was screaming and throwing things, and there's broken glass. But thank you, RRTNZ, as I heart your super chat, and I heart you, buddy. You know what? Let's get into it. This terrible non-episode of something that is definitely not Star Trek is, let's see how long it is. Oh God. Oh.
What did you guys think of Casey Roll before we start?
What?
Who?
Casey Roll.
Who's that?
One of the actresses in the movie.
Is that the honey trap, quote unquote, the natural honey trap?
Yeah, it's who plays Rachel Garrett.
Oh yeah,
the young one.
She was not unattractive, but I don't know what she would look like if she was allowed to be attractive. She wasn't. She was overly plain. She had the body of a 10-year-old boy, and even though she had the body of a 10-year-old boy, the one thing that they consistently did was they were not going to let you male gaze her. Every time the camera started to swing around, she would move her hand back with her phaser and block her own ass with it for no other reason than to keep them from having to say that we male gazed this. I'm talking if you're in 7th grade and you have got that full rush of hormones, and this is your teacher. Yeah, you're a stiff little puppet, as they say in the NFL.
But if for those of you who want a little sexual tension, don't worry. Michelle Yao provides some attempt at it.
Oh,
yeah, when she invites you to tell her to go fuck herself over and over. And Data's back, but not the Data we know. Is Data no? We have no aliens to speak of. All we have is human-like aliens. We have a Vulcan. So these are our aliens, and this is how they look different. One alien is black on one side and white on the other side. One alien has pointy ears. One alien has a shaved head. And one alien has plastic plexiglass shit in their face like it's supposed to be Google Glass. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Well, the Deltan just shaves her head, and then the last guy, our guy who shows up with our MacGuffin, who's the Bruno Kirby in space or whatever, Space Joe Pesci. But no, it's really Space Bruno Kirby. It's low effort. You would never associate Joe Pesci with this performance. Quark is Space Joe Pesci. This is fucking Space Bruno Kirby or something like that. Space Chris Imperioli shows up, and this alien is just he's human looking, but maybe he's the species that the guy who played Stratagema was. Oh yes, you're probably right. We all have man crushes on ourselves and each other. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I will have a comment about the the black and white cookie character.
But those are aliens, and they all look human. Like, we don't have like even so much as a Klingon.
The makeup was worse on that, Sean, wasn't it?
Oh, it was off. Yeah, it was all skewed and weird.
Oh, we talk about black and white cookie people, the ones who destroyed their entire planet and don't exist anymore.
That character was not only black on one side, white on the other. I think it was male on one side and female on the other.
Oh God, you might be right.
It totally was.
Guys, if you heard my film review this morning, I did 5 of those in a row before I did one that made sense. I was losing my mind in anger, and I still lost my mind about 2 minutes of that review. It's pure Admiral Teag losing his fucking shit. I am so upset with this movie and so upset with what it does and so upset with the bad storytelling and the stupidity that I really, honestly, before we start this, I'm going to say, as a Star Trek fan, my heart broke for Star Trek. My heart broke for the times I would sit in front of my black and white TV that my parents had when I was really young, and they would turn it off, and the after image, Sean, remember the after image on old TVs?
Oh, yeah,
and
the
you
little
just
dot in the middle.
And you'd stare at the Desilu production thing like frozen on the screen until the TV cooled off like 5 minutes later, and then your dad would be like, you know that thing gives off radiation. You'd be like, well, huh? And it's just like, just go to bed, whatever. But this, like, all the fun times, all the enjoyment of you're gonna miss the music of Star Trek. You're gonna miss the colors of Star Trek. This music is, I think Sean nailed it. Like, they stole the idea, but not the enjoyability of the soundtrack from what do you call it? Flash Gordon. Yeah, it was basically Flash Gordon, and that's the only way to put it. It's really, really, really terrible. In the theater right now, I'm gonna start it up.
Guys, I have this feeling that we've been too charitable.
People are gonna say
I feel bad. Poor Germ hasn't said anything. I'm sorry, Germ.
I'm just prepping myself for the binge and purge.
What's funny is, if you look
at always drink responsibly, by the way, folks.
Yeah, guys, you got to see this one. I'm going to show it to you real quick. You couldn't ask for a bigger coincidence. Look who is the face we're going to see before we see anything else. Now, I thought that she would be in this movie.
Beautiful actress.
She really is beautiful. But she wasn't a very good Uhura, but at least she was a decent actress. It wasn't her fault that she was a bad Uhura.
And they uglified her in those movies.
Did ugly her. Well, they made her ugly by making her a fucking cunt, if that's what you mean. She was a cunt in 2 of the 3 movies. In movie 3, she's all right. She's still like, she's a little bit too awesome in movie 3, but at least it's like she's leading the prisoners. That was that was an acceptable leadership role for your 4th character.
Well, the original Uhura was in charge, but she had a softer side too, and was allowed to show it. She never was in those movies.
And by the way, this is yet another Secret Hideout production that has a Death Star. We don't see it. What happens is we have the ultimate power in the universe. It could wipe out a sector. It could wipe out... Yes, that's one of the lines in the movie, Mark. Just plain tacky, but that's your style, isn't it? It's like Alex Kurtzman is talking to himself.
Yep.
And what's weird is they think they're being real self-aware by trolling their own writing. They're like, your name is so stupid and so hard to say. And I'm like, yup, it is. It's not funny. Like if you have I'm not talking like professional comedians. Like, do you have a funny member of your family? Like, it was just kind of a little bit funny. No problem. Just a little bit funny. You know what? Like members of your family, they're about as funny as this.
Aw.
Sean's going to let Dexter out. And then we're going to start. We'll start the movie. Well, maybe Sean has earned no, he's going to watch every minute of this. Like, if I have to, he's going to.
Dexter, you are not ready, bud, for what is about to go on screen.
He wanted a pretzel.
By the way, RRTNZ, I watched Lioness. I watched 4 episodes. And it was okay. Episode 1 wasn't too bad. Episode 2 was not too good. Episode 3 was pretty bad. And episode 4 was awful. And I was like, fuck that! 1923 ended up being the show to watch. The show that was suggested to us first was Lioness. And I was like, when I watched, I was like, I don't know what people mean that Taylor Sheridan's a good writer. And then Nicole Kidman's in it. which is ridiculous because someone said to me when the Nicole Kidman was going to Star Trek rumor was going on. First of all, the source is Tom Connors. He said it wasn't big enough to report, but he said it to me in public on Midnight's Edge member stream. So
Good boy.
That's on the record.
Good boy. Good
Thank
boy.
you. Thank you.
Good boy.
I did my best. I watched the whole movie. I did, and then I made in the corner on the newspapers like I was supposed to.
This is the best. That's the best thing you were just going to see all stream, folks.
Yes.
That actually is.
Was a beautiful looking dog. Yeah.
So here we
He's a
go
good
with the
boy.
Lioness commercial. I'm not going to skip it because we probably need it. Richard Gere is in this.
Folks, last call. If you need to get something next to you, whether that be coffee or something stronger. I'm sober as a judge on this one, T, because you know it would unlock, Well,
Sober
T
is
Bot Swarm.
sober is
stream.
what? Look, the beginning is so preposterous. They think they're Zack Snyder with this purple color grading, and they glitch the logo, and they play this ominous movie retest from like The Meg.
Oh, do you have the subtitles on? Yes,
I,
you
wa-
do.
I want.
Cool.
I want to show everybody this bullshit. I'm going to share this. This is the most expensive special effect, and this is the most important fucking thing to them. Ready? If I stop it every once
Here
in a
we
while,
go,
we'll be
yeah.
okay. First of all,
Horrible
look at this
CGI.
piece of shit.
Oh,
But this is very important.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Get ready for the video game intro of your mission, guys.
Oh, this is the stupidest intro to any mission you've ever seen.
It's like a mission prep, and I've heard several people say this. It's like watching the mission prep on a PlayStation game when we get,
Yep.
when we
This
get
is-
to it.
This is the most-
that was the garbage scow.
Yeah, but they have a garbage scow dishing out the Delta logo. It's held up here in like at least it's close to like 3 colors that we can associate with Star Trek.
So-
Of course, it's black because Into Darkness has been a fulfilled threat. We have been in darkness for a very long time,
And
and
we're
that's
already
the
in
most
trouble.
important thing they show us.
This ship is not Star Trek. It's not Starfleet. There's no NCC registry.
And what's weird
Why
is
is it painting out the Delta?
yeah, it looks like the Nostromo. It looks like somebody's bad kit bash on the Nostromo model. They had like the Nostromo model and like I don't know a child's
It's
freaking boat.
It's the Rasa. It's a reskinned Rasa from Dark Matter.
Yeah. Oh, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it.
Their other ship looks like the Normandy, so why not?
Mm-hmm.
All right, nothing looks. We don't see a saucer-shaped ship with nacelles in this at all. We see the Star Trek logo here. We'll see it in our sit rep, which is awful, by the way. The voice is familiar. If you watch my review, you know who it is. By the way, remember in my review I said it's like reminds me of the movie Eagle Eye because I guess they think that's profound. Alex Kurtzman's a producer on Eagle Eye. So they're reusing their own story beats. So bad, frantic, kooky, make no sense movie Eagle Eye that was just supposed to be like one batshit Twilight Zone episode carried by one good performance. That movie is now considered like that's like Citizen fucking Kane, and that's going to be heavily homaged in this. So here we go. This piece of garbage is 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 34 seconds long. I'm 22 seconds in. There's 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 12 seconds left. And 3, 2, 1, go. Fuck this movie. Oh, see how clever it is? Star Trek's turned backwards, and they turn it around because they're in the mirror universe.
Oh.
It's the
It's
rule of
almost
cool,
like
guys.
Nemesis did that already.
We are in the Cosme room with this, just to let you
We
know.
are. Good. Thank you. I double-checked, but I always like to
Makes
hear
the
the
soul.
confirmation.
Does the forging it advance?
Only as strong as the man who will... Oh, wrong movie.
Yeah, the useless quote. They just find us some quote.
Now, here we go in a
Edgelord shit. Here's our Edgelord shit. We're going to pound this metal for a while.
overly
Pound it.
saturated.
Pound it like Mr. Kurtzman gets pounded from behind if it's like I think, and not that there be anything wrong with that.
Look, they
This
did
looks
this on
like-
some internet site.
This looks like they're in a like an environmental catastrophe of a wasteland in China
they're on
somewhere?
Nimbus 3. It's the Planet of Galactic Peace.
Yeah, they're on like planet like Viagra too, because everyone's gonna need Viagra too after this to ever have sex again.
Yep.
Subsistence
Believe
farming.
me.
Subsistence farming.
In the future,
the first violation where the Terran Empire chooses its emperors by some fucking task that they have to do out in the desert.
Yeah, here's the funny thing about it.
Whereas before, I thought that the emperor just took control because
We
they
saw
were
it
strong.
twice. We've seen
So
it
now
twice.
We have a test.
Now we have a Hunger Games.
We have a Hunger Game. Yeah, it's so stupid.
There you go. Add that to the list of rip-offs. Here we go.
Everything is so co-opted. By the way, this very generic music, you're going to be longing for it. This music's the good old days soon. This is as good as this music gets. And
Why
it
are
is
they
clearly
worse,
recast.
those plants are worse props than TOS.
Yeah,
They look like shit.
they're subsistence farming.
By the
too.
way, I
Why?
would want to have a windmill that didn't have any. Like, I would cover my windmill with thin gauze so it wouldn't catch the wind too. It works amazingly good for what it is. I guess it's space cheesecloth.
They have replicators, right? Or resynthesized protein. Why are they randomly subsistence farming in the middle
I know
of
they
nowhere?
already have resynthesized plot.
Yeah.
Why not just
Now they
Is
are
it true that
using
you eat and drink your own poop and pee, Captain
They
Archer?
pulled this off the back lot wherever this was filmed because this is just a lawn chair.
This could be
like,
filmed
with
anywhere.
heat in the middle. Like you get those little outdoor things with the propane burner in the middle. That's all this is. Like I could go to Home Depot and buy one of these.
Yes.
Oh,
right
Alex Kurtzman loves him some fire. When we see fire, that's like to him, that's profound. We see fire generator machines that serve no other purpose than to shoot fire like 3 times in this movie. I'll point them
now.
out.
And
Girl
what is
with
this?
nothing in common with Michelle Yeoh on screen is the young Michelle Yeoh.
And notice patchwork residents, dirty place, dirty skin, but their clothes are perfectly fine.
Yes.
No holes, no holes in them.
Also, folks, if you're not watching, the color tone on this is so skewed yellow orange. You can't see anything other than black and white. It's black, white, and like this goldenrod color. And that's it. And also, we're getting another repeat. This is another Discovery way to film. 9 out of 10 shots are, no more than 5 seconds per shot. They cut the tops of the head off of every single person. Every single one, their head gets cut off because they have to zoom in so close to hide from the fact they have no set. They have no set.
They have absolutely no set. And Sean, you've seen this, and I've seen everything. So, Sean, when they go to the ship later on, that weird Nostromo-like ship, doesn't that look curiously like a soundstage that just has nothing done to it? It's just a mass of electrical cables twisted around a spool and a pillar.
I don't blame these people for their apparent bad acting for this poison.
Oh, they were told to sell this too. Yeah, they were told you got to do this. You got to make this work.
Bad direction.
So
Remains
that's
strong. The Empire remains strong.
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 Yeah.
Cut. Say
We
strong.
want to be strong.
Strong. It's
We're
not
strong.
strong. It's STRONG, not STRONK. Unless you're going to make a strong meme. No.
We are strong.
Yeah, they Pac-Led quoted there.
She identifies as a Packwood, okay? So do the writers.
Admiral Teag, check the subspace channel.
Sure.
Even the blood in this is like black.
Well,
You don't even see the red. You don't even see the red in the blood. That's how off the colors are here.
One lucky person gets a chance to hang out with us after the show. One day we're gonna do a lottery where one lucky or unlucky person gets to hang out and read our private chat and see what horrible human beings we are. We are saving Star Trek, and we are sick people.
They also ripped off the music right there from Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I
We
thought
don't
it
need
was
to go back
Godzilla
and
minus
listen to it.
one.
No, it was ripped off of Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Maybe because she reminds me of Gojira minus one for a few reasons.
Yeah, they just did it. And why they're
that
mass
works.
transporting in all of these near universe
Did-
types?
Yeah,
Do you
because
notice
the Emperor is chosen by a test, not by force.
A Hunger Game, yeah. And she just told their stupid story, guys, about how she had a boyfriend and she had to turn against him. So of course we know this is going to be the boyfriend.
Or pizza.
Well, that's because it was less a Hunger Game and more of a Squid Game. So they had a Squid
If only
Game.
Squid Game had Squid Game this year, huh?
I liked season 2, but that's for another show. We can debate that.
I just heard it had a lot less Squid Game. I haven't watched either season. I only know that guy from The Acolyte. He's a genius.
I like
Close
Squid
Encounters
Game,
of the Third Kind, says Tim. Yeah, Empress Hoshi did use poison against Captain Archer, so they stole that from Better Trek 2. Yeah, that's right. And these are the outfits from Helldivers 2.
For democracy, of course.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, did you notice we made sure to keep the progress flag in the middle there? The progress bar is extremely important. That's what all these people care about. That is this entire justification for this Star Trek, by the way.
Why do they have swords?
Right. Well,
Because they had swords in Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
And she had...
and the final
They
fight
can't
has them
afford to draw the phaser
conveniently-
line.
No, yeah, and you need them for the final fight in the movie, conveniently placed on the ship.
The
By the way,
stupidest. We are two.
When she has that sword out, do you think she's going to yell by the power of Grayskull? And that woman is slightly familiar, the actress who plays like the head of like the Terran Emperor High Priest. By the way, just call me crazy, but this isn't like an officer and a gentleman where you have a sergeant train the captain. You're going to make an emperor. You're going to beat the fuck out of all your emperors until one of them emerges the winner. What's that person going to do when you make them all powerful? It's like, I want everybody who put me through that Hunger Games shit killed.
So
Yeah,
I also want to
horseshit
say
premise.
there are no less than 4 times that I counted where the writers do not know how to use I or me.
Oh, here we
Because
go.
they-
Here we go. This is so dumb.
Video game entrance. Yeah,
Video game entrance. Data dump.
It's Eagle Eye. It's exactly the movie Eagle Eye.
yeah, look at this fucking video game.
Everything's redacted, even though they're the secret organization.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I hate to do this. All right, we've made it 9 minutes and 18 seconds. This is the first point where I started texting that I hate. I think that was when I texted out, it's just so
It's a
dumb.
fucking Call of Duty mission
Is-
intro.
Did they do this in Oceans 13, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? To me, this was like an Oceans movie.
We're rolling at 9:20.
Yeah.
Oh, here, this is what I wanted to show you. Look, guys, look at the screen. You notice how everything is redacted, but you can kind of see characters underneath?
Yeah.
They were so afraid they didn't have the creativity to write up a fake bio that they could put on there, or they were too afraid to be nailed down to it. Because the screenshot from Enterprise, mirror, mirror, when you see Archer's bio, if you expand it, you can read it, and it's like 2,000 words wrong. Am I wrong, people?
What?
In yesterday's Enterprise, if you go to the mirror, mirror in Memory Alpha, right? If you go to mirror, mirror in Memory Alpha, there's a screenshot from the episode, but it's just the screen on the computer where he sees Jonathan Archer's biography, and it's Mirror Archer, and he's like, I don't have anything in common with that person. He's weak.
yeah.
He negotiates. When he walks past the screen, you see the text on it, and it's just for a moment. Someone screen capped it and put it on Memory Alpha, and it's like it's a 2,000 word biography of Jonathan Archer.
Wow.
So
They
this
were
is a
afraid
lazy video game. This isn't even like
They were too
an
afraid to
RPG
commit.
with too much in it that
They're
you're
too
never going to
afraid
read.
commit.
Yeah.
It takes place in the Escape from New York timeline. I knew it.
Yeah, but
9
this
minutes and
video game
23,
thing-
rolling again. Go ahead.
Fucking Call of Duty intro.
Do you
Oh, yeah.
just
Here we go. She
join
walks
Section
through-
31?
By the way, there used to be an anomaly, but now they call it a passageway.
Okay.
This is a mistake. Here we go. All right, so look.
Wait for it to go to the right spot.
Oh, all right, listen,
Go
guys,
over
just
further.
keep this in mind. It's going to come in handy in only a couple of minutes. This orange line is the border of the Federation. There are all these planets and space stations all over the place, but this orange line is the edge of the Federation. We have to go there because of like some super stupid treaty, and like the reason why
treaty.
it's a big fucking deal. But here's the thing: when we go to the space station, which is located like just across this orange line, when we get there, it says "far from Federation space." It's literally abuts it. 9:37 rolling. Here it is. That's your MacGuffin.
There's your MacGuffin.
Oh, yeah.
From crossing over the.
It's
Okay,
no
pause.
bigger than
Okay,
a
okay.
bowling
Go up a
ball.
little bit. Get ready to pause. Okay, pause.
There's the orange border, and the Starfleet logo is the location.
Starbase 11 is like way past that. Starbase 17, Starbase 11, Vega, all of these locations. Trill is technically outside of the Federation. Look at that. They can't
And we
even
don't
do their
know,
own
by the way-
stupid map right.
Well, we don't know where the fuck they are, so they're not bound by their stupid map at all, because this could be 900 years in the future, or this could be 100 years in the past. We
Admiral,
don't know.
How do you build multiple star bases outside of your own territory?
You lose. Maybe you lose. Obviously, they're just using the Starfleet logo as like a little member berry here, and it's just like, okay, that's a data point. That's a data point. They don't know how to use the. They don't know how to use the data. They don't know how to use a Starfleet logo.
They effed up. If
these guys made a World War II movie, MacArthur would be wearing a swastika.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck
they
they're
effed
doing.
up so hard.
Surprise, everybody! They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Everybody, there was great consternation. Everyone was really surprised. All right, 3, 2, 1, 9:54. This is like when we watch Picard 1.
A third starbase outside of Federation space.
This dog bites with the best of from Star Trek Discovery. I'm surprised she was holding the phaser the right way.
This reminds me of a Mission Impossible ripoff game I had on my cell phone.
Now, this is the intro to a
It's not
TV
gonna be
show,
as good.
and they didn't understand how to make it into a movie opener, so they just said, F it, we'll stick with the TV show opener. This is a space station? Why
Yeah,
it's
it
shaped
looks
like
like
this?
Looks like a brooch that my grandmother wore.
Mm-hmm.
So I like it. My grandma was cute. She was a nice old lady. But not a nasty old lady like Gregorio. So here she is. She wears a mask for no reason. I'm sure it's really Michelle Yeoh, though.
Electric guitar with a bunch of distortion, because that's
This
Star
riff
Trek.
is the best thing in the whole movie, by the way, guys. Look at these boots that she chooses to wear. Like, everyone knew a chick who had those in college if you're, like, my age.
Hey, we're on Kento Bite, everybody.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we're on that weird gambling
Oh,
planet.
wait, add
this
the
movie.
Last Jedi to rip off.
By the way, notice that, like, as far as background actors, we have the minimum. The props department could have made them. That's our hot chick. She could use a fucking trip to the gym. Fifth Element.
There's the Stay Puft, man.
And that's a microphone from our world. I own that goddamn microphone.
Their technology level is below
tricorders,
ours.
You guys, wait till you see the Samsung tricorders that we see later.
And by the way, the world's most obvious people in the world are as obvious as they look. The laughing Vulcan.
Oh, God.
Although in this world, a calm Vulcan
Here
would
it is.
be.
Here it is.
Ugh.
There's
No one cares, you fucking douchebag.
They said climax.
that person is definitely
What you said?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's each gender right there.
Yes.
They're a dyad in the farce. Yeah, you're right. When they turned away, they had that one hoop earring.
Mm-hmm.
Idea for a watch party. MacArthur starring Gregory Peck. Maybe it's built off the bones of Patton and it's depressing.
This is the chick from the Galactic Star Cruiser.
Wait, what about Gregory?
It probably.
Peck?
By the way, here it is. Someone wants to watch
Folks,
MacArthur.
For those with low tolerance, Michelle Yeoh is about to eat an eye.
She's a cannibal
put it
in this
in her
world
mouth.
too, and drop
Yep.
the optic nerve into her drink.
Yep.
I hate this movie.
Oh my god, that fucking look.
Fuck these people. And by the way, Gregory Peck, I think because of Ethan Peck being new Spock, maybe not. I think maybe Gregory Peck would be too painful. I don't know. Give me a couple weeks after this movie.
12 O'Clock High. I like that. That's a good Gregory Peck movie.
That is a good movie.
Great study in the leadership, too.
She
Character
didn't
study
even
in
chew
command.
the eye, by the way.
I know. That's the best part of it.
Look at there's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man singing there with
No, she's from the Galactic Star Cruiser.
All these props are from the Galactic
we're
Star
on
Cruiser.
the Galactic Star Cruiser right now.
I speculate that we are. Like, they just called their buddies at Disney. They're like, you know those executive producerships we gave you for the money we stole? And by the way, guys, if you're looking for the money that people say where did it go from the movie, from the TV show Rings of Power, I think it went here.
Drug use, right here.
Only 11 minutes in. Gene would have loved this, huh?
Are we
I
allowed?
wonder
Are
how
we
many
allowed to call out
extras-
that this is just booger sugar?
Oh, yeah. I wonder how many
It's like
extras-
Jillian marching powder.
Hey, you should watch it. There I am with the green hair. It's the one day where they had it. They were allowed about 40 extras.
They needed a credit card. She just puts her booger sugar into her alcoholic beverage.
And drank the optic nerve.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
She's
here
an
we go
asshole,
with
and I hate her.
Her powers of
That was. They thought that was
deception.
cool
You got
too.
another one. You got another 5.
Let's cut the shit. So there's another one.
Oh, hey,
That's number
thank
2.
you. Let me get to that. I'm in like 3 different environments at once, guys. RTNZ says, "Wow, she's essentially Space Hitler." Yup, Starfleet knows this and where she is and how dangerous she is, and they leave her free to run a nightclub. What the fuck? They're not leaving her free to run a nightclub. They know they can't beat her because she's so damn awesome.
Okay, this is
They're
where
recruiting her.
We get the data dump.
Oh yeah, here comes a lot of info. Thank you, RTNZ. You are a jet.
Okay, number 3, sexy time. High-end neck.
High-end Mac. What's with her fucking voice?
I don't know, but she either phoned this in or she's overrated or both.
No, I think honestly, I'm going to give it to you like straight. I think that this is so bad and so weird and so fucked up that she just doing her best. Well, like at this point, she's.
Oh,
That's
there
a
we
lot
go.
closer to her actual voice than it was in the series. So she's just there to collect the paycheck, flip them off on the way out.
Yeah.
If
I
this
mean,
were real Trek,
it's 12
he
million
wouldn't
bucks.
go-
They did it to themselves.
If this were real Trek, he wouldn't go insane from Ponfar. He would go insane from not having Ponfar.
Lack of Ponfar, I know.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, they also here comes the part where we find out they stole from Men in Black too.
Yep.
Yeah.
RTNZ, thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate the
They
generous super
uglify
chat.
Lieutenant Garrett so hard by putting her in this
What the fuck was that move?
present day Twitter shit poster cat lady costume. I'm trying to
And
be
by
nice.
the way, she's got an okay body if it's your date to the fucking dance in 7th grade. This chick is just so devoid of curves.
I don't
We're not
know.
even talking-
I
she
think
doesn't
they
even
did
have a
that.
tomboyish charm.
I think they did that to her on purpose.
Yeah.
It's very possible. I'm not saying this actress. I'm saying Rachel Garrett is now a real plain ugly bitch. And she's an asshole, too.
Well, the actress is also extremely skinny. Like,
The actress is so thin. She is so thin. She probably has something wrong with her that makes her thin. Everybody has like a freaky story in this version of Star Trek. MacArthur Park. Someone left the cake out in the rain. It took so long to bake it.
Okay, also, they don't know what Section 31 is. Section 31 is a rogue element where you just kind of blackmail and recruit people to do what you want for them. And they all do this behind the scenes. Here in this movie, Section 31 is just the CIA. Or maybe the KGB.
Actually, in this world,
That's
Section
it.
31 is the most redundant operation of all time because we have like layer upon layer of Federation security services, and
Yep.
I guess you need more, all of them, because every single member of the Federation is a spy. And in Strange New Worlds, is there anyone in that crew that isn't working for a secret organization? A different one? Connie's a time traveler. Una's a fucking undercover augment. Pike is an open moron. Dr. Mabanga's secretly white. I mean, who knows? Dr. Mabanga's a murderer who, like, was terrible to his kid.
But notice this group of Section 31 people who do all the ending of life and subterfuge and stuff have a Starfleet lieutenant there to make sure that they don't do the ending of life and subterfuge. So what do they exist for if she's there to watch them? Like, oh my god, this is so stupid. At least the Delton gets fried.
Zeph, and then she says, "You look like a Swiss Army knife." Present day talk.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
when the Delton gets
fried, whatevs.
Yeah, who the hell would know what a
get ready. Get
who
ready.
has a Swiss Army knife in this world?
Oh.
When you're,
wait, I
you're
thought
by the way,
crappy Irish
accent. Okay, stop.
He's Australian.
Okay, you stop
Don't
for a
blame the Irish for this guy. The Vulcan is Irish.
He has
Vulcan's a shitty Irish accent.
He has mech dysmorphia. There's no such thing. He has body dysmorphia. Body dysmorphia is a mental illness. The definition
right, he has mech dysmorphia
is
which they're trying to. They didn't invent a really good fake disease at all. This isn't even as good as Berthold Reyes.
What are they saying?
Go back 10 seconds. Go back 10 seconds. When you're talking about the suit, talking about your suit.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your suit. You know what, lady? I'll take fucking rice with that and 2 dumplings. But look at our honeypot chick. Go to the gym! Dressing like a slut does not make you hot.
Right. About the suit. You're talking about Zeph. So then he talks about himself in third. That's what we call mecha dysmorphia. They made up a disease that's just actually body dysmorphia, and we're like,
they gave it to a guy. It's by the way, that's most commonly to women. Body dysmorphia.
So they gave it to the one white guy on the group because.
Don't worry, he's going to die soon. Germ was so right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all knew it, but Germ said it right away. He was the first one to say it.
I predicted that the black and white cookie person, that half of them was going to be a villain and half a good guy, and it was the white half was going to be the bad villain.
Oh, it could have been.
It was too difficult of an alien to have that far in the movie. By this point, by the way, when we watched it the first time, when I watched it the first time, by the time I got to this point, I had forecast my way to about 65 minutes into the movie. Anyone else? I was about 70%. I had figured out 70% of what I was going to see. Yep. I had a little bit of question about when I would see it, but I knew who was going to die and when. They fooled me mildly once. By the way, someone's going to die soon, and they're going to get like swept away into the fucking it's the Infinity Gauntlet, right? They're going to get snapped.
You know it can't be this one because they're DEI protected. And Michelle Yeoh makes too much money, so it's not her.
It's somebody who's already been identified as a heterosexual.
Yep.
Let's see. Not having seen this, let me guess. This goes about as well as if you remember the Mod Squad reboot they had in about 2000.
That was a masterpiece by comparison. A masterpiece by comparison. That movie admitted there were cops and had them with badges in like 20 minutes, man.
Yeah. All right, we can keep moving on. I just wanted to point this out that they created a fake disease to give to the one white dude that was a fake disease because they don't actually know anything about that disease, but then they pretend like there's nothing wrong with it. Like
This
we're
guy
going to
can
have
look like
Section 31 that have serious mental, a serious mental illness, and
this
and
guy
they
can
just
look like
refuse to address it. Right? They refuse.
it's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah, mental illness
It's
is a joke to these
It's a
people.
joke. It's a joke. Okay, so he's got mech dysmorphia. They're trying to scale it up to a Star Trek thing. And like they don't believe me, they don't know the difference, so don't worry. This guy's wearing a suit from our world. Oh, there's too much shit from our world in here. And by the way, he can look like anything he wants. He has like total and complete control of his like shape shifting, and he chooses to look like this. I'm not saying he's horrible looking, but like maybe I'd look like Anson Mount.
Maybe dress a little sharper.
They only had he had to wear his own wardrobe. The
Maybe
wardrobe
don't be
got
fat.
him the role. Yeah, maybe don't be fat, exactly. Don't wear contact lenses? I don't know.
This is from a thrift shop.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking exactly that I had that suit in my hands, except that it had dollar bills for the plaid, and I almost bought it because it was so tacky. I was like, this is out of control bad. I was like, I could wear this in my punk band for the rest of my life. It's like I'll always be set with this. But
Right.
so, by the way, the guy who's the mech, I just want to say really quick, their outlook on this, and we're like 20% of the way finished, guys, so don't be too sad. His outlook, does anybody else get this? The guy, the mech warrior, the meta behind building him was, this guy is just like, he's all about guys and their toys, and we'll show guys up for doing that, for having toys. He's obsessed with his gadgets and gears like a regular dude, like the scumbags who like our show. Right? Am I right?
Yeah, he was.
He's got
I think
gadgets
they had a
and-
leftover spacesuit from a failed program, and they decided
from
to
probably
put it
from
on.
Halo. It's
They had a
probably
Halo
leftover
suit
from Halo.
with some Borg stuff that was laying
Borg
around.
shit, yeah.
And they had some Borg shit laying around. And then they were like, like you said, they called the Halo people. And then, like, by the way, it's going to get even stupider really fast here, guys. So bear with us. But
He's got gadgets and
just-
gizmos aplenty. He's got
Yeah.
Uzi and what's it galore.
Oh,
1912 rolling.
They
So
look right up the Rachel Garrett character right there with that.
When we
purple
see her
hair.
later, her skin looks like shit. This is Hollywood. They could makeup on her. She has like serious sun and wind burn on her face.
Here's the Guardians of the Galaxy / Men in Black character.
This is so fucking stupid. I say
yeah,
Men in Black.
Here we
Men in
go,
Black did it
Men in Black,
first.
yeah.
We are the Men in Black.
It's the galaxy.
Look, it
isn't
even looks like the
funny-
Men in Black control room.
Yep.
Yeah. And isn't it funny that the thing they're trying to find looks like a big jewel, just like in Men in Black, and it's a small thing that can be mistaken for anything else.
Yeah.
Like a
And
bowling
it's the-
ball.
And it's the joke playing with Sai's perspective from Star Trek Into Darkness or Star Trek Beyond.
A
A
bootleg
bootleg
Why
Vulcan
did they like
as
conveyance.
opposed to a non-bootleg Vulcan conveyance. Why would he make it Vulcan if he's not
By
going
the
to
way,
emotions?
I hate this. By the way, the Vulcan has emotional problems. I'm going to stop this right here. This is an Alex Kurtzman trope that I can't stand. Alex Kurtzman's favorite movie that Alex Kurtzman has nothing to do with is U.S. Marshals and The Fugitive. Tommy Lee Jones and his fucking gang of insufferable cops who are the only police that I say, like, it's time to defund them. Their annoying, overlapping, snappy dialogue. Maybe it seemed real in 1993, and I've said again and again, Alex Kurtzman is stuck in the early 90s. These guys are the fucking feds from U.S. Marshals and fucking The Fugitive. They stole. What kind of person steals from The Fugitive?
Notice the blue color tone that contrasts with the gold color tone of the Galactic Star Cruiser.
Hold on a
I
second.
came home, there was a man in my house.
Go ahead.
That weird, almost turquoise blue, green, like in aqua. I don't know. I don't know my colors. Aquamarine.
I would say it's aquamarine is a good way to put it. It's not seafoam. His suit is seafoam right now in this light.
It's
For the
100%
next
lighting.
moment.
It's almost
Yeah.
pond scum green.
Yeah, And by the way, remember like Jerry Finnerman, lighting director from TOS, and the way the light would hit Kirk's eyes and other people, Edith Keeler's eyes, and how great it was. And in this, look at this shit. It looks like everyone's inside a dirty goddamn fish tank.
Mr. Germ, do you now see why I said I had to apologize to your avatar?
Yeah, that's insulting.
So
I'm gonna have to change the color pattern.
might be
Guys,
wise. Might be wise.
We love you, so maybe what we'll do is we'll let you see just how bad this suit is. Remind me to get rid of this before I I almost accidentally bought new features. StreamYard's a fucking pain in the ass now. Remind me to get rid of it. Confirm it's gone before I go forward. Here we go, guys. This is how bad this suit is. Let's give you a good look at it. And look at that dialogue. So everyone's stuttering, snapping, self-interrupting. We have a crowd of people here. Everybody is talking at once, over each other, snapping at each other, cutting each other off, finishing each other's sentences, overlapping dialogue. And what happens? We have one character goes extra nuts. This Irish fucking Vulcan.
It's bad Irish Vulcan.
This is
Yeah.
this is such a bad robot thing, right? These are the people, they're cross-associated with Rings of Power, so what do they have? Bad stage Irish, so we got to do it too.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Quick observation. Common theme you're going to see, everyone, folks. When the entire group of people is in danger or something just extraordinarily dangerous happened, they will spend 3 minutes quipping insults at each other, making jokes.
Which makes it all the more weighty, like 25 minutes later when they're like, my best friend just died. And it's like, wait a minute, you've had like 2 things go on since then. You had a meal. It's really fucking bullshit. It's like, this is like, at the end of the day at Disneyland, it's like, well, how was your day? It's like, my kid died on Space Mountain. It's like, what? That's horrible. It's like, as darkness falls, how do you feel? Oh, it was 10 a.m. We're okay. That happened earlier in the day. We've had lunch since then. It's like, what? It's like, that's the level of appropriateness here. That's the level of appropriateness.
Let's push this thing going on because I don't know how much longer I can take.
Keep going.
Looking at this.
3, 2, 1. Is it confirmed gone? It's gone, right? It's off.
Oh, we're not going. It's not going yet. It's not going yet.
No, I said it's gone off the stream.
It's still on Cosme.
Yeah.
It's still
we're at
burning
20
my
minutes
eyes.
and 25 seconds. 3, 2, 1, action. So here, the Vulcan is based on Tilly. He's mentally incompetent, and he goes nuts and just blurts out plot elements. And this is in every Alex Kurtzman show now. The mentally incompetent character who self-interrupts, cuts themselves off, and blurts out plot. She's supposed to be hot. Is she supposed to be hot? She's like off-putting. Get away from me, freaky lesbian. Oh, she just used her sex magic on him.
Oh, yeah. We learned that Delton's just her mind control people. It has nothing to do with pheromones or it's just they can telepathically seduce people.
If you think Rachel Garrett looks bad now, wait till you see her in like an hour.
Yeah. Color inside the lines. Okay, that's reference number 5 of present day talk.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. You know what? It's time to fix crayonettes, as they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say that I just finished some pomegranate wine and it's delicious.
This is just weird babble about life. You've murdered so many people. Why are we laughing? Why are we laughing at that?
He's like Elon. Oh, you've murdered so many people. Yeah, so cool.
Yeah, it's like let me make a hard to interpret hand gesture next. I hate Quasi.
Oh yeah, this is Data.
Data,
what the
no.
fuck is it?
Is that supposed to be Data Node? Is that supposed to be
Data? Like your mama.
Right, I know that, but right. Oh, you don't think is he supposed to be Dr. No or Data Node? What's the inspiration? Nothing's original here, so.
Oh, Mark Harkness. No, this is never addressed. This is never
the
touched.
hell he's supposed to
What,
be,
this weapon?
He was a ripoff character from the Angel. What the hell
Oh.
is that one called?
Buffy.
No, the Robot
the
Girl
loose-
movie.
Alita Battle Angel.
Yeah, that one. He was the main thug.
That was supposed to be some flirtatious thing going on there.
And by the way, yeah, everybody gets to be friends by being dicks to each other. That just like in the real world.
Yeah.
Alex Kurtzman does not understand friendship.
I love what Gavin said.
Now, I want to point out, being dicks to each other is part of friendship, but, like, we, the members of the panel, only started being dicks to each other after, like, 3 weeks of being together, and we felt comfortable about it.
There it is,
They're
folks.
doing
That
this
thing-
and they just met.
that little
Yeah,
thing that guy
this
has
is so
holding
insane.
fruit.
This is important, by the way. This is important exposition they're showing, not telling. How is this guy still functioning when the thing that runs his brain is out of his brain?
He's on autopilot.
Yeah, or there's a 5G uplink to him, a 5G tether.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Lotus is Irish. His stage actor Irish. He's trying to sound like Colin Farrell's normal voice.
Why does he dress like an old woman, too? With the necklace? He dresses like Mark Zuckerberg / an old lady you'd see at church or something.
Yeah.
If this guy was a car, he'd be leaking tranny fluid, all right?
Well,
Mark Harkness. Shh.
Hey,
You're
read by
making
nature.
sense. Shush. Mark Harkness is
Gregorio's
making
time is
logical
about
points
2260. Rachel Garrett would be a lieutenant in 2325 or so.
here.
The thing is
logical points allowed.
everybody might be 900 years in the future. They say when she came here. They don't give the present star date. They say present day, which is what they always do. By the way, that's how they capture the guy. They don't phase him. They don't stun him. They punch him once. Now, that looked like that was going to be a callback. Like, that was going to be that character's thing. One. And then, like, someone else would do it. And you go, oh, one. Yeah. It was, like, stolen right from... Add that to your list, the Two Towers, Sean.
That's right.
so they're like, here, we're going to walk in and punch him and take it. She says, no. I have a simpler idea.
Does anybody... Is anybody...
Oh, there it is.
By the way, this-
Wait. This thing that
Blowing
he's
up
holding
your phone
can
now.
destroy an entire quadrant of the galaxy. So we've gone from the Pilati ball that can destroy and create a black hole, and no, not small enough. This thing can destroy a quadrant.
And it's yet it's a bioweapon. Yet it's a bioweapon. Do they understand what the difference is? Then we just, without saying shit, we switch for this to be the remote control for a doomsday machine. We push one button and it attacks from the other side of what they used to think was an anomaly, but turned out to be a mysterious passage. That's still an anomaly, you stupid fucks!
Yeah. Here we have the $10 set that still looks like foam.
And look, this looks like Bob Hoskins from fucking Spice World, which is, again, a
still
better
like the
movie.
Galactic Star Cruiser.
I just want to say Spice World is a better movie.
Pair MacGuffin and magic bullshit device. There it is.
By
There's
the way,
magic
his
bullshit
MacGuffin, his MacGuffin, doesn't it look like one of those things you have to click on in like the economy of a video game? It's like, do you want to upgrade your weapon? And it's like you see all these little things that look just like that.
Okay. Here we go. Pause.
This gets so
please.
stupid.
Pause, please.
We made it pretty far that time. We made it 6 minutes.
Pause, please. There we
Yeah,
go.
here we go.
Okay.
This is based on an episode of
Michelle
TNG.
Yes, exactly. She sets these two things on the devices that make them go quote unquote out of phase. Now, Admiral Teag is correct. This is from Star Trek The Next Generation, the episode called The Next Phase. Where
One of the good
there was
Deanna ones. One of the only good
season
Deanna ones,
5.
not called Menage a Troy.
Season 5, episode 24 from 18th of May, 92. Geordi and Ensign Rowe have some type of transporter accident, and they are pushed, quote unquote, out of phase. So they are basically ghosts, witness their own funeral. Nobody can detect them except for something at the very last minute. They do something that Lieutenant Commander Data recognizes as unnatural, and they're able to bring them back into phase.
Sean, do
At
we
no
have a Romulan?
point-
I mean, I'm sorry, JT. Do we have a Romulan also out of phase with them
Yes.
who gets
Yes.
kicked through the wall of the ship, which is something that should have happened? These people should have just fallen through the floor into space, and that would have ended the movie right here, and we all would have been much happier.
I can nerd explain that away because they do have gravity planing, and gravity could technically work even with something that was out of phase.
I'm quoting Critical Drinker, so I'm right, but I'm quoting the Critical Drinker, so I can't be wrong, right? Because he's a mightier YouTuber than us by something like 100,000 subs. I'm sorry, 1 million. 100,000 to 1 on our sub rate. So much mightier YouTuber than us. Well, not sorry, 300,000 to 1.
If you're still enough in phase to be seen, you're in phase enough to be hit with this phaser and have a detrimental effect on your person. That's the way
John,
that
you're taking out. You're taking off, John. I hope we entertained you. I'm sorry we didn't get through the whole movie. This is like, we were just told that like how this is going to be a fate changer for Star Trek, and that makes it very important to us because here's the deal: the last time they were going to change Star Trek's fate, Picard season 3 happened, and a lot of the biggest reasons that people thought it sucked, and a lot of the intellectual homework was done by none other than yours truly. For which I was very kindly rewarded by Doomcock when I only had a couple hundred subs. And I thank DC again for validating me as a Star Trek critic. And you know what? I don't blame him for not wanting any part of this. But you know what? This is the life we have chosen for ourselves. You know what? As far as this Star Trek goes these days, I don't want it near schools. I don't want it around children. Just keep it in the bad neighborhoods. Let them lose their souls.
Good night, John. Sleep
Anyway,
well,
let's keep going through this abomination. Yeah, John just says he's tired. Thank you, sir, for joining.
I was tired when I watched. I had just woken up when I started this movie, and I fell asleep 20 minutes in and had to start it again. So it might not be you, John. Like when you walk away from the computer, you might feel invigorated. All right, 3, 2, 1, action at 26:28. We only have about an hour left, but there's credits. So this is a very Star Trek looking gun.
Oh, yeah.
Now, by the way, guys, notice this. The guns work like blasters.
That's coming out of your security deposit. LOL.
Yeah, like I said, your sister, who's kind of clever, is funnier than anyone in this movie. If you have a sister or like a family member like that, these jokes are on the level of funny family member.
I'm an only child, and my sister's funnier than this.
Yeah, all right. Everyone wishes John the Beagle Dad good luck in the beginning of his search. Take your time with that one, buddy. We're all thinking about you. Are you sure you're human? Most days. So non-answers litter the entire script. No one could just say, yeah. In fact, it's all Edge talking bullshit.
Mystery box.
You're welcome, John.
Yep.
So we knew exactly who this guy was, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder who this could be. He is skilled in the arts.
It's Smilo Ren. It's guys. I did this in the review too. It's a character from Acolyte. Look, she's got a Google Echo on her. I'm sorry. She has an Amazon dot on her belt.
Yes.
By the way,
and then we get subjected to our second fight scene in
John,
5 minutes.
I'm sorry, radioactive.
Own on this guy strength wise, I think it's incredible.
Michelle Yeoh might have the ability in the form even at 63 to do some fighting, but I don't think it's her. That's why they're blurring her face and making her phase out.
Look at this choreography is so bad. This is like the worst. Oh my god!
Oh, it gets worse later when she gets thrown off a ship.
The choreography is bad. The cinematography is horrible.
I'm waiting for.
Oh, it's really bad.
The red guards to come in.
The color, everything.
Okay, Germ. So it's not just us. What's your impression of this fight scene, Germ?
Look how retarded that was. That was like coyote stuff.
Rewind it. Go back. Watch the wall come out before he does.
There.
Watch this. The wall blows away, and then a half second later, he comes out.
And the way he comes through the wall, it's like Warner Brothers cartoons, Bugs Bunny Roadrunner style. It's like almost his silhouette. Yeah. The wall shoots forward, and he comes running through.
Watch how fake this is.
So obviously, this is her old boyfriend, guys. Spoiler alert. Everyone knows it.
Here we come.
By the way, if you think this fight's bad, wait till later when she gets thrown off a sheer surface where she can't survive and then comes climbing up the other side anyway.
Oh, wait, did you rewind it to show that wall break?
No, it's right here.
So notice phasers work like blasters. That's important, guys. Phasers
Right
work
here,
like
right here.
blasters. There.
Yep. See it
So
completely.
retarded.
The wall came through, and then he's like half a second later comes through the fucking hole.
The people who made this are fucking morons!
Knife fighting. Knife fighting. Like, come on. Also, the static that's supposed to be like them being in and out of phase is really fracking annoying in your
to hide
headphones.
the fact
Oh, I have that
he's
sound effect.
60-something
It's from
years old.
Soundforge 19.
Yikes. Okay, that's modern day reference number 7, I
There
believe.
we- oh wait, what did the die 12 come up with right there?
Now, you know what? I'll say this. Yikes is 80 years old. That's an antiquated reference.
Okay, so we're back down to 6.
Look
No,
at
I'm
this
saying,
one.
like, not only is it a modern day reference, it's like shows that Alex Kurtzman's out of touch. So hit a guy with a helmet with a bottle in the head. Now remember, blasters, phasers work like blasters until now. Now is the stream of death and a slow, painful disintegration. Cavus Fijo had a phaser like that.
Yes.
Also,
Also,
Vivis Cajo, is that it?
Yeah. Yeah. No one does anything, by the way. They're all just
Yeah,
standing.
no, that was supposed to be our laugh right there, that the talent just clears off the stage. Which is the same joke from The Fifth Element.
Why did they
kick
flip
she
that?
just did?
Why did they
Philippa-
flip the screen all weird?
Oh, I know.
So anyway, turns out Felipe Gurgel has a magical bullshit device with her MacGuffin. And then she goes running around through walls until she can't.
Oh, she has to go get the
Look
MacGuffin.
at this. Look at this choreography. It's like 1,
Smells
2,
like
3,
shite.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's
Yeah, right?
Can we
Michelle,
stop?
This guy is like
Get
sick.
her leg up 2 feet off the ground.
He's a 65-year-old man. Do you have to beat him up this bad? You burned half his fucking face off, you bitch.
If you go back, guys, and watch this fight later, it is so bad. She's out of shape, old. This went on far too long, and it was unneeded.
Wow, Enterprise Dead Stop and yesterday's Enterprise are almost tied.
Wait. In the bottom right, is that a guy from the camera crew?
Yes!
Dude with a t-shirt and a goatee and some glasses. Look at that.
Oh, can you?
It
can you
is!
slow scroll that or back?
No, you can only...
10 seconds, but we can watch it again.
There he is. Right. Oh,
No, he's just an extra. It's just their extras are normal humans. They did nothing to make them look better. The thing is, that's the Alex Kurtzman I know. And I said this before. Notice he has no experience or ability to use background actor. Now, Sean, you'd know this better than me, but am I correct in saying you're a background actor before you're a principal? You're a background director before you're a principal director.
Yeah, you're a first AD.
So I'm going to guess that he was a Nepo hire who never did it because he's terrified of background actors. And the other thing is he doesn't use them right. If you use background actors right, Jerm and I talked about this. In 1923, they use a background actor right, or 1883.
Yeah.
Jerm and I talked about this at length. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, even PAs, which are what they call production assistants, have better direction than what we're seeing. Like a general PA who's basically a lemming and an intern not getting paid for it can direct extras better than what we just saw.
They get paid for it, but they don't get the big money. But they're very important to they're on their way to getting a card.
Get pennies on the dollar compared to what
They get
other folks
nothing.
Get. Yeah,
they get nothing. They get meals. That's
get
why people are
meals,
so
yeah.
pissed when there's no food because there's no money to buy it. But
Yeah,
the
they get
production
like $100 a
assistants,
day. That's it, and they're working 20 hours.
they're working. They work really long. The thing is that and then they're not allowed to ever get like in any way upset. But they're in the pecking order to maybe get a better job because you can become an assistant director after that. So the Alex Kurtzman never was an assistant director, so he doesn't know how to hire assistant directors, and he doesn't know what they should do. Is my take on this. If we had a normal fight scene in a normal show, I talked about this with Jerm in 1883. The Duttons walk into a bar with some other badasses with guns. They sit down at the bar and they talk. What they did was first they walk in, they talk to someone in the back of the bar, then they walk back to the bar and sit down. When they walk in, they walk past a few people. When they walk back, someone is walking in as we see them staring at the person they're staring at. As they turn around to walk away, the person walking in walks past them, and the people who are sitting in the chairs are still where they were. Mm-hmm. And then when they get to the bar, the person who walked in when we saw them on the other side of the room, they've reached where they once were, giving us a total idea of time and space. And again, George Lucas says it, you may not notice it, but your brain will. You know, so that's
absolutely.
And your brain appreciates that. Alex Kurtzman can't do that. So we don't know if it would make a difference. But the thing is, there are so many basic mistakes here. Sean, is this not like trying to run a baseball team, even if it was an all-star team? Would you get anywhere if you had no base coaches?
No,
I mean,
it's just like in the movie Major League, where, you know, when they win the against the Yankees,
the Cleveland Guardians beat the New York Capitalists. Yes.
Yeah, but there's a big fat guy that comes out of the stands twice to celebrate. It's like that kind of stuff. You can't let it go.
Major League was a bargain basement production. The only thing it has is it was fun, and it was a different time. And you could call the Cleveland Indians, and you could have a guy from Haiti who was obsessed with voodoo, and you could have a Japanese guy who was just like the guy from 16 Candles and may, in fact, have been.
Anyway, we've digressed a lot. We got to keep rolling.
We have. We're only a half hour in, folks. So
the thing is, the stupid comes at you really fast.
When somebody gets vaporized in a bar, you're going to run out. You're not just going to still be sitting there with your drinks.
No, here's the problem. Alex Kurtzman cannot do people running out. If Alex Kurtzman had people running out, it would have to make sense. So instead, it's like
cheering.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to stop this. Cheering? I am going to stop this for a second. We're standing here cheering for the reason Sean, I, and Jerem were just saying. If Alex Kurtzman knew how to direct people, people would be running out of the bar, but he knows he can't direct. He at least is, or he's too stupid to even try this because we might miss it. But he like somebody has told him people's brains will notice if these people run out of the bar in the wrong order. And you have the same person run out of the bar twice. You can't do it. You don't have enough extras to really, like, everyone's fairly unique, you know, and you put everyone in splashy clothes that are unique. And you dressed everyone who's a principal like the Matrix. But, yeah, like, so Alex Kurtzman, like, this is the story taking a hit right now because he doesn't know how to direct. Ready? Oh, no, these people are all really cynical. They see this all the time, so it's not going to bother them. It's just a lazy hack, so he doesn't have to do directing of a fucking crowd scene. Sean, what do you think?
I agree. Even though I think the director, Kurtzman didn't direct this, but I know he was probably on set.
He didn't get paid enough to. Well, the thing is, this guy was probably a bargain basement rookie. This show has a director like the New York Jets have a fucking coach.
And Mark Harkness just said on the Cosme side, he said, "Spinning, that's a good trick."
Yeah. Yeah. That's what Anakin said to Padme after they cut away from the scene where he was having that strange dream. He's like, yeah, you know, there's something you can do to help me get over this terrible dream. What's that? Spinning. That's a good trick. Now go reverse cowgirl. Okay, 3, 2. At 30 minutes and 56 seconds, we're only 4 hours to the end of this movie. And by the way, not only would this have failed in theaters, they would have had to show it for free, so you'd have been at risk of getting stabbed by a fucking hobo in the movie. Or getting a fucking bed bugs. So here we go. She can go through everything and everyone. She doesn't bother to tell that lady that she has cancer. She just walked through her chest. Her face is glitching, so then all of a sudden, look, it stops working. Wouldn't you know it? Only a little bit. Now, she's not afraid her foot's going to get cut off either. She has no fear of anything. And, of course, it's just beyond the reach. She can touch it with the tips of her fingers but not grasp it. And we've seen this guy from Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow, wherever that fucking outfit's from.
And here's the mystery box being opened.
Sean Carter, hey! Welcome to EFAR, every frame a rant. Thank you. Wow, $20. Sean,
but that's such a generous... How she just gets... Sorry.
Yeah, that's such a generous super chat, Sean, that I'm going to let you. You can be on the show from now on.
Oh, thanks.
That is so stupid. Why her foot got cut and it didn't just get melded into the wall.
There was no consequence for it. She pushed the device in her belt like 3 more times, and she was set. There's absolutely no consequence for anything. It's like no one's ever really gone. And by the way, I love how our avatars have worked out that the progress flag still shows.
Yep. Yep.
But welcome to Intersectional 31, everybody!
Now we're on the Terran Empire a lifetime ago.
Oh,
Whatever
Guys,
that means.
this yesterday's Enterprise thing is too fucking close. I am not going to be able to watch Dead Stop tomorrow. I give you one more minute
I watched Dead Stop the other night. Just, it's so
to
hard.
get ready. But the thing is, compared to this, it's great. Every room has a different biome. There's lots of great music, but that's it. You
know what though? There's some decent stuff hidden in that episode. I must say, there's some good
bad.
things. No, it's just a
The thing
meaningless.
is-
It's a throwaway.
That was why I always thought that 4 shows a night was rough on
Yeah,
like immersion,
yeah.
because it's like you don't have time to talk about this one beautiful moment, and like we're Star Trek fans. Now that was a different kind of show, and I'm not saying they weren't Star Trek fans, but like they were going a tad too fast for me to appreciate the beauty and nuance of what I think is the greatest fictional story ever told.
Reviews. They were definitely cliff notes, but it moved.
It was about
fun.
everybody hanging out. No, it was a fun environment, but it wasn't. We're documenting every episode here as we go along. This is a totally different mission than we had with the other show. You went from a great host who is a comic book host to a not so great host who's a sci-fi host. That's what it is.
No, you're good.
This is totally pointless. This was filler for the TV show that would have gone 8 episodes and had like 3 episodes worth
Just
of story.
as much story. We saw the whole story in this. The story's in this. This was the whole story.
Yeah. And so this is just left in to pad the running time because they had to kit bash the 2-episode pilot into a movie. But this, we don't care about. It has no bearing on the whole movie. Why we're going into the mirror universe all of a sudden, it doesn't matter. This is on a Star Trek Discovery set where there's nobody else in the room. They're on a green screen sound stage, and the actor and actress here have nothing to guide them by because nothing you see behind them is there. That's also why it's so
Sean's
blurred
background
out.
Sean's background on Pop Culture Breakdown is more real.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And better crafted for less money.
This is all just blurred out, so that way you don't get to see how fake it is. And oh, by the way, they cut off half his head again, so that way, it makes up for the fact they're not on a real set. But you also don't get to see the full range of emotions of the person on either side most of the time.
This story, which is not good, is also being made into the worst story ever by like a death of 1,000 compromises of lack of artistry. This is a lack of ability. I'm going to say right now, that arbiter who let them off the hook said, who let them off the hook said, you know what, maybe they don't have any talent. RRTNZ says, Corbin Burnson has one of the largest collections of snow globes in the world with over 8,000. In fact, that is more interesting than anything in season 31 so far.
Wow, does he?
I'm going to like that comment.
I love that.
Does he? Is that true? Like Corbin Burnson has 8,000 snow globes.
So we still don't
know. He did a lot of
know.
cocaine too, and he told the story about how he had sex with young Vanna White. So I admire Corbin.
Oh,
we still don't know what this thing is, other than the scientists who made it all self-deleted after they finished making it, which is the stupidest thing that they could have written for that. But hey.
And there's no failsafe on this, but there's a remote control where you can turn it off. So I don't know what that means. Go ahead, Sean.
But that ending we saw of the guy, that was the first part of the Princess Bride reference we're getting in this movie.
Oh,
It's so
torture
funny,
doesn't work on tyrants, apparently. Once you become a tyrant, they hand you a card that says that no torture will ever work on you.
No. There was the because she poisoned him.
No, that's what they just said here, though. Yeah. I get what you're
How
going.
do they know about her love of poison? I guess she never gave it up.
She plays a lot of glam rock, so they just figured.
Yeah. She wants nothing but a good time. She's the same age as the guys from Poison. You think she got like in like a 4-way with them?
No comment.
Here it is where she goes. This is all the trailer fodder right here in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the stupidest edge talk. Why are you on my face, Tom?
Exactly who I'm dealing with. Well, no. How many people say, "Oh, I can make it work," even if it's a stranger? No, fuck. Hey,
the green eyelashes are so stupid. And look at him. He looks like he's ready to front a fucking like Judas Priest brings out their new singer.
He says, "I'm not from this time either."
Yeah.
Why do we need this?
Oh, and this makes
so. By
sense.
the way, here's the thing.
An augment, everybody turned into one.
Wait, hold on. I got to say this to you. She just said she's 350 years old, so the year that she came here no longer matters because we don't know how old she was when she got here. We don't know how long she was on the other side. We don't know how long how slow she ages. So I contest that what we're seeing is actually 900 years in the future, Section 31 from the end of Star Trek Discovery, and that she's made it there, or we are now overshooting the next generation with their plan to be they're going to. Here's my thing. I think they were going to time travel back in different episodes and wreck other Star Trek. That was the purpose of the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe.
That's the best thing about it is it's not going to get to do that. All they had to do was get the person from our trailer, Zoe Saldana, for 1 second and be like, oh, she'd be like, yup, and that's it. And she would have been gone. And they would be like, see? Now we've touched on that Star Trek. And they'd be like, hey, Walter Koenig, you want like $1 million? I'd be like, I would like to have $1 million, yes. And they're like, okay, say Nuclear Vessel. Like, Nuclear Vessel. They're like, yeah, look, see? We are the prime timeline. That's what they were going to do with this, in my opinion.
All right,
browser and go back in.
Push through this thing because
the Cosby stopped working. Let me see if it's working here. My Cosby's working.
I have it.
Here's the deal: if your Cosby isn't working, jumping out. Yeah, I'm paused for a minute. If Cosby stops working though, jump out and refresh. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and action at 38:12. This is how we did the Picard breakdowns.
Yep.
I'm getting excited.
He's basically one of Khan's assistants. He's an augment from the Clone Wars.
Well, he was turned into an augment though, because the other augments were born as augments. This guy was converted.
Mm-hmm.
He's a trans augment.
You know what? He's like. We don't know where they are in the future. We know they're far from Federation space, but like right close to the border.
Yeah.
Look at this set. We've seen this set before. It's a transporter room of the Discovery.
Yeah,
It's why we care. Why we care about any of this? We don't. Like the thing is, we get an exposition dump about every single character, and all their exposition makes them seem like tragic victims of something or other, which is why
no agency.
No agency whatsoever, and all their stories are so generic and forgettable, and none of it builds into anything they do in the movie. So you don't even know whose history is whom's, and it doesn't even matter, right? Because it's
and a lot of whispering to give weight to bad lines, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So she built no fail-safes into this machine that it's a bioweapon, but we don't see it. I guess a bioweapon because it wipes out biological life by like shooting power through a sector, because there's some sort of release. Yeah.
This is
Picard 3.
I was going to say Star Wars.
Well, they're stealing from themselves when they stole from Star Wars.
No, that was from First Contact when they zoom out from Picard in the Borg.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Look at the big football player.
Here they are. These machines exist for no reason. Tell me what they do.
I can't.
We need 6 fire generators. It's really important. We can't make our movie without them.
And
they cut the shot
different, like completely different.
Yeah,
They try to make her a little normal looking.
So right here, she says
But
this is a
bad
chain
skin.
reaction weapon, just like the chain reaction of the Planet Killer from the other JJ movie. Oh, this is the stupidest thing. Godsend or God's End, and they spend like 4 minutes.
Oh, they think this is profound. They think this is truly profound, and they're trying to make jokes about it. When she clears it up, it's like her diction is so fucking terrible. It's like, just give me my fucking dry cleaning and shut the fuck up.
Philippa's or Michelle Yeoh can't even say it right.
The poor woman already had an accent. You had to make her work another one?
I know.
Right.
Good thing they didn't ask her to say,
hey, Padawannabe. Ready for some football on Sunday?
Now, she is partially de-uglified in this scene. But
she's a little less ugly than she was in the cheap Halloween wig and the bed sheet, but like she has no figure, and she's got terrible skin, and they don't use any makeup if anything they enhance her sun and wind burn. It looks like she plays a lot of tennis or something.
I don't know, but the problem is they cut everybody's head off again, all over again.
With the camera.
Proper frame.
Yeah, the camera can't keep anyone in frame. I think the moving out of frame camera thing is they think that's cool. It's like a news broadcast.
Here we go. 3 shots in a row where the heads are not properly in frame. 4.
It's not her. Because it's not always her. Because they didn't get anyone on the set with her.
5, 6.
That wasn't her. That wasn't Michelle Yeoh.
7, 8, 9, 10.
That's not her. This guy's fucking cybernetics are fucking retarded.
He's supposed to be funny, I think. We were supposed to laugh at that.
He's Leo Getz from Lethal Weapon.
No, it's data, just data. No, like the way he said that, we were supposed to laugh in the theater.
Yeah.
Like Guardians of the Galaxy style. That was like a Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, he looks like the Guardians of the Galaxy bad guy, but he's been clowned up.
And
so they're trying to evoke that movie and subvert it.
Radioactive. The quadrant in Star Trek it's literally a quarter of the galaxy. Yeah, they're saying this.
They're saying it's going
to can wipe out a quarter of the galaxy.
Well, it changes. It changes, Sean. Right now, it's a bioweapon, but somewhere in the middle, it becomes a remote control for a doomsday machine on the other side of that singularity.
Right. And it talks like Stephen Hawking.
He was his administrator at an Imperial weapons facility.
Oh,
did you think a story?
He was handing out, blaster rifles and ATST keys and all the rest of it, right?
He's stolen from that Deep Space Nine episode where the guy imitates Golma said. He was a great man. It's like you have oppressor syndrome. You could only have got it if you were at the oppressor camp, and it's like. Never mind that his evil has already gotten him sick. They're like, you've got it and you deserve it. And he's like, he was a great man. This is like Alien? Yeah. Wait, it used to be called an anomaly, but it's a passageway. And by the way, now we find out that all ion storms intersect all the time, Sean.
Yeah.
What about Goldar Heel?
Goldar Heel.
Oh, Goldar Heel was like the guy that his clerk imitated him, remember?
Yeah. And look, he was all scared of him. Now he's like laughing and joking with her. Like, ha ha ha. There it is. Yeah, I'm going to make some silly jokes. Yeah, laugh.
I'm on Maritza was a great man.
Oh, then I don't know what that is. It's not a purple nurple, but it's kind of like a wet willy, but up the nose. Why would you?
This is so fucking stupid.
Nose.
I think Critical Disparu screenshot and posted this. It was like, this is how fucking stupid I had to watch. Everybody was angry. No one wanted to. Nobody did a script. Nobody did a video essay. No one. No one.
You didn't see anyone's face there, by the way. Those are all stunt actors.
Oh yeah.
All quiet on the extern front, huh?
And it went from a blue bridge, went from a seafoam bridge to a goldenrod bridge because this whole film is just so overly saturated in all the wrong directions.
And also, it was filmed at different times and put together by different teams, and scenes came in months after the other scenes because Michelle Yeoh did what he did. Was that a full body burn that we missed? They didn't have time to concentrate. Yeah, it is.
There you go.
Right
oh, there it is.
The sound
folks,
is totally off.
We're about to see them suddenly. They survive the crash. Here we go. And there's all these things,
except for their hostage.
Yeah,
except their hostage.
Everything's blowing up around them. They're going to spend
they're
40
quipping.
minutes quipping at each other. Because, like, no, maybe the person who tried to end us is still around. No, let's just fuck off with each other for 5 minutes.
So she says we have a mole because that's what you would just conclude after your ship accidentally explodes. You just know that there's a mole.
At least the machines that belch fire are still around. That was very important. We couldn't have made this movie without them.
How is she going to like the scene?
Now, does anyone think
that sounds pretty moly to me? Really?
Do you think when they were speaking to each other, like they're like, do we still have the fire blowers from the episode of Star Trek Discovery where we just had the fire blowing out behind people for no reason? Yeah, we do. It's like, okay, yeah, dress that up and put it inside of like some kind of generator. Why do these devices exist? Seriously. In George Lucas's world, we see the moisture vaporizers and we are, what are they? And like 5 minutes later, we find out what they are. What are these fucking things belching fire in the air? Why are they there?
It's like,
a breeze ruffling her cape. What kind of line is that?
I'll say
Metalhead.
Though, for the fire thing, I do know like where they drill oil offshore and they pipe it inland, they will have these little pilot lights that burn the excess methane off to prevent like explosions and stuff. But
for our British friends, he means methane.
They wouldn't have.
Yeah, but they had a word or two about it.
6 small ones at ground level to do that. They wouldn't.
Yeah, that's my only thought on what it could be. Because I used to drive up BCH in LA, and there's a constant flame there that's burning, and people always call it in as a forest fire. And it's not. It's one of these things.
Are you burning an eternal? Sorry, anything but this movie. Why can't we go to Spice World? 2 of the girls there were kind of hot.
So they use a bunch of current day language and have some really bad reasoning about who the mole that Giorgio claims exists is.
But we have fireballs. We're back in the transporter room.
Ship that magically has just a couple parts missing.
Okay, I'm pausing here for a moment.
We're going to the point and click computer adventure here to collect the inventory we need and put it together in the way we need to get off the planet.
I lead one into the woods.
Okay, so we're gonna lead a team into the woods for what?
She's got marbles in her fucking mouth.
Why are we going into the woods?
Yeah, what do you mean me? What do you mean we, yellow woman? By the way, take a look at this. Sean, this is what I meant. Doesn't this look like a lot of sound stages? And they just didn't do much?
It's tarps put over it, and they put fluorescent lighting painted orange.
But they also use some of their own power cables and some of their own. This is the gear that lays around a film house, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
No, it's bad. Like Back to the Future, the wire that Doc Brown was trying to connect was a legit electrical prop or electrical equipment.
Yeah, Sean's got
like
real life experience.
I forgot the plug on the end of that, but it was like a standard
that
plug.
was weird.
Standard stuff. But you see that even in Enterprise. Oh my God, I saw that in Enterprise in the one we're supposed to watch this tomorrow. They take the thing off the ceiling and it's a fucking air filter. It's like literally what I
Oh,
replace
yeah.
in my house
It was
twice
like-
a month.
Somebody only had HEPA filters for a couple of months, and they're like,
Yeah,
"This
they're
is
just-
interesting looking." It's like a miscalculation, like Jordy's banana
It
clip.
was so
But again,
bad.
like,
It
look
was
at this
so-
guy's outfit. He looks like he's ready to sing backups for Judas Priest.
Yeah, but look at
Or
there-
take-
there
or
he is.
take over.
The shapeshifter is becoming the fat Albert over there.
Yeah, for a shapeshifter, you'd think he'd just be taller instead of short and fat.
Wouldn't you shapeshift into the Hulk?
I would shapeshift into fucking Timothy Chalamet or whoever the
Looking
girls like this week.
Tracy Morgan.
Yeah, he ate Tracy Morgan. All right, Zeph and Ken, we're 49 minutes. We went through this spectacle. We only have like 38 minutes left. Thank God. 3, 2, 1 at 49:31 action. Now look how they see. Wait. Oh God! Wait, hold on. Wait, watch this again. We're gonna pan the camera around the room. Look how we make sure to not male gaze Garrett. Watch your hands. Watch the camera. Watch the cuts. Here we go. We're moving. Yeah, we can see everyone here. We're about to see her ass. She puts her hands behind her ass, and we cut away immediately.
I think she actually has a figure, Teague, but the costumes don't let us see it.
But also, like the way
Neither.
the director made sure we didn't male gaze her, bro. That was not a mistake.
Yep.
She moves her hands as the camera gets to there. That was like the most important part of that scene, not what happened in it.
I'm not convinced. Oh, then this river is so yellow, it must be like mine waste. Yeah, Chinese mine waste.
It's the Yellow River by IP Freely.
By the way, it's By the way, it's Darth Ochi's ship. Look, it still works, but it's a garbage cow. Same beats always. So much cross miscegenation of stories between bad reboot people.
Yeah.
Why is this here
everywhere.
idle? Wouldn't this be like super valuable, and you should be using it, because you need to be productive? Also, why is there a garbage scow? This is at least after the time of TNG. Don't you throw all your waste into a replicator in this day and age?
Yes.
Why are you like dumping your garbage in space?
It's from another. Well, they're outside the Federation, so people say. What's great is I remember this farcical show with Richard Benjamin called Quark, where he was like a garbage spaceship pilot. It was from the early 70s. It lasted like 3 episodes, but
Isn't it funny? Like a planet outside the main collection of planets and is deserty. Outer Rim? I don't know.
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's got a very Star Wars feel. We've been to a bar. We met some freaking bounty hunters. They're agents for Section 31, but they're bounty hunters. And I just want to point out, somebody went into this mechanism and tore it apart to get the turbonium or whatever. But maybe there's more in the hold. No one would think to grab that too. They went for the hard to get one. And look, here we are. We're back in the transporter room of the Discovery. Or is it the bridge?
Radical self-acceptance. There we go.
That was the back of their set.
That's how they jokingly dismiss his body dysmorphia.
Which is a serious condition in real life.
Here's Rachel Garrett diagnosing the entire condition of the ship by looking
And
at
by
some
the-
wires and saying, "Oh, we can restore it. We just need one part, even though everything around us is falling apart and in dust."
Sean,
we
you know
can
you're-
make it
There you
fly
go.
again.
There you go, T.
Oh, yeah, we can male gaze her. They kept it in shadow. Like, there seemed to be no undercupping on her ass. By the way, Sean, I just want to say my favorite part of your last video was when you got stuck, you didn't know what to do, and then there was that hard cut, and your wife came and explained it and fixed it, and you're like, thank you. Because a woman, of course, is much better at these things. And she just figured it out right away because she girl bossed her way through it, Sean. That was the best part of the video.
Wait,
Also,
when did
I
that
feel
happen?
bad. I feel bad for the actress. That
No,
played
no,
Rachel. I really
it's a
do. I think she actually has acting ability, and it's totally wasted here.
She might
Some
be
of
a
these
lack. No,
others, I don't know, but she, at least I feel bad for her that she
yeah,
got
what I'm
stuck.
saying. what I'm saying here is like Rachel Garrett, who's like in a command like thing, right? She's just done all this tech stuff. Like Sean builds things. It's like I don't remember the part where like in Sean's video where he's like I can't figure this out. So of course I've had my wife girl boss out some instructions for me. That's what I'm saying, right? He's like
okay,
I have
I
these
gotcha.
inspections created by my wife so that I can finish the project. I was relating it to this. Sorry.
Yeah.
We'll look for anything but you know what? That might be a great moment for a future video. It's like at this point I got stuck and my wife had the girl boss it for me. That might actually be funny.
I don't think my wife knows what the garage looks like.
We'll hire an actress.
She's
We'll hire an actress. I think Michelle Yeoh's available. We'll give her like $12 million and she'll come in there and she'll tell you not to get your prime directives in a bunch. All right, 3, 2, 1, action. We got 38 minutes of this left.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is.
We didn't have a blue laser into the sky.
Here we are.
Well,
with
they
the
only have
gunnet
2
part of the
colors
show.
to choose from, so that's the one.
Right. If you want to be a rebel, you go
sit
orange.
rep. Oh, you're sit rep. Here we go. Here we
Yeah,
go
it's a
with,
good thing I played Siphon Filter so I know what sit rep is.
Oh, this actress actually had a ton of previous jobs, a lot of other work. Member of
Mark
SAG-AFTRA. Interesting.
I like how they all have just like little pistols when they should be holding assault rifles, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
But then they'd have to pump action cock them like Beverly Crusher did.
Yeah, Bev with a. You know what? Would it have been better if she had like one of those things like Terminator and Terminator 2 where he just like spins the cock the white rifle? He had like a Winchester or something.
Yeah.
Looking at her other work, Teague, where they didn't uglify her, she actually went bald in a movie and looks better than she does here. But
They went out of their way to give her bad skin.
She
They
is.
out of their way.
You know, she's on the skinnier side of
There we
things,
go.
but she does
The Samsung
have.
Galaxy tricorder.
Yep.
There it is.
I was
She does have a
laughing
figure,
so
Teague.
hard.
We're just not allowed to see it. She does.
Yeah, look, more fire just bursting out of the ground for no reason. Why?
You guys,
What is it? Where are they? Mustafar?
Why are they in the woods randomly?
Why do these
are
woods
they-
not burn down when there's fire just randomly everywhere?
But look for the Samsung tricorder, you guys. Like they will show a photograph on it. It is literally.
It's their cell phone.
It's a cell phone. It's a fucking cell phone.
It's
They
an S12.
barely- There's like not even. There's like no even set dressing on it. And it's
Ascend.
their tricorder. It's their tricorder.
There's another modern day ism. We're up to over a dozen by now.
Wait, what did they
Now
just say?
Ascend.
Oh yeah, the ass end. Yeah. Mhm.
Mhm.
Did they want that so they could say God's end and ass end in the same sentence? Think it was just really funny.
no.
Is Alex
There it
Kurtzman
is,
a
there
it is. There you
yeah,
go.
it's so
There you go.
stupid.
Look at that. Look at the fucking.
Goddamn.
look at-
Michelle Yeoh got extra money because she bought her own props. She's like, I can use my cell phone.
Just text me the picture.
She's
you wanted to
holding it
display.
around
Yeah.
like a phone too.
Just text me the GIF so I can show it on the screen and you can record the tricorder thingy.
It's like, oh, we can't afford a gift. We just have this plastic
ordered-
laminate to put over the top.
And we have random flames shooting up still.
Yeah, like
wait,
there
there we
needed
go.
to be. We needed a conversation about why this
Wait.
planet does that. Yep. So
Why
here we
is-
got rid of
why
our
is she
white guy.
even using the tricorder when she's visually looking at everything to lead her from place to place.
And why don't they use the tricorder later when they come across some tech that's set to boom boom on them?
And
There we
he
go.
met his
And when
Iron
people are
Man
hurt-
demise.
We have the other movie reference. Never-ending Story has now been referenced with the popping gas in the woods.
Yeah. It
Remember
makes-
that? Remember the fucking fires that would pop up?
Also, he keeps naming. He says he's a microbe, but he has hatchlings, which microbes don't have eggs. But anyway, he's also naming them after deadly diseases: hemorrhagic fever, cowpox.
Oh yeah.
Also,
Deadly diseases
tonsillitis.
from Earth, not
Tonsillitis.
Vulcan or the insect planet either.
Yeah, tonsillitis is not a disease. It's just a condition. It's
Condition?
inflammation
It's an infection of your
tonsils.
tonsils.
I
yeah.
survived tonsillitis. It was touch
I
and
did
go
too.
there for a while.
I did
touch
too.
and go there
found
for a
out I
while
was
until they
allergic
took
to
them out.
penicillin. By the way, I stand corrected. Princess Bride had the pop
Gavin?
gas, not Never Ending Story.
Gavin Blackburn, right now, they use the MacGuffin to get into a situation that they have to girl boss out of. And the only way they can do that is by splitting up and going into the woods with a bunch of flaming out of random rocks.
Yes.
But yet somehow the woods are still there.
That's what I said.
right
Yeah.
now, and that's all we know that's happening. Like we are.
By the way,
completely
here's some
adrift.
proof that
We're just
now we know how
talking
those. Now we know how the fires in California started. It was Gregorio and these assholes.
That fucking cell phone thing. It just
Wow, she does. Wow, when she was gesturing there and she leaned forward, you could see that she had a figure. But now
Yeah.
she had to do a duck face and tuck her chin into her neck and look
look at
like
that.
Jimmy Page.
What the fuck is that? That pisses me off so much. That cell phone. That I don't know why I'm stuck on it. That angers
Oh,
me.
because it's so cheap and
They
stupid.
CGI'd what was on the screen later. By the way,
I don't think so.
Well,
I think
this
it's a
is picture
laminate.
right there. That's,
I think
that's a photo.
I think it's a
it's
color
filming.
form. Yeah.
Look at there. She's like holding like, hey, do you have this app?
here.
Yeah. She's like, this says
We need
you
to
and
get
I
you on
are
the
a match.
show.
She's
We need to
magically
get-
chained up. They don't show how they apprehended her.
They don't even use Star Trek cuffs. They don't even use Star Trek cuffs, by the way.
No.
They just use regular handcuffs.
They're not even handcuffs. They're like manacles from the 19th century.
That doesn't even
I
look
thought they were
like-
police handcuffs, just like generic ones that they spray painted matte black.
Maybe they
Well,
are. I
they
thought
did
that
tear
maybe they're
off the
cheap.
fuzzy parts.
Oh,
I was gonna say, yeah,
the most hilarious
Kurtzman's
thing, she
Kurtzman's
calls-
boyfriend had them.
She calls Rachel Garrett a chaos goblin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what does that
makes
fucking
sense.
mean?
Yeah.
What the fuck is a chaos goblin? I was going to
Well, it's
ask.
future slang.
I'm not hip with the jive these days, but I don't think chaos goblin is one of those Urban Dictionary words.
Alex Kurtzman's kid said it. Well, Alex Kurtzman's friend said it. I hope Alex Kurtzman doesn't have kids.
Why would
Say
Giorgio say chaos goblin? Like what?
Because she's chaos goblin on some sock. We've got footage. What is that?
Got
In-
footage.
The
Episode
body
3.
cam- the body
Why would
cam
you
is
have
all
footage?
downloaded.
Wouldn't you say we have video? We have footage. 300 years after the end of fucking
So you're
film.
going to want to pause this here.
Yeah, guys, remember
Because
iChip?
there is something I want to show you. Get ready on that pause button, please,
Does this
Admiral.
have to do with iChip?
This has to do with the deletion scene. Right
Yeah,
there.
there we go. It's
Right
iChip.
there.
It's iChip.
That is a drill bit.
He yells.
See if you
"Fuck
can
you,"
pause
doesn't-
it.
Wait,
Or no.
wait. First
Keep
of all,
going and get ready to
I
pause.
just I will, but first of all, like I just want to say, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Why do you keep hitting yourself? So there's the cell phone again. Like we could have just taken a cell phone case and put a couple of things on it and made it look real. Like Sean, I'm not even kidding you here. Remember like old 35 millimeter film canisters from back in the day? How about we super glue some of them to like the side of them, right? And put like a little LED inside. Hey, what a great idea, right? And it flashes on and off
Just get
red.
the cell phone with an OtterBox on it.
Yeah, yeah, they had to buy the
Better do the
$5
Defender.
fucking case off
Nick
eBay.
Chunky.
Yeah.
Speaking of things on eBay, huh? Comical. All right, 3, 2, 1. We're at 59 minutes and 44 seconds of this
And get
Magnum
ready
Opus.
because we'll see the receipt here in a second. When after you hit play, it'll
3.
come back to it.
And by the way, if in real life, look for this flaw in the movie on the Battle of Weathertop when they all pull out their swords. Pippin's cell phone is visible. All right, 3, 2, 1, and go.
We were your friends, okay? And then right there, that is like a half-inch drill bit for drilling into
Into
wood.
the eye.
Oh, so
No,
he's
that-
R2D2
that's-
now. So okay, Star Wars,
No,
another movie.
No, folks, that's not even a metal drill bit. That is a drill bit for wood.
Yeah. Ah!
That's like a half-inch drill bit.
Not even a masonry bit or a high-impact bit.
No.
It's just a fucking DeWalt basic.
It's made of space metals, Sean.
It's like $1
Where
at
suspend your
Home Depot.
disbelief?
That's like
This
$1
movie-
at Home Depot.
Oh,
Come
wait,
on.
no, they went to Harbor Freight to get that one.
No, they shoplifted that. Let's be honest, but that was that was from their own text box.
Mm.
They
That
went
was
to
from
the
their own
set
Texas.
decorator, go, hey, take your belt off. I need a
Yeah,
Some grip just dropped it, and they picked it up, and you know.
fucking
The
fat sheet
Vatican's
Vulcan,
just a
my
machine.
God. I'm gonna dye my hair half blonde because I'm a hip Vulcan.
it's like what's
No,
the
it's
inner
not.
space?
There's
Figure it
other
out.
logical explanations, but if you insist that autopilot's the only thing that makes sense, go
Dude,
for
she's
it.
magically figured this out. Stop ruining everyone's fun.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Where's
this is
this
like
guy?
the announcers for the Tigers for the Lions rather when Goff threw that touchdown and they just called it a pick six for an interception for a pick six. You know, they could have just said he threw for a touchdown, but you're just phrasing it in the most negative way. That's why the first change that has to happen in your team next year is in the front office. I mean, sorry, in the front broadcasting booth.
Yeah,
Right.
And
So
why
here's
did
our
they say
stupid
he looked like
explanation.
Walter Matthau, by the way.
Did they kill this guy before he hacked his suit? Oh no, he's yelling about "Don't do this to me." Yeah, all right.
And then he punched himself in the face and then drilled his own eye through because Kurtzman is a weird fetish in like every show. Somebody
Yep.
has to have their eye drilled
yeah.
out or eaten.
Well, we did both in this
Body
one.
horror.
What
Body
is
horror.
that? That's a great point.
He's got intelligence dysmorphia. He doesn't have any, and he thinks he does.
Yeah, no, but that's seriously, that's like a thing. It's like a theme. He did it with.
It happened twice in this show. It did it to
Jacob.
Icahn.
Picard, Jacob,
Yeah, Icheb in Picard.
Icheb.
Yep.
This Philippa's eating the fucking eyeball in the beginning.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a fucking cannibal. Our hero. Yeah, look at and everyone
Why
sees
can't
this
he just
coming.
Be like Tarantino and just like the N word a lot.
By the way, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom can be added to the list here.
Oh yeah, I wrote that one down.
The mine ride. Yeah.
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 I was thinking Revenge of the Sith on Mustafar.
By the way, isn't that great that they didn't bother handcuffing her? That was our joke. Did you get that? She didn't realize that she wasn't handcuffed, or she's so amazing she picked it, but they didn't show us anything.
By the way, you guys
For
notice how
time.
there's like no inertial
Hey, FAO.
effect on these people? No seatbelt
Fleet Admiral
leaving.
Levi.
It just takes
It
off
could've-
at 5,000 miles an hour and they don't get thrown off.
Our friend Fleet Admiral Levi seems to be here for the first time. Welcome to the show. It could have been pretty good if under better management. I agree, it could have been okay, but like we have always hated Section 31 as an idea since before New Trek, even I think. Anybody?
Yes. They're moving well in excess of 100 miles an hour at this point. I just
Yeah, and-
let you realize that, and they're not belted in or anything.
Yeah, and every bump that they get it slows them down 20 miles an hour, doesn't throw them off of the cart. But I will say,
Yeah, there's no physics. I think that was one of the
Levi.
things I said when I was ranting. I was like, I said to you guys, this movie is ignorant of things like physics and gravity.
Yeah.
This is also so
Hey, Reed by
blurry and
nature.
dumb.
Hi,
you
Reed
can
by
tell They're
nature.
not there. Like it looks faker than shit you'd see in the 80s. Anyway, sorry, Sean.
And also, this also looks like the ice cave from Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Last
I would
jump,
say to
maybe
Fleet-
forever.
Go for it, Sean.
Fleet Admiral Levi, Section 31. My argument is Section 31 was not at all in Roddenberry's vision. Earth had evolved past the point to where we need three-letter agencies like that, where we would collectively come together and fight that kind of stuff, i.e., in the Drumhead. In
Yep.
TNG, one of
Yeah.
the best episodes. The Earth and the politics had evolved. We advanced enough to not need that kind of stuff. That we knew. the
We
right
too
thing
are
to do.
aware of psychotics and gravy.
This is
Yeah,
not
you-
Star Trek technology, by the way.
By the way, do you like the fight from Solo?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I just want to finish up. But Fleet Admiral, I respect what you said, and it's a healthy and fun debate.
Yeah, no, that's a normal thing to say, Fleet Admiral. Welcome to the show.
Dave C
Absolutely.
says the camera work is horrible and can't focus on anyone. Well, yes, Dave,
Yeah.
you are 100%
No,
correct.
The thing is, it's all
not
built
that it
around the
won't.
fact that Michelle Yeoh's not there. It's
Yeah.
all built around the fact that they got like 12 hours. It was $1 million an hour. Who wouldn't do it? She made as much as the Stones, $1 million an hour.
And she also
Yeah.
just stabbed a conveyance.
We don't
a robot.
know radioactive. We don't know.
She stabbed
We
a
didn't figure it
robot. That's not going to do anything.
out. Oh, she had balls.
Yep. Okay, another present dayism. His accent slipped.
Yeah, well, his accent later is going to be even worse. Guys, you think
Nature,
this
you
guy's
are
done his worst
correct.
acting?
You read by nature, you're correct, but the thing is, though, that the Section 31 needs to be defeated for it to fit in the universe.
Section
I do
31
not
needs to
accept-
be a few people underfunded working in secret in an office
Yes.
with an unknown source of limited money.
This
Yeah,
is not
and
Section
I do not
31.
accept-
Yeah.
I do not
You
accept
can't
that
focus
they're a
on Section
necessary
31.
evil. I do not accept they're a necessary evil. That is today politics stuff. It's not what Roddenberry had envisioned.
And plus, this isn't even Section 31. They're treating Section
No,
31
correct.
here like it's the CIA or something.
Exactly. Like everyone knows.
That's
oh,
not what that
FBI.
was. Hmm.
Where's my Section 31 coffee cup and T-shirt?
Yep. Well, you could. That's for sale, available on StarTrek.com.
Vulcan.
Yeah,
In-
I
in-
pointed that out. That is the same merchandising deal I could have tomorrow from the YouTube people. It's such bullshit. That was a fucking fake sample of something that doesn't exist. They're going to see if people are dumb enough to buy it. And I might get one, like, just for laughs.
and their stuff is all purple and green, so they're just stealing another past decades color scheme. They really should have had everything blue and yellow and in yellow orange, right?
And I apologize to everyone if I come out like I'm like arguing with what I'm reading in the chat. I'm not. If
No,
I'm
don't
online,
worry. Guys.
This show that we're watching is infuriating. So I love
This-
everybody. I love you
This
all.
is the set of P Hard, by the way.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, this is the ship. This is the P Hard
It's the
ship.
La
that-
Serena.
that Razzie or
La
Rastafari,
Serena.
whatever her name was.
The
Um,
Oh, Rafi.
The Nosferatu. Yeah, I think was that the name of the ship? That
Yeah.
that was
I don't know.
the same exact set. They just changed out a couple
The
of things.
Fosanante. It was the fucking same name as the ship from The Expanse, basically.
Yeah.
Jeremy, having a great time or what?
And,
The parts I've been
everyone,
awake for.
everyone subbed to FAL right there.
Oh yeah,
Let me promote the.
Val's channel. Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Val. Put it in there, and we'll copy it and we'll throw it in as a link. If there's a problem, let us know. I don't know. Like YouTube's always. By the way, I'm the only one I could never beat. Does that mean that like she could cut a line of cocaine so big that only she could snort it?
Yes.
I'd like to see her try.
It looks like you got some good content there, Phil. Yeah, what the fuck was that? Was your
No, they put her in
post
blue
there?
to be some kind of science officer, but why would you be wearing blue like that even when you're supposed to be undercover? I think the only reason they have her in blue is because the set is only 2 colors, and as long as she's
They
not
have her in
sticking-
blue because it's left over from Fallout.
Yeah. Well.
It looks just like it.
Well, but this was filmed like what, 6 years ago? So Fallout was
And the
just a
script
green
is 10 years. 10 years. Wait, no, she's only 56 here? Was this really
Here we
filmed
go,
6
the
years
music.
ago?
Yeah.
I thought it was filmed just about that long ago. Yeah.
I think the deal is no. The script is from 2017. That and it was out of date then because they were like 10 years behind. That's why it
kicked
feels
it.
like Matrix.
She kicks it like Han Solo would, and then it just works. By the way,
Well, she bypassed the compressor.
that's this one goes here, that one goes there.
There you go. There's your link, FAL.
Thank you, Sean Carter. Sean
Because
Carter
we
has
are a
certified
garbage
FAL's
barge.
work.
Isn't that
A
so
garbage
funny? We're
barge with a lot of weapons. A lot of weapons. They just went through all these weapons it has. By the way, Sean Carter has certified FAL's content is decent. You should sub it and check it out.
Yeah.
He's probably okay. And we give you the same guarantee about FAL that we do about this channel. Check him out. Give it a try. And if you don't like it, you can just quit. But try it. Maybe he's for you.
84 subs. You got 45 videos up there. You got a nice Section 31 thing, some podcasts. Give us some.
It's Rocco the Brave. Blaster in Rocco's mouth. Hi, Rocco. It's good to see you, buddy. Hello, Rocco.
So she's redirected all power to the tractor beam.
It's the Nostromo.
You know that
And
the
another
tractor arrays have a limited power output that you can't just directly divert an unlimited energy from your warp core.
And this is how their shields work?
No, these are tractor emitters. So they just drive around.
P streams, though.
My pot dealer had one of those in his house. You put your hands on it, and the electricity follow you around. When I was in high school. When I was in high school, yeah.
That is those little.
Here's
those little
the
plasma orbs.
P-hard ship shot again. By the way, that they're reusing that.
Neons.
RRTNZ's got your back, FAL. You just picked up a super sub. Now you have a sub in common with not just me, but the critical drinker. So you better up your game.
Space is so ridiculously vast, and yet they have this tiny little ship with a really limited range of tractors flying through this infinitely large vacuum to try to pick up garbage. What the hell?
Has every villain in this always had a scar too? Right?
Yeah.
In these Star Trek stories. So this guy's got a melted freaking face.
Good point there.
I could argue that he's not even a villain because only Giorgio can activate this weapon, right? So if he kills her, then the weapon's useless.
FAL's right about it. I did mention Alien. By the way, I did mention aliens in movies they stole. I couldn't appellate it because there's several other alien things in here too. It steals from like few alien movies, including Alien vs Predator. It's just this movie has no fucking, no heart, no brain, and no fucking conscience. It's just a thief. If this was his kid, you'd send it to detention.
You can easily modulate your shields or send a feedback pulse to their tractor emitter or send out a dispersion field that will all kill a tractor beam. Tractor beams are not like some immovable force on your ship, right? It's not like they're latched in and you can't get them out with the fish hook.
RRTNZ just said the best line. She just said, "We just blew the emitter." That's what she said.
Yeah.
It just went from suck to blow.
So he's on this ship where he's the only one, by the way. There's like one or two people on this.
That's the last Lorena from Picard.
Yep. So the Macarena with only two people is so advanced, and yet he's too dumb to figure out how to get out of a tractor beam.
Yeah. I can morph into anything, but I can't read a symbol on the screen. And
This is why this is so effing stupid, folks. Like, he just can't get out because the plot doesn't want him to get out.
It's better, though, when we see the final fight. Not only do they have convenient weapons upgrades for the video game in the final fight area, there are hidden health power-ups that Giorgio takes because the guy beats the crap out of her.
Mm-hmm.
But she just suddenly just like heals, like, takes the magic mushroom and keeps fighting.
Yep.
By the way, our MacGuffin has now changed from a bioweapon into the remote control for an infinitely powerful energy weapon on the other side of the singularity. Now, did I catch that it was a bioweapon? I thought it was a remote control the whole time. Critical Drinker's video is where I got it's a bioweapon from. I'm going to trust his skills of observation, but he admitted that this movie was absolutely fucking impossible to follow.
At the beginning, they say that Data No exclusively makes bioweapons to spec, is their line.
Ooh, to spec?
Yes, to spec. Isn't that impressive?
All right, so there
he doesn't make generic ones. He makes them to spec.
So
you can have
that's
a spoke bioweapon from
well, I mean, who doesn't have I call mine Batman, and it's made many women happy, but that's not the point. They said there was a bioweapon, so how do we justify this in Alex Kurtzman's feeble mind? Are we to suppose that this bioweapon, it's a bioweapon because like basically it's like her cell phone, she has to put her thumbprint on it to make it work?
Supposed to forget that they ever said that because they changed their mind about what it was later and couldn't go back and edit that into anything else. So,
or the script from episode 5 has a different. The script from episode 5 has a different device, but it's similar. Yeah, just jam it in there, and like they never thought to write any justify.
I think that's all it is. Don't try to
one or the other.
It was just a mistake.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point it out. And by the way, we never see the stakes or what it's controlling. Remember, and this was something else that I think it was it Film Threat or was it someone else said, like, remember the movie The Rock? They had the MacGuffin was this little green ball, and in the first scene of the movie, we drop it to show how destructive and deadly it is. And even in stupid-ass Wonder Woman, one of the stupidest fucking movies ever made, they show what the weapon does to those scientists, so at least give you some stakes. And in horrible Star Trek Beyond, they show what that weapon does. But this one, just changes it to a remote control. And by the way, this weapon had no failsafe, but it's got, like, you can turn it on and off, so I don't know what they meant by that.
Yeah.
It's got a countdown. Oh, look, she does have a little bit of a body. Look, they're gonna move. Oh, they moved that camera quickly. Like we accidentally male gazed, so we're gonna have to cut that.
Mm-hmm. Now here we go. The MacGuffin.
FL's right. Voyage Home has no villains, and it's great. The villain is the probe, but yeah. Hey, Clark Kent. We're watching the end of Section 31 so that people can see how bad it was. You're lucky you're getting here at the end of the show. You'll get a few minutes of us talking about it.
Yeah,
at least in the chat there.
You don't actually need to pay attention to any of this.
Thank you, Outsider.
They both have their laser pistols, but for some reason she gives
They're gonna fight.
up.
It's just a mistake. Oh,
But somehow she closes on him, which we don't see. She closes.
By the way, it armed by mistake, so remember, it's got no failsafe.
Yeah, it was bouncing around in a battle, throwing through phases and bouncing around the space station. Not a problem. She drops it on the floor here and arms.
Look, there's more fire. Fire just shoots up out of nowhere randomly in this fucking show. That fire was completely unexplained and alarmed nobody on their ship. No one was worried about that.
But you have to notice he closed on her for a martial art. She closed on him for a martial arts fight
when they had ranged weapons.
Yeah, and we just don't see how she managed to close like 20 feet.
The choreography.
Yeah, she just teleports.
It's like the choreography they filmed was rehearsal. Okay, 1, 2, move to this position. Then 3,
they didn't have time to get the shot right. Just do it, Michelle.
No,
and by the way,
someone coaching her by step, and they did it. That was a completely orchestrated and not natural. Like, they did not memorize those moves.
Plot missile lock. I think she meant to say plot.
Why is he saying that they only have trash when we just... Hold on.
It's hilarious.
I gotta say this. We just said that, like, he's like, lock weapons, and he's like, we are a garbage scow. 3 minutes ago, we went through the fact that this thing is heavily armed because it's a Terran ship. So they forgot what they said 2 minutes earlier. 3, 2, 1.
Also,
go ahead.
She says plot missile lock instead of plot a missile lock or lock.
Oh, the plot missile impacted during the credits.
It's a plot missile lock because godsend, ha 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 ha.
Actually, she said lock 1, lock 2.
Locked and on. How did she close a 20-foot gap? Yeah, this fight makes the throne room fight in Last Jedi. Look at this. And by the way, guys, I just want to say this: the stakes have been lowered because we've been beat up with so much bad Star Trek. But if anything got me close to the level of anger that I had in fucking Star Trek Into Darkness, this is pretty close.
Yes.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1 at 1:16:15. So here's our 1 second of special effects. I added up all the special effects on a stopwatch. It's a billable 1 minute 30 seconds. It's 90 seconds of effects.
Also, Hail to Phantom Outsider. He's just as irate as we are about the stupidity.
Yeah, no, I thought I greeted the Phantom Outsider. I did read his chat.
Sorry.
I read his chat. Well, I might have forgot to say his name. I thought DJ Play Nice. What's up, my man? Thanks for the help of the algorithm. Tweet us out too.
Is going to destroy a quadrant of the galaxy, everybody.
It's a remote control for another weapon that's on the other side of the singularity. We just don't see it.
Payload bay. Now, we always call it a cargo bay, but here it's a payload bay. Whatever.
By the way, it turns out she really didn't need a... Yeah, it's a payload bay because the weapon's in there.
The bowel is what it is.
Yeah. It's the large colon of the ship. We need a payloadoscopy? Maybe you mean you'll rain down some urine verse, because you are a burnt up Iron Maiden t-shirt looking motherfucker.
Look at these two, by the way. This guy's got like armor on. He's big and strong, but yet she matched him strength for strength, right? One-on-one combat.
Nothing about how she could have had a strength-enhancing suit, by the way.
And she's
Look
been
at the refracted light.
at a hotel bar this whole
That's
time.
all they had to do. All they had to do was say, "Hey, I've got this cool suit that gives me strength and speed."
He doesn't realize that it's science fiction, and he can explain this stuff with a good line.
Yeah, one line. What do they call it?
Now, this dude would have no chance against a robotic Vulcan that would be like 10 times stronger. She's playing Tilly here, by the way. She's like the power of math.
Yeah.
Let's talk to ourselves out loud.
Well, the Vulcan is... everyone in Kurtzman movies does it. By the way, tricorder right now? Tricorder?
She finds alien talking Tina, and I love you very much.
Yeah, that is... We're supposed to love that, by the way, because that's what they're referencing. But by the way, like, could you please just pull out your tricorder? Yeah.
It's great that it speaks English.
But why not pull out your tricorder rather than disassembling this possible bomb?
Well, she's a science officer. She just knows by looking at things.
We don't allow any Droom technology into the Federation because every last piece of Droom technology.
Rocco the Braves comment is for Sean.
Is nuclear powered. Like they nuclear power their child's toys, so therefore we don't let them in.
The doll did give me a snicker.
What?
Rocco the
that was fucking.
That is so. I'm sorry. That is so stupid.
But she was right. It doesn't need a failsafe. Look how durable it is. She made it right the first time.
I'm a science officer, and I'm going to pour urine on top of this nuclear-powered toy.
Just like I said.
Urine? Was it urine?
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like.
She had a sheenus, Sean.
She had a glass bottle of urine that she poured out onto this nuclear-powered child's toy, and that's how they're going to make a bunch of...
She just happened to have some 5-hour energy with her. She's like...
A bunch of inert trash. That's how they're going to detonate a bunch of inert trash, is hot pee out of a bottle onto a nuclear-powered child's toy. If it sounds...
Oh my God.
Folks, that's because it is. That was my former presidential whisper. Okay.
Sean, first of all, Rocco the Brave's last question is to you, and then I got to thank Radioactive.
Rocco the Brave, her filler. Wait, no.
I'm throwing the question to you. You're better.
Yeah.
You're better with this one.
They can't use tricorders. Only bicorders.
There are only 2 quarters. Change my mind.
Non-binary quarter. Yeah.
Here we go. Her filler makes her head look so big, like Mark McGuire hitting home runs. Head big.
Ouch.
Yeah, her and Barry Bonds, yeah.
You know, he was going to be allowed back into baseball to be a hitting coach, and I think he did get it. But the thing that kind of held him back was like, do you admit that, like, you know, you had an advantage? Like, nope, I'm just as good as Joe DiMaggio. And people were like, what the fuck?
What the hell was that line? We can be friends forever. Were we supposed to laugh at
that? That was a line from the Twilight Zone episode with Talkie Tina. It was Talkie Tina says it.
But were
what Talkie Tina says.
I know.
No, we're supposed to recognize it.
Phantom Outsider.
In no humor or humor?
It's not
They
modern
don't-
cinema if you don't have a Superman punch.
You know what? I just don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know when Kurtzman's being edgy or thinks he's funny because he's so tone deaf and really bad.
Right. More eye violence.
Yeah.
You know what? The problem with Infection 31 is that the first 30 infections really left the body in terrible shape.
Yes.
Radioactive says recorders.
Then the toy says we're all going to die. Why would a toy say that?
Reassure a child, of course.
That is beyond stupid.
I didn't see the red letter one about peeing.
Beyond stupid.
3 quarters.
There are only 2 quarters. There are 4 quarters and $1.
Yeah. I'm talking Tina.
Yeah, what fun is it to use it? What fun is it to use a tricorder to ascertain a threat when you can just muck
Okay,
around?
right
with
here,
it?
right here.
Hold on, this is stupid
A
part.
blazing sharp sword that he can't get in because she's holding it in a way that would never support his weight. If
And
that
cut
was
off her
just a
fingers.
stick, it wouldn't matter how sharp it is. She could not hold him up with her arms the way they were, no matter if she were a bodybuilder. If she were Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's putting all of his weight and force down on her. It would be impossible for her with her triceps to resist that, especially with the type of grip she had. Put on the fact that it's a hair slicing sword sharpness, she would have just sliced right through her hands. It would have gone right into her head.
But it was sharp enough when it was needed to cut his jugular.
Yeah.
Yes.
But by the way,
Cut
you know,
her hand, cut the jugular though, even though he has real thick armor.
and
around
now
his
they're in
neck.
love again. Look, now they're in love again.
Yeah.
And of
Sean,
course she was right.
It hit him
This
not
is
in the
ripoff
armor.
Of Rise of Skywalker. This is the Raylo moment.
Yeah.
Needed
Yep.
You were right, George.
Geriatric Raylo, guys.
You were.
It would be like if Yoda had kissed Luke. With
Take off this
Chewbacca you
mask.
have been.
So I can look upon you.
Lady Chewbacca you have been.
And your asshole, I will.
Tell your sister you were.
We are one. See, we're a dyad in the farce. And look, it looks a little bit like that dumb throne room. Why would you steal from movies that everyone hated? You're like, we'll bail out.
You can hear the Return of the Jedi sirens, and now they're going to get out of there in a stolen Tidarian shuttle. This ship also
Phantom
looks
is correct
stupid.
about the tricorders.
It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out.
It's a fucking low effort ship, sir, and it doesn't get to. By the way, no failsafe, right? So it's armed and it's ready to go off, which means you can't
Here
stop
comes the
it.
Stephen Hawking reference here.
Yeah.
So there is a failsafe.
She sets it off. By the way, if you had her transporter signature, couldn't you just make a copy of her DNA?
Yep.
And her fingerprints and just all you need is her hand.
I would just have the skin
off.
stretched over my mechanical arm.
Even easier, right?
Yeah, I would just make like a skin glove out of her hand and just put it on.
Now, if this would have been anything like Real Trek, she would have said Empress Georgiou, Alpha Baker 1232 Alpha Lock. on
Right,
top
but
of
she's
that.
Emperor Gorgio because we have to be like that about it. David Lynch is spinning in his grave just because this movie is so bad. He's like, I made sci-fi that made no sense that at least entertained people.
It's not entertaining.
No,
Now,
and David
notice
Lynch said
how
this won't make
close-
sense. Come see it.
These ships are so close to one another. Just remember that.
Yes.
They are right on the heels of one another.
Still not a lot
So-
of buzzing going on X, but pin post if you're there.
You know. 10 seconds.
See, there's
They're-
no
they're-
fail-safe. It's got a countdown. You can turn it off.
5,
And
Four,
here's the
3,
one rip
2,
off here.
1. All right, it's been more than 10 seconds on the show. It should have already detonated.
But by the way,
There you
JT,
go. They do
like-
realize that the view screen is a screen. It's not a window, right? So they
no, it's a Terran ship. It's a window.
okay. It just
By the way, in Discovery, they go through the glass all the time. It's a window in this world. It is a window in this world.
Yeah, and Mark Harkness, I got one better for you, man. Buckaroo Banzai. That makes even less sense.
so the one
This is
ship
like down there with Rocky Horror, guys.
this one
yeah.
ship was destroyed, but this other one wasn't, even though it was right behind the first one.
Yeah.
But they dumped the
This one was
garbage.
completely fine. This one's
But
completely
they
fine.
dumped the
hugs.
garbage.
Oh, everyone's hugging. You had me
Perkiness
teased up.
is
You were going to
disgusting.
kill me, but I'm going to hug you now.
Giorgio, perkiness is not disgusting.
Look,
It's
finally a
actually
phaser.
attractive. Sagginess is disgusting. Perkiness.
This made me so angry. They're playing the Star Trek music.
Yep.
Fuck
Yep.
you for this. Fuck you for this.
F you.
I almost broke my phone when this happened. I threw it across the room. I remember to throw it at the couch.
This is a total Michael Burnham season finale, Star Trek Discovery season finale level of bullshit. that
Yes,
were
when they
hoping
went into the
to start
future.
their show with. They were hoping to start their show with that.
3 of
Three.
your Earth weeks
Your
later.
Earth Weeks. Oh, wait,
Who says
who's
that?
saying- who's
So
saying
where's
yours?
section? I say it in our fucking in our tweets, but it's supposed to be stupid. I say it because it's supposed to be stupid. They say it because they think it's edgy. This guitar riff was the best part of the whole show. I'm like, it's kind of interesting. I think it's an octave and a fifth.
It sounded like Abrams' track.
Well, it's not a great. It's not appropriate. I'm just like, it's interesting how he did it. I guess
Back
it's an
on
octave and a
Canto
fifth.
Bite, and we're back on Canto Bite.
We're back, on
Back in the
Canto.
Fifth Element.
Canto Bite.
How about this? Would R.M. Briggs approve if we called this club the Filth Element?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
That one's for you, Miss Briggs.
This is just. They're supposed to be having some sexual tension here.
Space for
Meanwhile, I don't think either one of them digs people who are like what the other one is.
Right.
Like, I feel like, you know, she was like running with scissors is her relationship kind of thing, if you know what I'm saying. And I feel like all women are safe from him and the other guy and this thing,
Yeah.
this alien creature. And look, she's like,
And
look at
they
the male gay.
They uglified
I've got
her.
to, yes,
What
I got to
the
point
fuck
out.
is this?
This
Look
bar,
how spiteful it is. Let me just go through this. Go ahead, Jerm.
This bar is a ripoff of Mass Effect 2. I think they had some sort of project because the layout of this is the Afterlife bar for Mass Effect.
Oh yeah,
2.
Kurtzman loves to rip off Mass Effect.
Yeah.
It's no
yeah.
secret.
Because Mass Effect does Star Trek better than him. By the way, so here we are. This is our, you know, she's kind of pretty, right? So we're going to get to see her again. Now, this time, instead of just wearing a freaking purple bed sheet,
Oh my god! Wait a minute.
she has a figure, but they've covered up all the fun bits. She's got bustling and like all sorts of like tassel or whatever you want to call it. Like her clothes are simply bunched up where her boobs and her ass is so that we can't see it. But she's wearing like go-go boots, so she's dressed hot. So accept it, guys. This is as good as it gets. It's either that or 63-year-old Michelle Yeoh. Go ahead.
Don't unpause it. Don't unpause it. Look at the chocolate chip cookie person.
Yeah.
Half the hair is long, the other half is short.
No, it's stuck behind their stupid collar, right? Because look at the
Yeah,
side.
but look,
It's
I
coming
think that's
up.
what they're trying to show. That thing is half of each, right there.
Yeah, you're probably right. And look at these some of these props. This is the cheapest space bar I've seen. It doesn't look much like Star Trek. Maybe if they put it on, they're on a space station. Why wouldn't space be out the window? It's like we went to Bed Bath and Beyond and bought some stuff that we're going to keep for ourselves. Look at that sideways heart. Like you just turn that sideways, and that's like a normal keepsake that you give to like you give it to like your wife buys it at like freaking like, you don't give it to anyone. Your wife buys it and puts it in the back room as like a decoration.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yes, FAL, we talked about that earlier.
Which
Yeah.
one?
Oh, the quote I posted.
Oh,
up on the
yeah.
screen.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
talked about how they make a mockery of a mental illness multiple
And by
times with that guy.
by the way, maybe that's Terminator too. It's like I am a machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just that guy, the whole thing with the mech warrior, he was like his death was comic relief. He was the biggest problem they had. They told him one of us can't be trusted. There's a shapeshifter and like another person, both of whom are enormous threats, and one of whom can totally hack your suit. At that point, I take off my suit. It's an enormous liability. He gained what advantage did that suit give him? It's like, I'm gonna wear my self-deletion machine.
Yeah.
Phantom Outsider. I had to highlight that. What sexual tension are they allowed? That in new. I thought they devolved.
No, it's you're allowed to do it if you have the girl boss who's in control of the entire relationship, and you have a dangerous black man. By that I mean like a rebel or a bounty hunter. He has
a roguish black man, yes.
Yeah, but for all of his alpha male energy, he subsumes that all to her. And that's
because
what
he only became a criminal because his mom didn't love him enough and his father left.
Yeah.
His father outright left. His mother did her best. He just doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that his mother did her best. He's mad at her for not loving him enough.
That's
what a
the
jerk.
only heterosexual relationship type you're allowed to have in Kurtzman Trek. That's it.
And we're living in a world where Margot Robbie told everyone she was having a boy, people said she should delete it because she was Barbie. That's the world we live in, folks.
In any event, now this woman who is attractive, like you said, they dressed her up wrong. Why?
Well, they dressed her up exactly right. This is an anti-male gaze outfit. We see the top of her chest, but her boobs are covered with this like weird, like they just took like this bed sheet and turned it around and wrapped it around her.
Sack.
It's a potato sack, and they spray painted it a couple of different colors. It might even be a garbage bag with some spray paint on it. It's that cheap. She's basically underneath that. She's just wearing like fucking like I don't know, something from like Victoria's Secret or something, or fucking Frederick Hollywood if that's still around. And she's got like the trampy go-go boots. So again, dressing trampy is now sexy, but he's covered up all the fun bits. She's got and like Kurtzman is such a freaking weasel. It'll be like this. It's like. There was like no like real like women to look at, and he's like, "You disgusting pig." She wore a bulging neckline. It's like, yeah, okay. On her suit of armor, there was a bulging neckline. Thanks a lot. It's like not even a boob window.
And then also she has blue lipstick and this blue purple hair that
she's an activist.
Would only be on a blue sky activist with 5 cats and is single in an apartment in their 50s.
Radioactive Soy Pike is with two chicks. He has a girlfriend who runs his life, and he's with Spock. But in that relationship, he's a little bit more of an alpha with Spock. No, they are totally together. Like it's not father son. It's like really freaking cringe. It's like, come cook with me, help me make dinner, Spock. And it's just like Nurse Chapel comes in, and it's like I'm not saying that like I'm like the best looking guy in the world, but like. Jess Bush is 28, and at 28, I was doing a lot better than Jess Bush, man. That outfit does her no favors. If she's prettier than that, like, I wouldn't know, but I did see pictures of her from, what was she, in the Archie show, and she's like a face model. She would be a face model in like another time. She's a body positivity hot body girl. She's non-fat. She has absolutely no tone, and that suit is not tailored for her. It looks terrible. When she bends over, we see what stomach she has. It accentuates it. When she's walking away, her ass looks like a bunch of mashed potatoes in a plastic bag. It's not her fault. It's like they ugly fight, like, and then the people would be like, Nurse Chapel looks like shit because they made her look like shit, and I'll be like, you pig, she's in a freaking cat suit. You can't, you bastards. Like it's all just lampshaded and like we have to check this box, but we don't want to. But that's all we know how to do is check boxes. So 3, 2, 1 with like 4 minutes left to go in this garbage. By the way, that
She
makes
gets
no sense.
She gets promoted for something that nobody's supposed to know about.
Yeah, in
And
3
she
weeks.
went from an Army rank to a Navy rank.
Yeah.
Lieutenant is an Army rank, and Navy rank is ensign.
So there's
Oh,
ensign,
no, you can be a lieutenant in the
command-
Navy.
yeah.
A lieutenant commander.
Well, and it goes ensign, lieutenant, junior grade, lieutenant commander,
Right.
captain.
Mr.
rear
Worf is
admiral.
Lieutenant JG until Tasha dies, but he's still Lieutenant Worf.
Right.
You know, no one calls you out. It's like, okay, 3-star general. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's like, yes, Colonel, not yes, light Colonel, or-
Yeah, but traditional Navy, like a lieutenant commander is still called commander, much like in the Army, a lieutenant colonel is called a colonel.
Why does he strut up here like a
Aggressive is the
woman?
higher version.
Oh wait, I'm gonna pause
Why
this
does
here.
he strut
I'm
up
gonna
here
pause
like
this
a
for a
woman
moment
and he's wearing a brooch?
because he stopped
Why?
acting. Because he's not acting. And FAL is correct. We did figure that one out. Yeah, Lieutenant JG, then full lieutenant, lieutenant commander. All right, so it's all right. It's not so they
And
so
radioactive will confirm for us. But I think
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
right, you know what I said.
yeah, lieutenant in the Navy is 03, lieutenant commander is 04. Thank you. I thought it was lieutenant junior grade and then lieutenant commander. In Starfleet, I think you just go from one. I don't think they have the normal lieutenant in Starfleet.
Lieutenant commander is above lieutenant. Is between commander and lieutenant.
In our real life Navy, but I think like
No, same in Star Trek.
did you in my Star Trek toys, man? Worf was just freaking and my Star Trek my Star Trek collection. Worf is my carded Star Trek collectible. Worf is Lieutenant Worf JG or Lieutenant
Worf was
Junior Grade
promoted
Worf.
to lieutenant commander in Generations on that the sailing ship scene.
Oh, that's right.
Unless you're an Enterprise and you're Malcolm, and sometimes you still say lieutenant because you're
Yeah.
a snooty,
British.
I like
snooty
lieutenant.
Britishman.
Yeah,
I like
but then,
lieutenant.
Worf was promoted to full commander in DS9.
Well, you know what? We have a new rank in this Starfleet. It's called Femtenant, and that they have more power than other lieutenants. And
Like, seriously, why did they do this to her? Why?
because they don't want you male gazing her. And now that she's allowed to be sexy, she has to look like a fucking whore. She looks like
But
Pris
she-
from Blade Runner, and they wanted her to do that.
She looks like an angry, deranged
Asshole.
leftist Twitter activist. Asshole. Yeah, exactly. Closed-minded, lower third intelligence. Just come on. Why?
Ladies
did
and
you,
gentlemen, libs of TikTok. Section 31 is libs of
like, I'm
TikTok.
trying not to be mean to real people, but this is like dressed to a stereotype.
Listen,
to a
if
complete
you happen to
stereotype.
fall, we don't really do the political thing too much here. Like it'll come out a little bit. We had like some Biden memes. We'll make some innocent jokes, and I'm sure we'll rib Trump a little bit too down the line. But the fact of the matter is, like, this woman does look like a left wing extremist. So if you're a little bit on the left, we're not talking about you
Right,
who think
right.
certain normal things that we believe. When we say left, we mean left extremist, and every YouTuber says that ad nauseum. It's not like none of us have like, middle of the road or moderate views. Although on this show, you'd be surprised how fucked up we are. But anyway, we live by Cosa Nostra rules in this fucking show. It's run out of New York. But you know what? Like, look, it's not a place to talk politics, and I just, I'm this committed. The biggest money-making day on YouTube this year has been Inauguration Day and Election Day. I did not go on the air either one of those days to stream myself. The only thing I did was congratulate one of my friends on the air live, but because his candidate won.
I guess what we can say is safely is the same people that put Stacey Abrams as president of Earth, or president of the Federation, whatever weird title she had, is the same people that would do this.
Yeah, by the way, if you are on the left, I would say this had a lot to do with the mindset that lost that election. This had a lot to do with making people think that there must be 1.14% of the population has the affliction of heterosexuality, and then there's everybody else. And, they went a bit too far in a few places. But as far as politics go, I just want to say, Grok said this today. I Googled it today. Ready? I asked it what party I belong to, and it said, Grok, your posts show a lack of political your posts show a lack of explicit political allegiance to either major U.S. party, suggesting you might favor candidates who are outside traditional political norms or those who represent a blend of views, perhaps someone like a centrist or an independent. However, without direct political commentary, it is inferred from this is only inferred from your general approach to various topics. That's how I like to keep it. I've never posted politically, guys. I mean, you know I have opinions, but I mean, am I even-handed about this on the air or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
would say so.
when I think that,
Yeah, let's finish this sad excuse of.
But there's only 4 minutes left, guys, and then it'll be over, and then it won't be any more
3
cursing
minutes
track.
counting the producers.
That's true.
We even need these last 4 minutes.
Actually, no, we didn't need the first hour and 30. Let's take it back 10 seconds to see the Falcons. Wait,
I'm his wife.
yeah, this guy's is
Herbert,
this is
Herbert.
this is so weird. It's like, and why does everybody have an earring? Like, when was the last time dudes
One
had earrings?
earring.
Harrison Ford got yeah, and it's in the correct ear, I guess, if you're hetero. But I think they're shipping this 40-year-old man with a 63-year-old woman.
Wait, did you start playing again yet or no?
I can stop it.
Okay, I
Tell me
want to
when.
show this. This is when we need sexy in Star Trek. This is what we need.
Is it really that hard to do that these days?
Look at this.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Noel.
Yes, and tell me that isn't just gorgeous,
I
right? Isn't that?
I had to
that's
transfer
sexy?
her to the Enterprise after I got a little wasted at the science lab Christmas party.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, I had to share that because this is how you do sexy, and they knew how to do it 60 years ago.
you know, it's a close look-alike for her, who's the Mirror Universe girlfriend for Kirk too.
Oh,
Gene Roddenberry, the Mirror Universe girlfriend for Kirk is so hot. All right, so here we go. Let's finish off. And again, look, like they're not going to let you male gaze her. That's like the only consistent thing about the cinematography. Though you can male gaze Michelle.
Well, they were too. Yeah, they weren't low enough, but they also cut off the top of her head again and again. They didn't do it to they them right there, but they cut her head off in her head.
It's his wife. Wife calling him ma'am.
A southern accent woman on a man is funny.
Oh God!
And by the way, JT, your thoughts on the fight before? You know, you're overlooking the fact that, you know, women are generally smarter and stronger than men. Think of all the times you've handed the mayonnaise jar to your wife so she could open it for you.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't even a Texan accent; it was a stupid accent.
Oh, it's gonna get so bad. Here it is. Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. You keep pushing my love into the borderland. Borderland. I remember when I'd do anything to touch your tits. Now I don't want anything to do with this. She basically pops out of a fucking cake. Let's take it back 10 seconds to see how dumb this is.
She's looking for some Activia there.
By the way, when she hits this, they spitefully show us the Starfleet logo before the stupidest moment. And by the way, Jamie Lee Curtis, like everyone else, she's hyper, she's self-interrupting, self-cutting off, and just like on drugs. Here we go. My grandparents bought me a toy like that when I was a kid.
Bond.
I hate that they're playing the Star Trek music.
Yeah.
Isn't this so fun?
Yeah, I told your judgment to shut up and take a nap too.
My better
They
judgment
could wash
told me
her
that
out.
Maybe someone who killed her family. No, let's just give her a
This
mission.
this was
Let's
this
make
was
her.
to kick off-
Let's give her security clearance.
This was to kick off the third episode of the series.
Yeah.
And no one wants to go any. See, look how he went out a window again, Sean. That's their thing in this Star Trek.
Yep. Good luck, Kurtzman. Good luck getting this one greenlit, you fucking asshole.
Why did the space station go into warp?
Didn't even notice that, my God.
Yep.
I think I was already. I was out as soon as I showed you the first word of the. Wait, two people wrote this story. Wait, let's look at these credits a little
Greg
closer.
Sweeney
Okay.
is responsible for the screenplay for this abomination.
Olatunde
Olatunde.
Osunami.
Wait,
Fuck
wait,
you.
before-
You're a horrible director.
See, before we go any further, Germ, thoughts?
Yeah.
What's your?
Well, I
we
did
reacted
fall
to it. We knew
asleep
what was
for
coming.
about 30 or 45 minutes there, so it wasn't as bad as I was thinking. I had a nice nap, and none of it made sense when I woke up, which is okay because none of the shit made sense when I went to sleep.
It didn't
Oh,
make
no,
sense
that-
while you were asleep either.
That whole last half hour of the final scene, I don't even think it's Act 5 because I don't know if they had 3 acts. So maybe the end of Act 2 here. That whole sequence of events was not logically consistent. Things did not go from point A to point B at all at any point in time. So if your mind started to wander, folks, there's a reason for that because none of it made any sense and it was hackneyed and cut down in there. Oh wow, here we go.
Season 31, intersectional 31 was great. When Empress Stalin screamed, "Now, young Skywalker, you will die," flew the Galactica to Cybertron and unleashed Skynet to genocide the Time Lords. I lost interest.
Yeah, basically.
You know what? Yeah, and that's and that's when Aaron Rodgers came out and slammed 2 through the rim, and then at the foul line he got nothing but net, and then he hit a home run. That's how much sense this made.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball, a much better movie, right? Basketball, a much
Ice
better movie
Pirates.
than this one. Ice Pirates is a much better movie than this one. This movie is not as good as Rise of Skywalker. It's better than The Last Jedi, but not by a lot.
Gremlins 2 is better.
Gremlins 2 is a good movie.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Terminator
No matter what
Salvation
they did to
is a better movie.
part at the end of that.
You know what? You guys missed the cutscene. You never saw the deleted scene from Gremlins 2?
No.
The doc, it's Robert Picardo walks up and he goes, "Computer, Arch, I would like to be a 20th century capitalist." And then he walks into the holodeck, and then the movie begins just the way you remember it. This
This
Yeah,
movie
he
was
tops
better
it all
than
off
mine.
with adventurism. It's the alien.
Yeah.
By the way, there's still 2 gremlins loose. The female one that doesn't die and the one that's sealed in concrete on top of the cathedral.
I think I'd rather watch The Eternals than watch this again. I think I'd probably rather watch Ant-Man 3 again. I think I would probably rather watch... Oh, gosh.
3 months earlier, this could have saved Civil War from being the worst movie I watched last year.
Yeah.
The most confusingly pointless. The only thing we knew about the president was that he practiced his speeches. So why is he a bad guy? We don't know. Who are the good guys? We don't know. Why don't we have any factions? Oh, we don't want to make anyone sad. We don't want to offend anyone. It's like, you know what? If you're going to make this crazy thriller, you got to have some... just make like the Western Coalition be good and the Northern Coalition be evil or something like that. Just choose your poison. By the way, I just wanted to say this was a horrible experience, but it was more fun watching it with you guys and all of you in the chat. So thank you so much. Thank you for this relief. This is painful. Hey, Dave,
It was much better than the biopic of my personal sex life called The One Pump Chump.
But is this movie not worse than The Last Jedi? I have to put it below The Last Jedi in my mind.
The Last Jedi had a big budget, so maybe you could get lost in that. And The Last Jedi had John Williams music.
No, the Last Jedi was immensely better because I will say that Ryan Johnson he's a good cinematographer. He
is all right.
He directs well. He directs scenes well.
Story sucks.
And that story was okay sci-fi. It was horrible Star Wars, but it worked kinda. But this,
It would have
oh my
been
God.
if it's 3 different movies.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, Sean. The Last Jedi at least had a correct color palette.
Yes.
It
A
had
John Williams soundtrack.
everybody's head was not cut off. It wasn't so
Nobody's
zoomed
head gets
in
cut off in the
that you
sequel
can
trilogies. They're
see-
really lame that way.
Like, here's
Well-
the thing: if I had a stellar screenplay, and if I was a writer and I had a great screenplay, and I'm a producer, and I need to find a director to make my awesome story, I would hire Rian Johnson because he can interpret it fine. The problem was he was given control of the script.
I think it was because Catherine Kennedy had an outline, not an outline, but
Anyone
10
who
bullet points. Like,
shoots
I want
their
this,
first
this, and
draft. This guy shot his first draft. That's a warning sign.
this. At FAL, I meant, yeah, you're correct. It is C-suite Star Trek. It's absolutely C-suite Star Trek.
Oh yeah, that's a great term. I like that.
And by the way, if you think that raising money was important and I'll just say this again. If you're on the left, I got nothing against you. None of our friends do either. All YouTubers get attacked mostly from the left though, so you're gonna hear a lot of that. But I will say this: if you are on the left, look what we did to our freaking people on the left here, right? Look what we did. We had a woman who was an insufferable bitch, a woman who was a genocidal mega criminal. We had a bunch of freaking people of color who were all freaks and losers who couldn't get anything done. We cucked the white guy by having him drill his own eye out.
and made fun of his mental illness.
Made fun. Well, it's like we made fun of what I guess it's a future possible mental illness, like mech dysmorphia. I guess it sounded to me like they were trying to act like it was no big deal. But the thing is, you shouldn't trivialize real life things, and invoking diseases and stuff like that in the show. The only thing this movie didn't do that would have made it worse is I've hated a couple of movies for this. Now I've been down this road in my life twice, and it's fucking horrible. If you invoke the death of a parent for absolutely no reason but to flashbang your audience into getting through the next 10 minutes of the movie, you're a piece of shit for doing that. That's a very serious thing. You better have a movie that can stand up to it. And if you do the death of a child, fuck your movie. No one needs to see it. No one cares. No one wants to see it. I mean, people really care, but no one wants to see a movie.
Even in Gladiator, that worked.
Yeah. We didn't see him die. We saw him afterwards.
Right,
We
but
saw
they
how it
invoked
affected.
though. They
They invoked it.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, but the thing is, that first. I was thinking when you said Gladiator, I watched the other one today, and it was better than Section 31.
I watched the
but,
first one earlier today.
oh boy, we had people with hair just as kooky as anybody in this show, and those emperors dyed their hair with Kool-Aid. But that's a whole other story. We'll watch that
Val,
one another time.
We were saying at the beginning of this that she deletes her own family and then gets crowned empress in 10 minutes. It's because in this version of the Mirror Universe, your leader of your entire quadrant spanning empire is the winner of a Squid Game.
I hereby
That's
declare the winner of our poll. Now there are 20 votes, 60 to 40. That means that 300,000 people more wanted Yesterday's Enterprise than wanted Dead Stop. Tomorrow we will watch Yesterday's Enterprise. Jerm, do you certify the vote?
Certified.
All right.
Right.
Nice.
And both of my Chrome browsers with my YouTube on them crashed at once. It is really bad.
Hold on.
Tab
I
killed
gotta
feedback.
turn on the camera, T.
Go ahead.
Yesterday's Enterprise.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Ambassador class. Is that Liga? Is that Legos?
No, this is a AMT kit.
I couldn't tell because, when you held it from the other angle, the
No.
back of the top of the nacelles looked like they might have been Lego-fied. That is cool as hell.
This was an old kit. I broke it earlier.
You know what?
Yeah.
When we film, what happens when they go through the singularity, we could continue that episode just with, exteriors and models and just do a fight with the Klingons and that. That'd be
Oh,
great.
Oh, by the way, I got in the mail today the Aztec decals for your NX-01 build.
Oh, cool. So that would be, so it'll be a Federation ship. It won't be the ISS-01. I've seen a few people have the ISS 01 anyway, so yeah, I'll be the only person I know with that badass model. F you, everybody. I mean, F you, all my haters.
But the cool thing is now that, we need to still count the number of producers in here.
Oh, God. I didn't turn it off. Okay, yeah. Olatande Osunami, you are a horrible fucking director, and you're probably never directed before. This, by the way, guys, just want to say before we do this, being a fan of the New York Jets really helps with this stuff. Okay, here we go. How many writers? I say one. Screenplay, Craig Sweeney. He did a shit job of supervising this. Story by B. Leon Kim and Lippold.
How dare you?
How dare
One.
you?
Two.
Oh, no, you're not getting away from me, motherfucker.
3.
What are we doing?
Okay.
Well, let's make sure we get this right. This isn't good. Not on my watch! Screenplay and story by 3 people.
Can we just, for shits and giggles, can you throw up a poll for the chat to grade the episode?
We're watching yesterday's episode. Yeah, you know what? A lot of them might be on. Are they on? How many are on YouTube and how many are on?
I have 16
X?
watching now on YouTube.
That's enough for a poll, guys. Let's see.
Let's get the
okay.
poll. I'll vote. I'm in the. What I think. Wait a minute. I think started at a C, and then go down to like D, F, G. Like, can we agree? Is anyone going to give this above a C?
Can I rate it in Omega, please?
Rate it Kelvin in Kelvin degrees.
Yeah.
So 0 Kelvin is just absolute 0.
Yeah.
I've got. All right. How about this one? C, D, F, and too low for 0.
Here we go. That's perfect.
Because we're still standing after this. If you get it, you get it. All right, guys, go ahead and take the poll. Wow. All right, this is the part where we try to back off our cursing just a little bit and see if we can't make an upload so that we can get our point across. Guys, we'll get to your questions in a little bit. We're going to go around in just a minute. We're going to go around the horn. And since Germ slept through a lot of the movies, he likes the best. Oh, we didn't count producers. So, let's back off the cursing, and let's just write this down. In 3 hours and 20 minutes, we start the producer count and the grades.
And how dare you invoke Gene Roddenberry's name? Get it out of your filthy mouth.
If they added loosely based to Star Trek by Gene Roddenberry, I would be a lot less upset. So here we go. Now, he's creator. They took his name off producer. They realized it looks so bad. Okay, so Gene Roddenberry. Alex Kurtzman's name stays up there longer.
2.
2.
3.
3. 4. But it's Michelle Yeoh. She was in charge of dialogue on that.
5. 6.
Wait, hold
7.
on. Michelle Yeoh is a executive producer because of her paycheck, so she could get paid twice. That's what it is.
8.
She's her own fight
9.
She's going to get all those sweet residuals.
10. 11.
Supervisor. Have you seen things like assistant supervisor producers, consulting?
12.
Oh, fuck you! Michelle Paradise, who wrote all this goddamn garbage and wrote Star Trek Discovery. Fuck you!
Well, there goes the non-swearing directive.
14.
Bleep it out.
15.
I'll fix it in post.
15. Yeah.
And you know what? I guess
producers.
We saw the name. Yeah, we saw the name Kirby, right? So we'll just say, in memory of Quabi. Jack Kirby was great, and Stan Lee was just a real jerk. Okay.
There you go.
I love Val says. I think they gave it 2 stars because there was exactly 2 stars in it. Michelle Yeoh and Jamie Lee Curtis.
How did you like me? Did anybody like Jamie Lee Curtis basically popping out of that cake?
Give me
at the very end.
Yeah, that was really strange.
Yeah,
all right,
that was weird.
Let's see if I can go without freaking out and cursing. It didn't even look like it looked like her enough for you to connect it because the voice at the beginning, if she had spoken for 1 more minute, you would have been like, it's Jamie Lee Curtis because I was zooming in on it, and I said in my in my DMs this morning to you guys, I'm like, they think that Eagle Eye is the greatest, most profound movie ever. There's like 2 beats from it in there. And what happened when I looked at Alex Kurtzman's IMDb? He's a producer on Eagle Eye.
Mm-hmm.
So he does think it's the most profound. That's like, because Julian Moore is the voice in Eagle Eye. But the thing is, like, what is he, a producer along with Spielberg? He used to hang out with the best people. You have something in your time, Superman. What can I tell you? This is one of the worst
Hold on.
stories
I just found out something. Jamie Lee Curtis has ties to Alex Kurtzman through her agent, who is Kurtzman's cousin. She needed some work.
That means that Kurtzman's cousin is the nephew of Kurtzman's father, or niece, right? Niece or nephew of Kurtzman's father, which means that until 2009, they all worked for AAMTA Filmhouse or whatever it's called. Because I think his father's name is something like Frank Quarter. If you go up and you hit Alex Kurtzman's IMDb, his father's name is hyperlinked. So I checked it. His father was born in 1940 and only made it to 2009. So real short life, unfortunately. But he did a lot. Like, he ran a film house and he was a major producer. So that's why, his freaking nepo, freaking idiot son gets to do this. And wow, Too Low for Zero is just dominating. We're at 11 votes. Let's see if we can get it up to 15. We have 13 people watching. Can we get a couple more votes in here, people?
Do a screen grab of that and just post it on X. Just the image.
You're probably right. So, guys, let's go around the horn and get our grades. Let's start over with JT, while Resolute can then piece together the plot from what other people say. What do you think, Resolute? Does that work for you, or do you want to get out of here first?
Yeah, sure. I doubt there's any really plot to piece together, but
you're right.
See what I can do.
You're right. All right, JT, you go first. Let's get your grade and your outlook on this, which starts with a C, I guess.
Yeah, so just to give you my grade right up front and not bury the lead, this is below an F-. This is below 0 Kelvin. This is quite possibly the worst movie I have ever seen. I put it below Indy 5. I put it below The Last Jedi. I put it below Geely. Okay. I mean, I have to go other genres to find movies that are not as bad as this one. But still completely awful. So there you go. Could be the worst movie ever made. And I say that not because it's Star Trek, but just because as an actual, I guess you could call this a movie, it totally fails. Okay.
That's the red letter media line, right? What did I just see? I think a movie?
Precisely. And so this was very obviously from the beginning a 2-part pilot to do one of those 8 to 10 hour long quote unquote seasons of a show that they wanted to run concurrently with SNW and Discovery. We can see why it was never greenlit, and this thing never needed to be made. I'll be convinced until proven otherwise that this was simply an attempt to release something that they could claim as a tax write-off later. This thing should have been buried and burned in one of those hobo barrels out there somewhere and forgotten about. I mean, this should have been just never even released to the public. But I guess they thought with Michelle Yeoh they could browbeat Paramount into somehow getting it. But when it was clear that she had no interest in really continuing on with this show, because she had her star had risen on other projects, why would you come back and do this? So that being said, the actual film, the plot is pointless, meandering, cut up, and nonsensical. I would dare say there is no plot. I could not tell you where acts 1 through 5 of a typical Star Trek movie or TV show would be. Because I doubt they actually exist. The sets are dreadful. The cinematography is awful. You have exactly 2 colors in this whole thing. Some color of blue and some color of yellow, orange, gold somewhere in there. The soundtrack is okay, except for the insult at the end, although it does not fit. The actors, I can't tell if they're bad actors or if the writing is just that bad, or if all of the above. The choices of aliens were stupid. The backstories were dumped on us. I don't care about a single one. I can't even name any of them. The closest I can get outside of Giorgio is the Delton and Lieutenant Garrett. And this is not real Lieutenant Garrett. This is just another ruined character that's going to get,
fucking Skinwalker Garrett. Skinwalker Garrett.
The entry in Memory Alpha of Captain Rachel Garrett is going to just be ruined by this trash, and the mods over there should roundly reject anything from this film. Other things about this, the sets are mostly green screens, borrowed sets from Star Trek Picard or Star Trek Discovery. It's clear that they tried to save money by reusing those things. Sets are oddly empty except for the Galactic Star Cruiser set, is what I'm calling it, because it looks like it was,
and that was by no means populous. It just had a dozen people.
Yeah. We had people dressed up in street clothes standing around after someone was deleted right behind the bar. What? We talked about that during the show. That
we're not sure some production people didn't get caught in the picture because it was that sketch.
Exactly. But every other scene is just dumb. I don't like the MacGuffin, the final fight scene with a sword, of all things, was beyond stupid. It needs to apologize to all sorts of films, from various Star Wars movies to Men in Black to Mission Impossible to just other TV shows across time. So I could go on for an hour. I don't want to eat up everybody else's points. I think I may have borrowed a couple from everyone else on the panel, so thank you if I took any of your ideas or comments from earlier during the stream. But in summation, I think this should be clear to Paramount and whoever ends up taking them over in the final deal that there is no reason to keep the current crew of New Trek around any longer. Sorry, folks, not sorry. If you're at the top, you need to make room for other people with better ideas that love Star Trek. Not that want to do anything else but people that love Trek. And there you go, Admiral. I will hand back the phaser to you.
Okay. Before we move on, I'll just say people are talking about the crew member. Here's the thing. Screen capturing it, it's so deniable, but it really does look like it was a crew member. It's just like a guy with a goatee with a normal haircut, and he's not really acting, but no one in this really acts. Honestly. And I'll address the bad acting when we get to me. Go ahead, Sean.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I've been waiting all day. So, well, let's first start off with the movies that this abomination rips off. I've got a count going, and please add to this list if you need to. We have a ripoff of Dune, Fifth Element, Silence of the Lambs, Men in Black, every crime show ever, The Princess Bride, Star Trek First Contact, Hunger Games, Indiana Jones, any Oceans movie, Rise of Skywalker, The Last Jedi, Star Wars A New Hope, Mission Impossible, Alien Romulus, Star Wars, Blade Runner, Rebel Moon, Rogue One, and Happy Days. There's a scene where Philippa kicks the freaking thing and gets it to work like Fonzie. This show, movie, it was a contrived plot, tropes, stolen plots, misleading everything. I can't even talk. This movie sucked.
Every bad thing.
This movie was so horrible. Alex Kurtzman, with your smug face, get out of Hollywood. I will. Well, yeah, no, I was gonna say, just get bent, get out of Hollywood, stop making movies. Anyone listening, do not give this man a penny, other than to get a U-Haul and move to Punxsutawney, wherever, to work at a Starbucks. This guy has no business being behind a camera, no business writing anything, much less Star Trek. And just like JT was saying, this was one of the worst things I've ever watched. Not because it was bad Star Trek, but because it was bad story writing. It was bad cinema. It was bad production. It was bad acting. It was bad special effects. It was bad music. It was bad makeup. It was bad set design. It was bad everything. Not one scene of this, not one moment was enjoyable. Not one moment made me laugh. Everything that was supposed to funny made me groan. Everything that was supposed to make me feel something serious made me laugh. It was every intention they had the opposite effect. Every single one. This movie sucked.
It's sort of
And
a
that is
perfect
my
failure,
review.
huh? Sort
Yeah,
of a
that is
perfect
my
failure.
review.
Yeah, there's no need to give it a grade. It's that bad. It's ungradable.
Oh, yeah,
And now
I give it a negative 10,000 out of 10.
you beat me by like several thousand points.
Or
I said
Sean.
negative 400.
Here you go, Sean. I'm talking Tina, and I hate your movie very much.
Wait, I forgot we had Twilight Zone reference in there. Let's add the Twilight Zone with the talkie
Twilight
Tina doll.
Zone. Oh, we had more. And by the way, we didn't homage
Grace
stuff.
Wallace.
We ripped it off. We ripped it off. And we didn't like, when I say we ripped it off, like we ripped it off like it was a date. Talkie Tina, like that was ripped off. Like if that was a date, it was like the hands were on top of the shirt and things looked like they were going good, and then just like the other hand went too far south too fast, like one drink too early, and he got slapped in the face, and he just kept going for it. That's how out of touch this is.
And Hail the Phantom Outsider is absolutely right. It says Kurtzman and Zoe need to be banned from writing anything, including a simple thank you card.
Yeah, I was gonna say I sometimes have to drink Starbucks. Can we send him to a Cinnabons? I don't really like that. Cinnabons.
Well,
You know what?
that's where in Breaking Bad, didn't the lawyer from that, Saul Goodman, he went to go hide.
He went to go.
So
I think he
maybe
said a
witness
Starbucks.
protection is kind of maybe a Cinnabon is where he should go.
Wait, is that where they followed him after the end of Breaking Bad? He said Starbucks best case, so he ends up at Cinnabons. It didn't do as well as he thought. That's great.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's a lawyer. That was probably a good show, but I was like, Breaking Bad was a perfect story. I don't want to see El Camino. I don't want to go on from it, but I guess it's now the turn of our resident viral friend. Go for it, Resolute Germ.
Well, my first problem was that intro looked like it was ripped off from a mobile game.
Yeah.
Or it might have been made for a mobile game, as low quality as it was. The one black guy, I don't know what the hell he was doing in there. He looked like he was a poor man's Tracy Morgan, and wondering why they don't have Tracy Morgan in there. He can use the money. And he would at least run some eyeballs.
He has standards.
Well, Tracy Morgan thinks he's worth more than they probably would have offered him.
They gave her $12 million. All these people got their SAG waiver on this job. Give me a break. I didn't recognize anyone from anything. If I look at their IMDb's, I bet you Mech Warrior was a stuntman.
Yeah, that's a
Go
good
on,
bet.
Jim.
That suit looked like it was off of a bad Cyborg movie from the 80s.
Yeah, we got some Dune stuff left over and some Borg implant stuff. Like, let's just work on it.
Yeah. Then we get to that fight. One, it made me sick just to look at it. The way they're phasing in and out and all the camera movements made me a little nauseous. And the way they had all the background characters, I thought that was just a lot tour that they said, hey, everybody, why don't you just sit around and watch the floor show and we'll film it for them for some future project. So I don't even think those were hired people. Those were just, hey, a lot tour. This is a special feature for you.
They were
didn't
like,
know what the hell they were doing.
You know, there's 15 people in the bar. There's 15 producers. It was probably them. Like, we missed Kurtzman was one of the people.
Entirely.
Sometimes it happens in a good way. It happens in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. The people that he is addressing when he's like, talking about the V'ger probe. Some of them, a lot of them, are the people who started the letter writing campaign that saved the show. Gene Roddenberry always remembered the people who started Star Trek. And by the way, this week in 1972, the first ever true Star Trek convention was held at Madison Square Garden, New York, from the 21st to the 23rd.
Oh.
Yeah, isn't that great? Fandom was born this week, guys. It's exactly 53 years old.
Yeah, very nice.
Behind the scenes on this would be like such an interesting thing. Yeah, go ahead, Jerem. I'm sorry.
Thankfully, I fell asleep until I hear some stupid talking Tina doll acting like it's the end of the fucking world. And thankfully, that doll dies quite quickly. I don't know what's going on, but everything looks like shit. And just to put everything in to reference, I was forced to watch Daniel Craig's gay movie this past week, and if I had the choice between the two, I'd go back to the Daniel Craig gay movie than watch this again.
Whoa.
That's saying something, because this was aiming to be probably more inclusive than that movie too. So you have to really wonder.
Yeah, I think I'd probably rather watch Daniel Craig taste the rainbow than have to sit through this again now. All right, Jerp. So, final thought on this one as far as like how you would classify it. Don't bother with a letter grade unless you want, or go ahead. Tell me what you want.
Is there a bottle of pills available instead of watching this again?
Okay, that would seem to say it all. All right, here's Admiral Teag's thought. Hey everybody, it's me, your buddy Admiral Teag. My grade for this one is too low for 0. Oh, let me tell you, this story was like on shaky ground for the first 30 seconds, and then the floor fell out, and we never stopped falling. We never reached terminal velocity. Terminal velocity was when the whole story hit the wall at the end. It was one stupid convenience after another. A lot of this movie, a lot of the bad direction, it might just be the best possible direction they could do with Michelle Yeoh's double. When they say you can tell she was doubled, I couldn't tell she was doubled as much as I noticed terrible camera work that kept people's faces out of the frame. So there you go. That's doubling. When they say you could tell she was doubled, there's just way too many shots where we don't see her face. There's way too many occurrences where, and the chainmail mask that offers no protection, she's the most preposterous character ever. Grandma got her meds mixed up, and now she thinks she's a stripper or a dominatrix. What are with those shoes? She's not dressed to fight. She's not really dressed to hang out. The whole thing was just from the moment you behold her, she's a horrible character. She's a cannibal again. She's eating eyes. She's like spicing up her drink with optic nerves. And then she gets approached by Mr. Whisper Voice, secret talk black guy. And she we're supposed to be impressed by how wise she is, that she susses up all the 6 most obvious people in the world in the room. And that was supposed to make her feel like she was wise. And right there, you see Alex Kurtzman's problem. There's no, we didn't build them up to be good spies so that she could suss them out. The thing is that she's supposed to be so awesome that she, can tell who they are. But they're the most obvious. We got a Vulcan who's laughing like the Joker. He can't keep it together. He's, falling apart. We ripped off Men in Black 2, for God's sake. Men in Black 2, okay? All the bad doubling. They can't direct people. Alex Kurtzman and his director, this Olakande Ulalule guy or whatever, and I mean, I'm sure it's a fine name where he came from. No, I'm not trying to mock his name that much. I mean, I'm joking around a little bit, but I respect, your name and wherever you're from. I'm sure it's a great place, and I'm sure you're a great guy, and I'm sure that when they sold you this opportunity, you thought it was going to be great, but then you had to keep going back for years and years and years while they effed it up and did one screen test after another. Or maybe you inherited this project because the other producer, the other director, moved on to a real project and did Hell on Wheels. That's how long this has taken. Michelle Yeoh's gone from her 40s to her 60s. Let this be. Alex Kurtzman's magnum opus to Star Trek. Let this be the final curtain has fallen on Alex Kurtzman's Star Trek. This was the worst thing I've seen in Star Trek. Now, as far as a regular movie, this changed quick from a lot of bullshit to like hardcore truth. They were trying early in the week. The corpo media was saying, imagine you went to the best burger joint in town, but instead of being served burger, you were given an absolutely delicious, top-notch piece of sushi. While the sushi might be great, you ordered a burger, and I'm like, that is not an apt analogy at all. That is a bunch of BS. That analogy is, this is not a sushi. This is not a hamburger. This is like, imagine if you wanted like Kool-Aid and they didn't have it in the right flavor, so you just drank water instead and you were better off. This was just the most boring and stupid waste of my time. They didn't know how to like join together the parts they had. For people who want to criticize Star Trek the motion picture, that went through several iterations as a TV show, then a miniseries, then back to like a movie, then back to a TV show, finally ending up as a movie, whatever the sequence of events may have been. And the fact of the matter is, Gene Roddenberry threads the needle with an enduring story that gets better with time and, you know, is a masterpiece. This movie was a masterpiece in failure. You could teach a film class over the failure of this, and like the first week would just be like the 7 or 8 year, 9 year, well, isn't it the 13-year history of Section 31, okay? 13 years of this freaking nonsense to get to this point. They wanted Section 31 to the point that they made everything about their Star Trek universe like Section 31. Everyone was a spy. Everyone had a dark secret. Everyone was a loser. Alex Kurtzman remains committed to being the grimmest, most tangential idiot director on the face of the earth. That dialogue was the worst dialogue ever. We've seen it done better, and then it went out of style like within a few years of the show, of the movie The Fugitive. That overlapping, snapping dialogue where everyone's finishing each other's sentences. I'm tired of it. Alex Kurtzman has to stop with the mentally incompetent helper character who is too nervous to keep the plot to themselves and just tells us things that they shouldn't even know so that the show can move along. I'm tired of people walking up and telling their backstories. I'm tired of people speaking in exposition. That opening with the Jamie Lee Curtis voiceover was one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. And who is that transmission for except us, the audience? Absolute garbage. Mr. Kurtzman, I have been subjected to some terrible, terrible movies in my life. This was not a mediocre movie. This was a horrible story, and this was not a movie. This is a streaming piece of garbage, all right? Your press has run out. Your time has run out as a creator. You are through. You are finished. Anyone who would hire you is begging for a boycott. We're going to shine a light on all the bad stuff you did. The magical thinking, the nonsense, the bullshit. It's all nonsense and we're sick of it. You need to get out of Hollywood and just do something else with your life. You know, like maybe you'll find your storytelling skill in dinner theater, in Canada, doing like a version of Wicked with like, you know, I don't know, like maybe you'll bring a whole new dimension to the Cowardly Lion in dinner theater. But as far as more Star Trek goes, I don't want it around schools. I don't want it sold to kids. I want it controlled. This has to be done. This needs to be TV with warnings. I don't want any more Star Trek children's shows. This is not for kids. Eating eyeballs in like 4 minutes. If any Star Trek kids show takes off, within a few episodes, they'll cross it over with one of these shows, and you're going to have a real fucked up conversation with your kid. And let me tell you something. I know this about Alex Kurtzman. I'm pretty sure that he's got a few ideas for your kid that you would rather talk to him about first yourself. This is programming. This is indoctrination. This is propaganda. This is nonsense. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. What the hell do they think they're doing with us with this garbage? What the hell do they think they're doing? That's all I have to say on that one. This is the worst piece of garbage ever. All right.
Admiral Teag.
Admiral, are you aware of a gentleman online named Overlord DVD?
I've heard of him.
Now, he is the concept of a rant. I think you took that concept, you dialed it up to 11.
Yes, absolutely.
And, I realize, so kudos. I realize stylistically it may have been designed to be that way, but you did not.
The Cheshire Glitter on the Wake has been a fucking nightmare.
You did not go too far in a few places. I think you were spot on. Well done, sir. Well done.
Well done. Yes. You said everything I was feeling, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna let the Admiral say what I'm feeling because I know.
I went like 3 or 4 minutes there.
It's a real shame we don't all
that
live
was
in the
really
same
good.
building, because we'd be at the bar after this, folks. Just like,
Oh God, yeah. Cheers.
There's going to be
everybody.
a day when there'll be a day. I got to meet PDB, and I like to meet people that I work with. Maybe I'll be able to get out to finally get that trip to Comerica Park. You're not the only person I know in Michigan.
oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people from New York, when we reach the top of our game in violent crime, we relocate to the big leagues. A lot of guys get caught. I knew a guy who robbed a bank and like took out like 3 guards. He made the bigs. There was a scout from Detroit there outside in the getaway car. By the time he made it to the 59th Street Bridge, he was signed to a 20-year contract to work in downtown Detroit by OCP Tower.
nice.
We have a question here posed to you, Admiral.
Go ahead. Without really ranting. Go
Right
ahead.
here. Well, Lockdown wants to know how. If you want to know how.
Go ahead, Lockdown. Your fingers do the walking. By the way, can someone explain to me why I'm supposed to have a Discord at this point and if it would help me?
Don't do it. No.
It may help, but it's going to be a real pain in the ass to run.
It's another thing to manage.
Should we turn it off during the show? Or is that stupid? That's idiotic now. Now I have something for the sake of it.
We meet it often enough. You don't know. Nah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the name of the Discord that I created is called the Discount of the. It's called the Discord of the Final Frontier, or Discord on the Final Frontier. That's what it's called.
Lockdown says, "I want to be able to escape." Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say if Admiral Teag could read this. This sounds like something like an Admiral Teag ranty thing.
Do you want ranty or do you want like Harrison Ford delivery?
I want to hear the ranty. This looks ranty.
How about this? We'll start out with like stoned Harrison Ford, and we'll try to end with like ranty, right?
Okay.
I want to be able to escape to entertainment medium without politics, virtue signaling injected into it. Movies, series, gaming. Everything is so hard to talk about without mentioning politics. You know, now you won't be able to talk about the Red Hulk without politics, but he'll only be in the movie for a couple of minutes. But yeah, the escape of entertainment has been twisted. How's that?
There it is. Okay.
You haven't really heard Admiral Teag rant like a madman until you've heard it in the original German.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, JT. I saw that and I was like, oh, this sounds like something Teague should have read.
Alex Kurtzman and all his lackeys, that's all they could pull off. That's ridiculous.
Lockdown says Danka.
It would have been so easy. So anyway, like I guess I should share with our audience. Sometimes we don't take minutes in our meetings, but sometimes like we leave the StreamYard's camera running. And do I have the video from our last writers meeting? Let's see if I have that. Nah, maybe I won't show the scene from Downfall. But yeah, you know what? Here's the deal. This was a terrible idea. This movie was in production hell for a reason. It went more than 10 years. Like, your star doesn't go from her 40s to like a couple of years over 60, like with a good movie. Stuff about from
Why
2018.
do you think they bothered releasing this?
I'll
said it
tell
was
you what Tom
tacked
Connors
right
told
off.
me. I can tell you what. Why did they bother releasing it? Here's what happened. In my opinion. This is my opinion. Now remember, I keep my ear close to the ground, and we've seen stuff that I say get validated by bigger people real quick. I've been like first on the shot for a couple of things. Not going to call anybody out or go like, keeping score, but like it's more than a few people. And, as far as Star Trek goes, it's all I do. So, like, I probably should be, pretty good at it. And so far, I have a pretty high rate of being correct. So, how do I think this happened? I think that there were no adults in the room. I think that money was being stolen from the Rings of Power. I think that the stolen money from the Rings of Power, after they stole as much as they could and laundered it and like tried to make some money off interest, like allegedly bought some heroin with it and allegedly sold it near schools, and allegedly did other stuff like that to raise the money to do that and put that toxic behavior. After they allegedly did all these things, I think that I think what happened was there were no adults in the room. And we're dealing with I think that, in my opinion, allegedly, these people could be professional intellectual thieves, and that we know for sure their lawyers are better than their lawyers are much, much, much better than their writers. Their writers, I'm going to assume now that the accusation by Netflix that we heard about, that it's still not provable, but for a while there, Netflix was in court. They agreed to arbitration to finish it, which is why we don't have a judgment. But it starts out in court because most Hollywood, Sean, right, it's supposed to go to arbitration no matter what, right? Is it most Hollywood contracts? And arbitration's secret. So Star Trek, like, they got caught in court twice. The first time we know it's something very close to they stole a video game. They were losing left and right. They started to prevail because they had more money than the independent video game. They sort of raised the guy out of the game. But when they were winning, while they were winning, because they had high power lawyers too, while they were winning, their defense was said to have been, there's no story to our story. So since there's no storyness to our story, how could we have stolen a story? And it looked like they were winning, but the other guy went broke at that point, or maybe folded his cards. It's like, if they're going to beat me with that, I might as well give up. And that's the bad robot attitude. Like, read their litigation more than anything else. The whole thing with Netflix, they didn't tell their fans it was going away. They found out from Netflix when it was just gone. Netflix didn't even release a press release. The story behind that is said to be that Netflix told them that they were doing Star Trek on purpose to trigger their buyout. I now think that Alex Kurtzman might just be this incompetent. I don't think he's clever enough to be that. No, but for a while it did. Think about what a great Ponzi scheme it is, Sean. If we get a contract with a 4-year buyout and we have a 3-year contract, if we make a show so bad that we get fired before it airs in year one, no one ever sees it, and then in next year we're going to make 7 years pay. That year's pay plus 5 or 6 more from the years before.
That sounds like the producers.
No,
that's what they're doing. But yeah, it's 15 of them in this case.
It makes sense in that scenario, but someone like Kurtzman, he's like 52, 53. The guy wants to keep working. He wants to keep in the industry.
No, he doesn't need to anymore.
Money.
But he doesn't need to anymore.
He's got an ego. He wants to. He doesn't want to give it up. So like, it doesn't make sense.
Egos can be broken and everyone has their price. I have heard things... Now, here's another one. You heard it from the Tachyon Pulse. I told you guys first, and there was videos made today that, and the other day, that Paramount really is that assessment. It's been validated by other better, more reliable sources than where I got it from. But my picking and choosing of reliable versus unreliable sources has been, my research skills have been right on. I claim no special knowledge or inside knowledge. I don't have it. They film in California and Vancouver. How the fuck would I know what's going on at Star Trek? But I can figure out like bad faith when I see it. I think it's all bad faith. But the thing is, the bad faith is like the first person Alex Kurtzman conned was he conned himself. He thinks he's a genius. He's just convinced. At the same time, there's so much cope there. It's like, if I had more money, it would be better. If you had more money, you would have to direct extras, and people would be like, did that guy not teleport across the room? And it would be even worse. I mean, why do you feel the need to belch fire into the air all the time? What's up with that? It's so infantile. This was one of the most infantile stories, and I have sat through Ahsoka. I have sat through Kenobi. I have sat through Star Trek of like terrible, terrible, terrible stupidity in name only. You know, I have sat through Discovery. I have sat through Strange New Lows. I have sat through, a couple of regrettable Deep Space Nine episodes that I won't throw them at the other stuff. At least there was moments of entertainment in them. But there was moments when I've turned off Deep Space Nine and stuff like that, and I've turned off Voyager. This was worse than anything, and the goodwill that Kurtzman was buying from people went away really quick, or he ran out of money fast, or he ran out of friends fast, really fast. Something changed really fast. Just about a week ago, there was things saying like it was a really fine piece of sushi, but people want what do you call it, a hamburger. So at that point, the sales pitch was, hey, if you like sci-fi but you never like Star Trek, you should check this out. And they're trying again to jettison the Star Trek fans.
It's not even decent sci-fi. It's shit.
That's the thing.
It's not even sushi.
It's held up for
day in the
hours.
This is just the most contrived, stolen, ripped off piece of crap, trope-filled garbage that's ever been put to celluloid or film or digital, whatever the F they're using right now. But I mean, there's some comments in the chat
Mark's
here.
Right. Yeah, I mean the chat's right all over it.
Why would a producer knowingly throw money and push this nonsense? Well, he himself has said Star Trek is a platform. It's not a storytelling device anymore. It's a platform. So what? Okay, I don't see
whatever form Kurtzman. Whatever form Kurtzman's partner is like probably really woke and crazy. And the thing is, Kurtzman had some success early, but he used to do everything with Roberto Orci, and now like you can never find them together. And like Roberto Orci's still not great, but his stuff like has a little bit of endurance. He can get 2 seasons out of a freaking TV show.
Well, it's just like D&D with the Game of Thrones. Like it was clear they were idiots. It was just the material they had that was good that made them look okay.
Well, the genius was there, or whatever. The original writer was there with them, helping them make the screenplay and helping them make the adaptations. He was ready to take that phone call. He was only 90 then.
Yeah, and when they were left on their own, they showed what.
Oh my God!
They were so
we've
bad
all
that
found out a lot.
County fired them. I mean, how do you have to be where even KK fires you?
Oh, and message from Fal real quick here, Admiral. It's a great one.
Go ahead.
Okay, he says he's got to go. I'll be back. He subbed.
Yeah, thank you.
On my channel. Well, we're sincerely thankful and honored by your comment. Thank you.
Admiral Teag goes on channels. Admiral Teag will go on your channel if I can do it. I mean, I'm not promising exclusively, but like I'm saying in general. And JT can prove this. Have I proven in the last couple of weeks that I'll just go on your channel?
Oh yeah, or Dave C's channel. Yeah.
Welcome to the crew.
You might not like the problems that come with Admiral Teag coming on your channel.
Oh, nonsense.
But you know what, FAL, honestly, you've taken your first step into a larger world, as the great Doomcock said to me. And this is what I would say, honestly, is my advice to you. Don't buy the most expensive mic in the world till you really get it down. And you know what? Stay true to what your passion is. Do that. And also, like, always have some bullet points and some preparation. And also, grow a thick skin. Don't give away too much information about yourself, because people can be real douchey in this YouTube world. So, you know what? Keep your friends close, but be really cautious. The first people you meet might not be the nicest. So even me, be careful. Get to know me first. Get to know everyone first. Trust, but verify. And if you have any neurosis or stuff, you're gonna have like that. That'll flare up at least once, like doing this. Trust me.
Welcome, FAL, man.
Yes.
Honest advice. Honest advice.
A lot more fun tomorrow, dude. Wait, hold on. We're gonna have a lot more fun tomorrow reviewing yesterday's Enterprise. It's one of my favorites. In fact, Admiral Teag, if you recall, that's the ship I command in the fleet.
Yes, and I gotta say,
I command the Enterprise C.
If you like the movie Happy Gilmore, it's got Shooter McGavin in it. Yeah.
Great
Shooter
episode.
McGavin in a heroic role. Shooter McGavin is a good actor. He's a great guys. Is Shooter McGavin not the greatest hero in that?
He's so good.
Ensign Castillo.
Lieutenant Castillo.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Castillo.
Richard Castillo. I'm looking forward to it. What a good palate cleanser that's going to be tomorrow.
Oh yes.
I think what happens is Rachel Garrett has just been defamed. Well, that wasn't any Rachel Garrett I recognize, and that wasn't any kind of Star Trek I recognize, and that wasn't a good story either.
I would have loved a series with Rachel Garrett.
Yes.
God, that would have been great.
If
Good
you were
Star
going to
Trek
do a
series
prequel,
idea are easy to
that
come
would
up
have been
with.
a great spot.
Right?
Look at the
Instead of
last.
Voyager. Imagine Rachel Garrett series.
Let's think of the last 5 or 6 years. All the great Star Trek series ideas that have been abandoned by people other than these, like they couldn't be finished because of these people. Somehow we got unification. They couldn't stop that, and thank you so much, David Blass and William Shatner, for that. And there's one person who's actually willing to talk to me a little bit too. Dave Blass is all right.
You're gonna be talking Space 1999 tomorrow. Ooh, wow.
Ooh, cool.
Are you a UFO fan as well, FAL?
Love
UFO.
UFO. It's not UFO. It's UFO.
Oh, UFO, yeah.
By the way, this was one of the things I think I got like chastised a little bit for like being a little too like excited about. These are the things that I liked about UFO because of the time I found it in my life. I was smoking tons of weed in college when UFO just came on, right? And I'm trying to get through like New York's like toughest college, and I'm not really that smart. Like I didn't cheat. I just had a good day. You know what I mean? And like so State University of New York, cold, you know, on the North Shore of Long Island, freaking freezing cold, and I'm in my dorm room with the space heater on, and the show comes on, and they marathon it all weekend, and it was just like, what is with this weird, freaky show? And my friend and I were just like, when we smoked, what must have been the 30th joint of the day. We were just like, all right, man, like, I dig this guy's wig. I like, the episodes are complete when this happens. He has to have an earth tone outfit. He has to drive his brown car, and he needs to smoke one of those little cigarettes while he drinks the smart drinks from his non-alcohol bar. And that doesn't matter what else fucking happens, but if those things don't happen, it's a shit episode. And that's what we went on. And before we lost him, God love him, I got to find out, and who else would know it, because I just kept joking about Straker's wig, and Clobby was like, it's not a wig. He was very dedicated to his character, and he bleached his hair over and over. I'm like, oh, so it's just like lifeless hair. And it's like, it's lifeless hair.
That was such I still haven't finished watching that show. I'm just savoring it. I've watched like
UFO?
Yeah.
It has the same problem as the other shows, like Space 1999, is that they fall way behind on their production schedule. They mess up the contracts of the actors.
Oh, yeah.
But because it's in England, they have a little bit more leeway. But I think season 2 of like that show happened in like 1983, so it's like they overshot their own.
It was season 1. UFO only had 1 season.
I know, I was just joking around. Season 2 would have aired in like 1983 by the time they finished it. They would have overshot their.
It was a shame. It was the stories were so good, especially the one.
Sometimes
where
there was some
son needed
that
antibiotic thing.
Let's not talk about medicine. You know what? There are some episodes that are really weird, but there are some that are really good. Some of them are just too batshit and too out there for me. But like, here's the thing: if he smokes a little cigarette, if he goes and has a future drink, and he sits behind his little desk and gives an inspirational speech before driving his brown car, then that's the greatest TV of all time. Now, by the way, I just want to say, it's not like I don't like UFO, Sean. In fact, I'm sitting here dressed like the guys in the UFO command submarine right now, and I do every show dressed in that. No one remembers the UFO submarine? Don't you remember the Shadow submarine?
The
Catcho the Day, Macho Man. Let's just say Trump dances to their music. That's what they look like.
Yeah.
English cigarettes.
For Radioactive out there, he's asking. He was talking about he wanted to see a series about the.
He is right.
Now, when I said with Captain Cameron or a different one, I mean Captain Cameron, meaning the actor who played Captain Harriman was Cameron in Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah, it's Cameron. And also he's the scared guy from Speed.
Right. Yeah, so that's who I meant. Radioactive. But I think he was sufficiently shown to be he didn't pack the gear to be a captain in Generations. I think he kind of tried to turn in his captain's card.
He was a little bit hobbled, right? I understand he had an okay career in
was.
books. What are they going to do? They
that's
sent him
fine,
out in a little
but-
parade with the old Admiral Kirk and a couple of people who would agree to
gonna
be in
be
this
given
terrible
the-
movie.
You're given the helm of the flagship. You'd think the guy would have been ready for it. He
It's on Starfleet.
Well, if
Well,
only they
let's
had been
debate
able to wait
this.
till Tuesday.
Hold on a
maybe
second.
His balls arrived on Tuesday.
Hold on a second. We hereby convene the inquest into John Harriman, captain of the USS Enterprise B. Captain Harriman was ordered to take out an underprepared ship that didn't even have photon torpedoes by Starfleet Command. This was a blatant mistake by Starfleet Command and not on Captain Harriman. I move that Captain Harriman I submit to the tribunal that Captain Harriman be cleared of all guilt. So say we all.
So say we all.
Okay, well, hold on.
Oh, I got JT with me. Okay.
I would like to protest. I would say Starfleet Command is guilty because they were around Earth in Earth's solar system, and there was only one starship available.
Yeah.
When the LaCool called, we're the only ship in range, sir. Oh, come on.
The Nexus comes through every 80 years.
Yeah,
The
flying
Nexus
at
comes through.
140. I know.
Yeah. It comes through
Fuck
every
that
80
movie.
years. Yes,
fuck
fuck
that
that.
movie
I hate
so
that
much.
fucking movie
Fucking
so
movie.
much. It's a piece of garbage.
Some scenes were good, but oh my god, the plot is. I love the Nexus just slows down to warp 1 when it needs to.
Still,
And then-
this
Yeah, it was sublight for a while there.
This Generations movie is like King Lear to what we just witnessed this evening.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, Rachel Ziegler's Snow White's got his fucking work cut out for it if it thinks it's gonna beat this thing. It might be, what if Snow White's 3 minutes shorter? It wins. That's it. The shorter movie's gonna win. That's the only way anyone's gonna be better. Ain't nobody getting second best on this one. You can't make. This was a perfect bad movie. Everything my eyes engaged was horrible. Michelle Yeoh was ridiculous. If you tried to look at her costume, she was again dressed for the Matrix. Like diversity hire Section 31 was a bunch of douchebags. I hated every single one of them. I couldn't stand anybody in Section 31's team. They made me sick to my stomach. I wanted them all to go away. It was one of the worst experiences I've had cinematically. You know what? I would rather have to try to beat I would rather try to do one of those Evel Knievel Snake River jump challenges where it's just strap me onto a motorcycle and send it up a ramp, and either I make it or either I clear the 40 Greyhounds or I die, but just don't make me watch this a third time. I watched this twice for you guys because I love you and because you asked me to and because you wanted to. And let me ask you right now, what do you think? Tell me in the comments. There's still a good amount of people here, and we thank you. You're a great bunch. And you've been fun as hell. And we've had the only fun we're going to have out of this nonsense we actually managed to have some fun. I got to get Jerem back in here. Hold on. Who did I disappear? I disappeared JT.
You disappeared. Yes, you did.
Yeah, hold on, JT. You'll get your camera slot back when I feel that you've matured.
Well, I agreed with you about the Enterprise B and Captain Harriman. Come on.
It's true. I'm trying to figure out a way to set this up.
Take it easy, buddy.
FALN, thanks a lot for coming by, and I hope that's good advice in the words of Tom Hanks for A League of Their Own. What's a better movie, A League of Their Own or Major League?
Major League.
Major League.
Major League's more fun, but A League of Their Own's a better movie.
Yeah, it's the better. Technically, it's the better movie, but I rather watch Major League.
I agree. Yeah,
big on Tom Hanks.
Equal appetite for both. Equal appetite for
Nailed it.
both. I got equal appetite for both because there's some pretty ladies. I could look at Gina Davis all day, but then Lori Petty walks on cam. Marla Hooch is hotter than Lori Petty. Ah!
And you have Roseanne, or not Roseanne. You have
Rosie
O'Donnell in that.
You know what? She's from.
She was
Think about
actually
this.
good in that movie.
Her and Natalie Portman are from the same town. They're the yin and the yang. By the way, let's talk about this real quick. Natalie Portman's supposed to be in Star Wars.
No.
When Taika Waititi said to her, "Would you ever consider being in a Star Wars movie?" because he didn't know, my impression is that was a trial balloon, and I reported it as such as at the time. Since then, they've brought it up. Now, I think she's going to be in Ahsoka flashback. That's the stupidest way to bring her back. You know how you bring back Natalie Portman in Star Wars if you want to do it? This could work.
Don't.
Think about this one.
You don't.
Ideally, you don't, but think about this for a second. Let's say you want to because you're so fucked and you've done such a terrible job. This is what you do. If you really want Natalie Portman back, you remember she has clones. Those clones would be her age now in Mandalorian verse. One of them could show up in Mandalorian and Grogu. She could give a chance to do some different kind of acting. Well, that's the appeal to her, is you could be in Star Wars and show some range. Hey, Oldest Gamer!
Different kind of acting with her and Grogu. I don't want to know what kind of movie you're talking about, sir.
You know what? Now I'm just thinking about the meme. Now I'm just thinking about the meme where she's sitting by the falls on Naboo with Anakin, and she's like, "A tasteful one, right? A tasteful one, right?" Good to see you, Oldest Gamer.
I'm going to say something I was going to say on PCB the other night, and I decided not to. Disney has announced so many things lately that have never come true that Mike Zero is now more accurate than Disney itself.
Yeah, I'll leave the taking shots at people to like the big guy, I guess, right? But here's the thing. I guess we'll make a little announcement here tonight on the non-Star Trek show. We'll do some non-Star Trek business. This is the show of all four people you see on here now. This is my channel, and I sign off on having this show. But everyone here is a member of this show, and it pains us like when Jerem can't get here, and the four of us, we are equally members of Saving Star Trek, and we try to go out there and conduct ourselves, in a Saving Star Trek kind of way. But that's, neither here nor there. But there is collaboration on this show. There is friendship among the people who write and collaborate on this show. And it's all because we love Star Trek. We were all here for the old fleet. We were members of the old fleet. We were here before the Cylons came and attacked. And I'm going to tell you this, too. We love everybody we've run into, and it looks like things are about to get a little more collegial around here. And there was some very positive developments the other day. If people watch on X, and I'll just leave it at that. But you know what? For all of you, it's an honor to entertain you all and to keep this Saturday night Star Trek tradition alive. And I just hope that I don't fall for. I've become to believe that there might be a Star Trek pundit curse, so I've started jogging. But I'll wait until it gets warmer. That's the best part about my new decision to jog. I'm going to wait until it gets warmer to start it. So I'm already getting healthier by thinking about it, but I'm not. I'm not here yet.
You'll start feeling the difference now. Start dressing healthy, and you'll feel.
I live in Queens. I only wear a sweatsuit. Are you out of your mind? I'm wearing I look like one of the Russians in GTA or something like that. I got I have a perfect ISIS group outfit right here. I have a military jacket and I have a pair of track pants. All I need is a freaking AK and I'm ready to go. I even have people who've seen me do the Jets Jihadist thing with Outlaw Bill. I even have the Jets Jihadist is very unhappy this week. He might make an appearance on Admiral Teag's show.
I think you guys got something that you don't know what you have, and Detroit's gonna take real advantage of those draft picks.
Oh, there it is.
We tell you something about Aaron Glenn. He's a fucking idiot. He might have been good on the field for all them teams with Bill Parcells, But let me tell you something, man. So fucking bullshit now. He's not a head coach. When the New York Jets look at their candidates, they don't look at the best. Woody Johnson. What does he make but jammy juice? Fuck you, you weirdo. Sell the team or change the name and then leave town. There's a reason. You belong in New Jersey. Take New York off your name or stay in London and never come back because London is drowning and you can live by the river. My signal just got hacked. What happened? I was
Oldest Gamer has a comment here. In the frozen north, next week we'll be back to the 60s and 70s, and one more frozen day to go in Florida. Well, isn't that crazy?
Well, I will be at Orlando at the con and stop by the Admiral Teag Saving Star Trek table. I'm sharing a table with Jeremy and D-Day Cobra.
Are you really?
Oh
no!
Oh.
No, but I figured it sounds really cool, so like I'll cut that soundbite out at the end of like the discussion. Yeah, I had like $7,000 laying around.
Really?
Wow.
I just with $30,000 laying around. You know what? Next year.
That just shows we trust you that we believe that.
At least I didn't keep lying. You know what? No, unfortunately, I'm not going to be there. But like, Florida's my backyard, and I go there like not often, but like enough to like know my way around Orlando and know it's the Detroit of the East Coast. But like, I like Florida. It's fun. I want to like, if I could do anything, I wish I could be down there on February, in the middle of February when spring training really gets going. I love spring training games. You know what's great about spring training, guys? It's not a Major League Baseball game, so they don't cut off alcohol sales in the 5th inning. You drink right to the 9th inning, like our fathers before us. That's right.
Is it the 5th inning there?
You notice that since they cut off, no, it doesn't. They don't cut it off in the 5th. Yeah, the end of the 5th inning. This is New York. It's a mercy. Do you know how much it costs to drink a beer at the? Well, you've gone to Dodger Stadium.
In LA, they cut it off in the 7th inning, but the thing is, everyone leaves by the 6th.
No, you're right. It's the 7th inning. Yeah. I glitched there. It is the 7th inning where they cut off here.
In LA, everyone leaves by the 6th inning because they don't want to deal with the traffic.
We only show up in the 4th. It's New York.
Well, it's just like that Kirk Gibson home run. Every time you see that iconic home run, you see those brake lights turn on in the parking lot. You wonder, like, there's someone out there. They go, "That's me. I left early. I left because I wanted to beat traffic, and I could have seen that home run."
I left. I walked out of a Met game that is considered the 5th or 6th biggest victory in the history of the New York Mets.
I have never. Let me tell you this. I am proud to say I have never left a baseball game until it was over. Ever.
Really?
Never, never, never.
Wow.
You guys have the rough end of the deal. Yeah, they stopped selling it to America at the end of the 8th.
I was in a 16 inning marathon at Dodger Stadium one time, and let me tell you, it gets cold there. Even in the summer, it gets cold in Dodger Stadium at night. I stayed. I will never leave it. If I'm going to a baseball game, I'm staying until the last pitch is thrown. That's it.
Do you show up in time?
Yeah, I show up an hour and a half before.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get to the game an hour and a half before, but I'm up the street drinking by Yankee Stadium, getting trashed out of my mind. And then what's great is, like, I go to the Yankees like once a summer, and I get to see like almost guaranteed win because they're pretty damn good. And then like I could just selectively go to Met games because usually the bottom falls out of the Mets. But the Met game I walked out of was what do you call it? It was the Mets versus the Braves. I think it was 1999, the year before the Subway Series. And what happened was the Mets were down in the 9th inning with 2 outs, and there was no one on. Maybe there was a man on, but they started play. John Rocker came out, and I'm like, this guy's unhittable. And I left Robin Ventura's grand slam single.
Oh no, you were there?
Yeah.
You were at that game. I watched a clip of that game the other day, where he had to go back and circle the bases again to make it count. Wow.
Yeah, I was like halfway home when
Oh,
that
man.
happened. We
I
were
need
like,
to
oh,
make my way out there so we can go to a game. That's gonna be.
that would be awesome. We have to go to Citi Field. That would be the
Yeah. Oh
greatest.
God. Yeah.
Like usually, you take your friends to Yankee Stadium. In this case, Sean and I are definitely going to Citi Field, but maybe we'll hit
I want to
both.
see a Met game. I don't want. You know what I want? I want to go to a Met game, and I want to buy a Met hat in the stadium.
You'll get a good Met. You'll get a good Met out there. They got a great
Yeah.
fan shop. And here's the thing: Citi Field is now the better stadium because what happened? They got to clean it up and get a new facade. But here's what happened: on old Shea Stadium, it really was just a rundown wreck. But like we loved it. And then and I think that's why the Met fans connect to Grimace because they're both purple. But I'm serious. Like Grimace was like the Mets thing this year. They had Grimace throw out the first pitch, and then at the end of the year, they were bringing out Grimace with Mr. Met. Met fans are crazy. They adopt Citi Field is way better than Shea Oldest Gamer. So here's the deal: but by the time the Mets hit the playoffs, they were putting Grimace on the side of the train that runs by Citi Field, and now you can sort of see the train from Citi Field the way you can see the train from Yankee Stadium. The old Yankee Stadium was the Yankee Stadium. This Yankee Stadium is a pretty cool baseball stadium. That's a Yankee Stadium. It's no more a Yankee Stadium than the one in Florida. In fact, I like the one in Florida better. The new Yankee Stadium sucks. They power wash it down every day. It's just not the old stadium. You can't beat the world of a stadium with a blue haze around it that stinks of marijuana, where people are fighting and children are running around unattended at a night game in the 8th inning. And they're like 5. It's insane. I don't know why people in New York don't watch their freaking children, but it's absolutely crazy. And everybody's just like fighting, drinking, and I've had plenty of people in Yankee games. I'll leave it at that. But the Yankee Stadium. What's cool is there's like a baseball neighborhood where you can drink and stuff and do things right there and have a little fun. And the park from the Warriors is right there. But Citi Field is now the better stadium, and you could go on Shea Bridge over the field, where it's like over, I think it's right field, a little bit of it, and you can see down, like it goes down the third it goes down the third base line, I think. It's been a while. I didn't get there last summer, but it's a cool stadium.
You want to
And
see
I want to
something
go to
cool?
America.
I'm going to show you something cool.
Oh, that's really cool.
I pitched here.
Hold on.
There we go. That's Sloan Field. That's the Chicago Cubs spring training field out in Arizona, and I played in the baseball tournament there, and I threw 8 innings in this stadium.
Wow. It's beautiful.
Obviously, there was nobody there watching, but it was a little adult league tournament, and I had pitched already 10 innings the 3 days before, and I threw another 8. I threw another 8.
You've got a rubber arm.
I did then.
That's a cool field.
They make it as a complete mock-up to Wrigley Field to help the guys train for the season.
Where is Veterans Stadium? Is Veterans Stadium the one in Philly?
This one?
No, the Oldest Gamer's asking me. I'm looking at Vista Mesa though. City Limitless Park. Is it called Vista Mesa or is it City Limitless?
No, anyway, yeah, this stadium is
Sloan
made
Park,
to mock Wrigley Field to train the rookies to get used to the dimensions and everything, how everything looks. But,
I think everyone is it pretty much now that we have like the age of like professional sports or whatever. I guess everybody's field is made to be like their home stadium, so you get used to it. Yeah, You'd be crazy not to.
Yeah, this tournament that's in Arizona, because so many clubs do their spring training there because the weather's perfect at that time of year. When you go to this tournament, you're guaranteed at least one game in one of these big stadiums. I was
never there.
Yeah, it was fun. I pitched the whole game. I didn't sit down because I was so tired and worn out. I did the George Foreman thing where I just stood up. But I got through it.
You know what? I guess before we go, I'll recognize one of my favorite baseball players got announced going to the Hall of Fame. Fucking CC Sabathia. What a badass. CC Sabathia, I think one of the things I like the best about him is if anybody pitched inside of the Yankee, he knocked down the next person really, really badly. Or if the only time he never did that was if your star was coming up second or third in the inning. He had a little something for him. And I guess we've had a good say on this terrible movie, and we'll be back in 20 hours.
Well, yeah, we have a show today.
We do.
Today. Let's everybody tell everyone what you're doing for the rest of the week. Unless you want to just say we'll be back here tomorrow. We'll be sleeping and we'll be back here tomorrow. I might eat too. Anybody got anything they want to shout out quick? We have a great audience tonight, so go ahead and let them know.
Yeah,
we'll be back here tomorrow. Yeah.
Everybody's channels on the My Recommends on the recommend page, and everyone will be in the channel description who has a channel. And we love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow for even more crazy stuff. Jeremy, the cartoons tomorrow morning?
Yeah, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Pacific time, we'll be watching Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures.
Cool.
Wait, are you talking the
I remember
Saturday
the
morning
Pac-Man
cartoon Pac-Man?
I remember that.
From, I believe it's 2013.
Oh, I thought
It's
you were
not
talking
the-
about the
it's
80s
not the
Pac-Man. Oh, okay, the one where he was wearing like a fedora
I
and he had
remember
a tie.
yeah, I
and all
remember
that.
the 80s one.
No, I don't got that one.
Okay. Well,
All right.
I will be starting for the model thing. I will be doing a new version of the Enterprise C, Ambassador class starship. I'm going to retcon it to look more like the Constitution class. It's going to be nice.
Cool.
There we
And
go.
we'll be watching that episode tomorrow. Great cross promotion, Sean.
Yeah.
And everyone, when you get back here tomorrow, I prefer a more formal avatar when you're on the duty. Tomorrow is Starfleet
When it's
business.
real Star Trek.
Yeah. We like I said, when I said to the guys before the show, peeps, just to know how we feel, when I said to the guys for the show, I don't think any of us should have a Star Trek avatar on. Everyone was like, with pleasure. Absolutely. But Dr. Phlox destroys that what was it? I forget the name of the species in Mirror Darkly, whatever, from Enterprise, when he's just like the Thermian. They have it in the it's like they live inside like a star or something like that. It's like super hot in their world, and he's just like what will happen if you lower it to like 800 degrees? It'll freeze to death. Lower it to 500, and Dr. Flux like, with pleasure. It's so evil. And he's got this smile, and it's like, he was a good actor, man.
John Billingsley's great. I like him a lot.
Telosian? See, that's a tough one. They shouldn't mess around with that because the Telosians are like, well, the Telosians aren't in, well, they are in the menagerie, but that's my thing. Like, we have to, I'm trying to keep count when we go back to Enterprise. We have to calculate how many stories versus episodes we've gone so that at the end of our journey in 2048, when we get to the end of Deep Space Nine, we'll be able to say, like, how many Star Trek stories there are. Because some of these, when we get down the line, like, I have a feeling that some of these Enterprise stories might not make Star Trek muster for us. We might have to ask, is it Star Trek about a couple of these? A couple of them might not be, a couple of them are very suspect Star Trek.
Yeah.
Tholians, thank you. Yes, the Tholians. Yes. Tholian web, I should have remembered it. Yes. I have a bunch of Tholian webs in the corner of the house, and I have to get somebody in here to take care of them. They're just a mess. The good thing is, though, they pull in pests and insects. Anyway, guys, I love you all, and I think everyone's earned Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, yeah.
And yes,
Oh, yes.
we're ending now-ish.
Yes.
We love you guys, and you know what? I
I
hope...
may have gone too far in a few places.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, we could go. Does everybody feel better about how we vented on this bad movie?
Yes.
You know why?
Yeah.
You're gonna. Oops.
Stop it. Get some help.
I think everyone's earned Linda Park, right? Is that what it is? Linda Park works?
Oh, yeah, Linda.
Yeah.
Give us some Linda.
There we go. All right, guys. We love you all. We're going to enjoy Linda Park along with you. And but I just want to say before I leave, Saving Star Trek is brought to you by, this episode of Saving Star Trek, where we did something really insane and didn't cover Star Trek, is brought to you by the American education system's failure when it comes to nepotism. Aunt Becky from Full House, Felicity Huffman, John Stamos, and most importantly, the generosity of Star Trek fans like you guys, and that includes great, generous members of our community who have helped me out. Oh, by the way, let's end this poll. It's definitely too low for 0. The poll results are section 31. Let me see if I can get a screenshot of it. I'll pop the chat out again. Here we go.
Just post that on X right there.
That's a little trick. That's a little trick I learned from Doomcock.
Oh, nice.
I learned from watching Doomcock. I figured it out, kind of. It was like after a while with StreamYard, it's like, oh, so that's what he's doing, right? Grade the Section 31 movie. Or as I like to call it, Intersectional 31. Okay, too low for 0, 62%. It rose to an F for 31% of our viewers, and 6% of us were just very generous people. I want you on my jury. Gave it a D. I love you all. I really do. No, seriously, if I O.J. Simpson didn't have a more generous jury than the people who gave that a D. I give it. Brought to you by the Teag Foundation. That's right, a generous grant from the Helena Rubinstein Foundation, the Teag Corporation, and what's really weird is I don't know why BlackRock keeps giving money to this show, but we're gonna, damn it! I didn't come here to judge people or tell them who to like my show. So not only do I want to thank that, but I also want to thank, it's brought to you by the generosity of fans like RRTNZ, Radioactive.
Thank you, guys.
Sean Carter, thank you, buddy. And RRTNZ just burning it up with the New Zealand super chats and being funny as fuck. And it's, if I'm correct now, it is
late
8 p.m. in New Zealand.
It's late o'clock.
It's late o'clock. Yeah, we're out of here, and we thank you all very much. We love you all. It's been a great show. Thank you so much for the very generous super chats. I really appreciate it. And Locked It On doing that great key feedy. I don't know what else to call it. Guys, you've earned Linda Park. We're going to enjoy it with you. Here she is. Hoshi, help us out.
Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen. And she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Doesn't anyone see that this is wrong?